to 25. Mr. Likens also believes that is incorrect.
Because it's,
Likens,
Because my sentencing guidelines for the offense variables and my prior record variables.
okay, I'm gonna pull each file and we're gonna look at the sentencing guidelines. So give me just a second. So, file numbers, 24, 21736, 23. All right, so we're gonna start on file number 23-21610FH. Let me get back there. Okay, here's this. Here's that.
One reason I challenge that.
Hold on, no, just hold on. Let me get to where I'm going. You're absolutely allowed to challenge it. I just want to make sure I get to where I need. Looks like that's a bond violation. Get up to a judgment of sentence. Attorney. And you can help me out anytime there, Mr. Moore, on the guidelines on that file.
Sure. Yeah.
23.
We'll start on the one here, the 11 FH.
I'm on 10.
We have two to, well, okay.
I got 10. Hold on. So on 23-21610FH, the sentencing guidelines were 0 to 17 months. But the sentencing guidelines don't indicate which docket it is, so that's why
Right.
it's kind of confusing.
That's
So
the report.
on the 10 file, it's 0 to 17. So I'm gonna put that down. And then I'm gonna go to the 1-1 file and hold on, let me get back there.
That one is 0 to 11 months.
Okay, and then on the 24-21736FH,
I have 2 to 17.
yep, it's 2 to 17. So
Mr. Likens, I think the guidelines are correct. I think you may be concerned about the PRVs and the ORVs, but they were apparently the same.
Yeah,
well, hold on. The reason there's probably a confusion is that lists 4 sentencing guidelines because of that error earlier. So there would only be 0 to 17, 0 to 11, and 2 to 17. That last 0 to 11 would be struck.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
There's the 0 to 11.
Yeah.
There's only one there.
Oh.
Okay?
Good.
No, there should be one for 0 to 11. There should only be 1, 2 to 17.
Well, we just looked in the file and the guidelines that were signed.
Okay, I'm wrong. I'm sorry.
No, we're 0 to 17, 0 to 11, and 2 to 17.
Okay.
Yeah, one of those 0 to 11s didn't need to be in there.
Gotcha. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I understand now. Thank you.
Nope, okay. So anything else, Ms. Underwood?
Okay, under the, as far as time served, I should, for my first 2 counts, I should have the same amount of time served for, docket numbers ending in 610 and 611. They should have the same amount of time.
I don't always give you credit for the same on each file.
Oh, okay.
Correct.
So I may have sentenced you to 215 on one file and not on the other.
The higher charge just takes over.
Well, it looks like, and Mr. Moore, I'll have you look into it, but it looks like at the initial sentencing, I did give you different jail terms on those 2 files. Maybe.
Correct.
So, yeah, I don't always give you the max on both files because I like to save jail time, so I don't have to initially send you to prison
Okay.
on a violation.
Understand that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Not on these issues, Your Honor.
Okay.
I would just, I just want to bring up on the 3-6 file, there's 2 counts. So each count was scored guideline wise, and that's why we would have the additional guideline there. So.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah.
So Ms. Underwood, the reason there were 4 guidelines is on the 3-6 file, he did plead to 2 counts. So that 0 to 11 is correct. Okay. Before the court passes sentence, is there anything you'd like to say on behalf of Mr. Likens?
Your Honor, I believe Mr. Likens has a couple of issues, Your Honor. Mr. Likens has some mental health issues that he's dealing with and trying to deal with. And Mr. Likens has other issues as well. He, Your Honor, very much wants to figure out the best way to deal with those. He does not think, I believe at this point, that that is in an inpatient rehab. That is for the court to decide, of course. Mr. Likens has jobs that he needs to complete to get paid, Your Honor. He can pay his fines and costs. Mr. Likens would like to continue with mental health treatment. He would like to do both those things. I also think there may be an issue of just how much jail time Mr. Likens has left on this issue, Your Honor. And with all those being said, I will allow Mr. Likens to speak.
Mr. Likens, do you wish to continue in the recovery court program?
Your Honor, I do. There's a couple things a couple barriers with that, if I may, elaborate on that.
Of course.
I've been self-employed for the past 20 years almost, and I've done pretty good. I've had my highs. I've excelled really high and lost a lot on a couple occasions. But right now, I have 3 jobs that I'm doing right now. All right, and I had some mental health issues. Like I said, I kind of shut down, and I was dealing with those. And I can get back to that in a second. But I was wrongfully targeted by the building inspector in Adrian. I talked to the city coordinator. He put a stop work order on one of my jobs, and I filed a complaint with the city coordinator. And since then, due to a conflict of interest, he was told to either step down from his position or be fired. So that put 3 weeks, put me on the back burner for 3 weeks, and put me behind with work, and that was extremely stressful. But now that the stop work order has been lifted, I can go back to work. My tools are still on the job, on 3 different jobs. That was stressful. I had a bad relationship issue. I had to separate myself from a woman that didn't have my best interests in mind, and that was really hard. And around the same time, I was having mental health issues. I was urged to go to counseling and didn't see a psych, and so I did that probably a month and a half ago, and I was prescribed some medications, and doing the drug test and everything like that. I was tested positive for benzos for a month, and so I guess that's not something they investigate or whatever. Said I shouldn't be tested positive for that, so I quit taking my medication cold turkey, and just to avoid any conflict with the recovery court, and that wasn't a good idea. I have been diagnosed with severe anxiety disorder, social anxiety disorder. I missed recovery court. I know I did that because, I can't be around people if I can't even talk or humiliated. I even up here at family, but so it was just a lot of things. I was told by, Ms. Teskey said she was going to violate me for testing positive for benzos, and all I was doing was take my prescription that I was prescribed by my doctor.
But you also admitted to using cocaine and drinking again.
Yeah, this happened before that. I did self-medicate. I did. I've tested positive for one substance, illicit substance, since I've been on drug court. That's the only time I've ever tested positive for that. I did drink. I take responsibility for all that. It's just trying to figure out, if my violations were motivated by substance abuse or mental health. I lost it, and I apologize. I got a lot at stake. I got a lot of good things going for me, and staying with my dad. He's a sober environment. It's just other variables that I allowed to get to me that I thought I was strong enough to avoid. But now I know I learned my lesson.
What phase are you in recovery court?
Phase 2.
Phase 2. Yep. All right. Anything else?
Your Honor, the last thing, I would like to stay in recovery court, but when I if I go back to recovery, if I go to rehab and everything like that, it'll be dumped out right before winter again. And with me being in the last year, I had troubles with that because I have self-employed working on houses and everything. And my work mainly comes in winter. And
Pause for a minute. You call me on that light or do something. Okay, sorry about that because I don't want anybody to have a seizure. Go ahead.
But anyways, if I finish these jobs, like I said, I can pay off my courthouse and clients with probation and everything like that, but I can't do that. I'm dumped out right before winter time. I don't know if you'd be willing to give me even like a deferred sentence, just give me a chance to try to see if I can work this stuff out. But I got my psych appointments and everything like that. I'm not case. just had a lot of anxiety. But I know I served and I got 285 days credited towards the year. There's a COBS agreement that after in play that maybe I took my plea for all my charges. And so I guess I was told that I would be given no more than a year in jail. And I have 285 days credited towards that year in jail. That's only leaves 20 days left. You do 10 months out of the year. Correct, that Your Honor would still honor the COBS agreement like this.
Well, the COBS agreement's gone.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Once you violated probation, that initial
Really?
COBS agreement and sentencing's out the door. I can send you to prison today. I can do whatever I want today. You understand that?
Yeah, okay, I didn't, but now I do.
Yeah, Mr. Likens, anything else?
Nope.
Mr. Moore, what were you going to say?
Well, a lot of this is new news to me. I do want to touch on the employment situation. We've been discussing that, and you know, he's focusing on this employment, which he's putting these customers, if there is customers, at a disadvantage because you know, he's not legitimate. We've discussed this. When I spoke with him, we discussed inpatient. He asked about inpatient because he said he hasn't been able, we haven't utilized that to him. And that's what really where he needs to go at this point. I would, to release him only because of these jobs that he's talking about, that's a bad idea. None of those are confirmed with me. And we've discussed this. He really shouldn't be self-employed at this point. He's not in the condition to be. He's not legally, his business is not legal. And so to focus and head that route, I think is the wrong thing. I think he needs to go to inpatient treatment. We discussed that. We've tried everything else up to this point, and that's the one thing that we haven't done.
So, Mr. Likens, the thing about recovery court is I care less about your job. I care less about how much money you're making. The focus is on recovery because this is just a cycle we've been going through over and over your whole life, right? You get your stuff together, you're doing good, you relapse, you use, you end up in jail. So you kind of just been a vicious cycle for the last couple of years. You know, you've done outpatient treatment, you've done inpatient treatment. This was for you a pretty big, you're only in phase 2. So this is a pretty big violation. And you're right, you're running out of jail time. And I don't want to send you to prison. I'd rather you complete the recovery court program so that you get a fresh start. But I care less about you being able to pay your fines and costs. I'm not Judge Sheridan who is like, pay your money or you're going to jail. I care less about that than I care about your safety and your recovery, okay? So I do think you need an inpatient program. And if you can't find a job when you get out, you don't have work, you can do volunteer work, all right? So it's a sentence of the court that your probation will be reinstated. You will continue in the recovery court. And I'm going to sentence you to 90 days in jail on file number 24-21736FH. I'll give you credit for this 14 days in jail on all files. And as soon as we get a bed, you can go to treatment. All right. But Mr. Likens, I think you're more important than your job.
Thank you.
Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you do have the right to appeal this sentence, and my bailiff's going to hand down to your notice of right to appellate review. And there's one for each file. So I'm sorry. You're going to have to initial and date one for each file. And then you'll get copies, and if you wish to appeal your sentence, you would fill out the information on the form and mail it to the address listed on the form within 42 days. Somebody from MDOC, and I have you, but I don't you usually represent all the MDOC cases? All right, I've received back a signed copy of the notice of right to appellate review. All right, I have somebody zooming in from West Huron Valley. Can I ask your name?
Shannon Foley.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Foley, I'm gonna change your name. Judge Olsaver is, or John Glazier's in front of Judge Olsaver. So when he gets back, I will bring you back in, or you can hang out, but it'll be a few minutes, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Goldstein, I have Mr. Simmons. All right, Mr. Simmons, if you would like to start your audio and your video, thank you so much. This is in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Emmanuel Simmons. We have two files, 24-22051FH, 24-22052FH. I have David Goldstein appearing on behalf of Mr. Simmons. This is the date and time set for a continued show cause, I believe. So I have a show cause that states that it is alleged that Mr. Simmons tested positive for oxy, consuming cotton and cocaine on April 29th of 25, positive for cocaine on May 4 of 25, and that was sent off and confirmed positive for cocaine and noroxicodone by Millennial Health. I also have a letter dated July 9th from Darren Coast from my pretrial services. It says Mr. Simmons appears to be doing much better with his drug testing. His last 3 tests were positive for THC only. That would be June 16, June 25, and June 30th. And he does have a medical marijuana card. So, Mr. Goldstein, how do you wish to proceed today?
Well, Your Honor, given that Mr. Coast has verified that lately he's been testing negative except for the THC, I would ask that the show cause be dismissed.
I'm more willing to set it over, Mr. Goldstein, along with the other dates. Would that be all right?
Yeah, that's what I was that was the other thing I was going to suggest, Your Honor. That's fine.
So we are set for a final pretrial conference on this file on August 27 of 2025 at 8:30 in the morning. And we are set for jury trial for 2 days, starting September 10th of 25 at 10:30. Is there anything else you'd like to address today, Mr. Goldstein?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Goldstein, if there is at some point a resolution in this matter that your client would like to avail himself of, just let us know and we will accommodate you at your convenience, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein.
You're done, Mr. Simmons.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons.
Thank you.
All right, Kevin King. All right, so this is in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Kevin Lynn King, file number 25-22153FH. I have Allison Arnold appearing on behalf of the people and Joseph Falcone appearing on behalf of the defendant. This is the date and time set for sentencing. I do have an advice of rights for the felony plea in the file, so I appreciate that. Mr. Falcone, is Eden Shikwana here?
Good morning, Judge.
There you are. All right. So, Mr. Falcone, have you received a copy of the pre-sentence report?
Yes, I did, Your
And
Honor.
you've had ample time to review that with your client?
Yes, Your
Okay. And you received it as well,
I
Ms.
have, Your
Arnold?
Honor.
All right, so, Mr. King, have you had an opportunity to read and review the pre-sentence report? All right, so you're kind of soft-spoken, so if you two could stand in front of the podium by the microphone, and then Mr. King, I need you to speak loudly because we have to record this for appellate purposes, okay? So you've had an opportunity to read and review the pre-sentence report,
Yes, Your Honor.
and you've had an opportunity to discuss it with your attorneys.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with both of your attorneys and the advice that they've given you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Falcone, do you wish to explain or challenge the accuracy or relevancy of any information in the pre-sentence report?
No, Your Honor, I think there were 2 pre-sentence reports and the last one we don't have.
Okay, all right. The one I have is signed by Mr. Moore for June 18 of 25 and sent to you on June 26. I only have one. Is that the updated one, Mr. Moore?
I'm assuming we sent out a corrected version. So, I'm not sure on the date on that, but
Judge, that is the most recent, sorry.
Okay, thank you. All right, does the pre-sentence, well, I show he has no prior record, no misdemeanors, no felonies, and no misdemeanor juvenile offenses. The probation department has computed the minimum sentencing guidelines to be 12 to 20 months. Do you agree with that computation of guidelines, Ms. Arnold?
Your Honor.
And Mr. Falcone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Arnold, do we have anybody here who wishes to speak today?
We do, Gary King.
Okay, so I'll have you two have a seat again. And Mr. King. All right, and sir, I'm gonna ask that you come up to that podium. And then I'm gonna have you state your full name for the record, please.
Gary Dale King.
All right, and Mr. King, I know you're reading, but make sure when you look at anybody, it'll be me, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
No, I just want to go on record as stating that even though the court documents and everything show that everything took place from 2018 through 2023, we have documentation that states that it started years prior to that to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars. So this was premeditated. It was obviously a retirement quick plan of some sort. So it was over a decade of weekly thefts. Now he's assumed the role of a poor, destroyed person, but yet he's still living an unhindered lifestyle. So in other words, there's money that still exists. This has got to be the worst white-collar crime in the history of Illinois County. I've looked a few things up, and the worst I could find is $400,000 embezzlement. And that person got 57 months in prison. To sum it up, he stole our retirement funds for his own personal wealth, put the family business in a financial crisis, and emotionally destroyed our father. He's openly admitted but guilty in court to stealing the money. So now I find it a slap in the face for him to be able to walk away in 6 short months while we have our dreams of a comfortable retirement taken away. He has ruined the family, destroyed the business, and taken away any financial support for future generations. I see the state guidelines state that for embezzlement over 100,000 could be a maximum of 20-year prison sentence. In this case, documented $1.7 million plus that he stole should somehow merit a means to reach a maximum penalty. My opinion is he should be imprisoned just as he has imprisoned us to keep working in our golden years. It will be improbable that we get our money back, but the longer prison term he gets, the less time he has to spend that money in front of us, rubbing it in our faces. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I did want to speak though.
Yep, I'm going to allow you to speak first.
Your Honor, what I wanted to say is, I just wanted to highlight, and
So can you stand at the podium?
Sure.
Just so it's picking up well.
Judge, I just wanted to highlight some of the stuff Mr. King said. One, the amount here is egregious. I'm sure it is the largest embezzlement in Lenawee County history. Two, the fact that it did happen over a number of years. And three, that this caused heartbreak and really has impacted 3 generations of the King family in a profound way. And I could go into detail on that, but I know the court has the statements from David King, Gary King, and their daughters, Andrea Bash and Rebecca Keaton, which most eloquently express how this affected the family. And I hope Kevin King has read those statements and thought deeply about what's in those statements. My own experience in meeting with David King and Gary King, we met in my office, and I thought, you know, I know that gambling addiction can do serious things to people, and they can commit crimes and do whatever they can to support their addiction. But, you know, David and Gary King spoke with me, and the 2 things that I took away is, one, they're not going to be able to retire anytime soon. And I know, you know, Gary King just talked about that, but that's significant when they've lost years of their life when they would be able to relax, to enjoy children, grandchildren, pursuits, that sort of thing. They're not going to be able to do that now because Kevin King robbed them of that opportunity. And the second thing they told me when we met in our conference room was that Kevin King lived a completely lavish lifestyle. They talked about a super extravagant wedding for a daughter. They talked about many trips he took and how when he traveled, it was always flying first class, a limousine picked him up at the airport. They said he couldn't go get a drink without tipping $20. So I think this goes above and beyond a gambling addiction to support the kind of lifestyle that he wouldn't have otherwise been entitled to, and in the process robbing them of a comfortable retirement. So that's just what I wanted to highlight for the board.
Thank you. Mr. Falcone, is there anything you'd like to, and you go stand with your attorney, please. Mr. Falcone, is there anything you'd like to say on behalf of your client?
Yeah, sure. I know that today you're going to impose sentence, and one of the purposes of imposing this sentence is punishment. But I would like to remind the court that Mr. King did lose his marriage. He's been disinherited by his father, and his brothers will receive his share. He was working as a janitor. He'll never have a good job again, and we still are not done with the IRS. He'll owe taxes on all the money, and basically he'll be his life is ruined, and he will be impoverished for the rest of his day. So I would like you to take that into consideration.
Mr. King, is there anything you'd like to say on your own behalf?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm well aware of the emotional and financial damage I've done to my entire family. I'm not sure I'm going to carry this the rest of my life. I know I'll never be able to make it right with any of them. My hope is that maybe somehow I can make it better.
Was the 40,000 in restitution paid?
It was not, Your Honor.
Mr. King, let me go back here. Do you own a home?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay, and you're divorced now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was the home sold during the divorce?
It was not.
Okay, and your wife got the house?
Correct, Your Honor.
Did you get equity?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and stay there. In determining the appropriate sentence in this case, the court has considered the seriousness of the offense, your history, the principle of proportionality, the statutory penalty, the cost of confinement, the sentencing guidelines, the report and recommendation of the probation department, as well as what has been said upon the record at this hearing. The criteria and reasons for the sentence are the nature and gravity of the offense, the discipline appropriate to its commission, deterrence against repetition by you and by others, the potential for reformation, vindication for the law, and the protection of society. it seems like the most egregious offenses that come before the court are perpetrated on people that trusted and loved them, whether it's murder, domestic violence, embezzlement. In this case, you know, it was a family company. They had immense trust in you, and you have devastated and changed all of their lives in so many ways. I don't know if it's the most money that's ever been stolen in Lenawee County, but you know, we had money stolen from band students who weren't able to go on band trips. We see this quite a bit because people trust people to be faithful and true to them. So there was an agreement at one point that if he paid $40,000, there would be a more minimal jail term, but he has not paid that.
Right, that was the topic.
Yeah, so there's a sentence of the court that you will serve 12 months in the Lenawee County Jail. You'll be placed on probation for a period of 3 years. You will have 1 day credit that you've already served. During the term of probation, you will obey and comply with all the articles of your probation. You will pay $750 in court costs, $130 crime victim rights fee, $68,000 in state costs, a $60 DNA fee. There's a $30 per month supervision fee, $60 if we have to put a tether on you. Restitution is set in the amount of $1,730,500.60. And when you get out, obviously you're gonna have to get more than one job and start paying on that. You're not to, Mr. Moore, is there an alcohol issue?
You know, I don't, not that that I'm aware of, but I do know, you know, that he would drink, but you know, it's up to you, Your Honor.
Okay, so during a term of probation, you're not to violate any criminal laws. You can't leave the state of Michigan without consent of this court. You must report as required. Notify them of any change of address or employment status. You are not to participate in gambling or gaming activities or enter gambling or gaming establishments unless you first obtain written permission from the field agent. I can tell you I'll probably deny that if you ask. You must submit to search of your person and property, including but not limited to your vehicle, residence, computer, without need of warrant if the agent has reasonable cause to believe you have items which violate the conditions of your probation. You must maintain employment of up to at least 30 hours per week. Any tax refunds must be submitted to go towards the restitution and other fines and costs. Anything else, Mr. Moore?
It's off. Just say he needs to report to me following business day upon his release from jail.
So when you get released from jail, the first business day you need to report to Mr. Moore. We're open 8 to 4:30, Monday through Friday. So my bailiff's going to hand down to you your notice of right to appellate review. So we're going to have you initial and date 1 copy just for our records. The other copies are for you. If you wish to appeal the sentence, you would fill out the information on the form and mail it to the address listed on the form within 42 days. And then if Mr. Falcone and Ms. Arnold could approach. Right. Make sure I get that right. Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Was there a second attorney?
Yeah.
I'll get the name, Judge. I'll get the name later. It's okay.
Join. Highlighted in the middle.
Thank you.
All right. So, Ms. Wagner, why don't you come on up? You all set? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. The record should reflect, I received back signed copy of the notice of right to appellate review. All right, Miss Wagner, find you. Right in here somewhere. Bradley Summerfield.
Yeah. Vice
Miss Adams, we do not, could I get advice of rights from Mr. Summerfield? I'm sorry,
Repeal papers.
appeal papers, I mean. All right, there you are. All right, this is in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Bradley Christopher Summerfield, file number 25-22199FH. I have Amanda Wagner appearing on behalf of Mr. Summerfield. This is the date and time set for sentencing in this matter. Mr. Summerfield, or Ms. Wagner, you received a copy of the pre-sentence report, correct?
I did, Your
All right, and Mr. Summerfield, actually, can you guys stand behind the podium?
Yes.
Every court does it different, and circuit court always stands, district court sits. Okay, so Mr. Summerfield, you did get a copy of the pre-sentence investigation report.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you've had a chance to review that with Ms. Wagner?
Yes.
All right, are you satisfied with Ms. Wagner as your attorney and the advice that she has given you? All right, Ms. Wagner, do you wish to explain or challenge the accuracy or relevancy of any information in the pre-sentence report?
Your Honor, there's a couple minor things, nothing really substantial, just a couple things that I wanted to note. I'm in the process of confirming Mr. Summerfield's sentence in Osceola. I know you have it listed as July 22nd. I received a notice from Osceola that said August 22nd, but when we were taking the plea, I believe the court gave a July date, so I will confirm that. And then additionally, Mr. Summerfield does maintain that he did obtain his GED. He believes it was in 2015 from the LISD Tech Center. I'm going to try to confirm that as well ahead of his sentencing in Osceola, but I just wanted to note that for the court.
Okay, and all you would have to do is get a copy of that and give it to the probation officer, all right? Yes? Okay. We just have to have audible responses. Okay. Ms. Wagner, does the pre-sentence report disclose any prior convictions in which there exists any known constitutional defect?
No, Your Honor.
Probation Department has computed the minimum sentencing guidelines to be 0 to 9 months. Do you agree with that computation of guidelines?
Yes, Your Honor.
Before the court passes sentence, is there anything you'd like to say on your client's behalf?
Yes, Your Honor. When I was first retained by Mr. Summerfield, given my previous limited experience with recovery court, I believed that he was going to be a good candidate for that. And so far, he's proving me right about that. I'm really happy to hear that he's doing so well. He's had no positive tests since he's been out of jail. He's been attending treatment. He's working full-time. And Mr. Summerfield has a ton of incentive to successfully complete recovery court, not only because of the plea deal here in Lenawee, but the one in Osceola as well. He has no prior felony convictions. This was his first here in Lenawee and his second in Osceola, and both of those will be reduced to misdemeanors upon his successful completion of recovery court here. So I have a lot of optimism that he's going to continue doing well, and I would ask the court to follow the sentencing recommendation.
All right. So Mr. Summerfield, is there anything you'd like to say on your own behalf? Say it louder.
No, Your
Honor. Okay. All right. In determining the appropriate sentence in this case, the court has considered the seriousness of the offense, your history, the principle of proportionality, the statutory penalty, the cost of confinement, the sentencing guidelines, the report and recommendation of the probation department, as well as what has been said upon the record at this hearing. The criteria and reasons for the sentence are the nature and gravity of the offense, the discipline appropriate to its commission, deterrence against repetition by you and by others, the potential for reformation, vindication for the law, and the protection of society. You know, he's been attending already, you know, he has a very good outlook and just kind of a happy personality. So I feel like he's at a good place in his life and he has embraced the recovery court program and done well so far. So I have high hopes that you will successfully complete the program. So it's sent to the court, you'll be placed on probation for a period of 3 years. During that term of probation, you can't use or possess any alcoholic beverages. You're required to test as required. You can't use any controlled substances illegal or possess any paraphernalia. Because we are a federally funded program and marijuana is not legal with the federal government, we also cannot allow people to use marijuana as part of our program. You need to provide verification of your GED or high school diploma to Mr. Moore. You must complete any outpatient or residential treatment when referred to by the agent. Can't use any object as a weapon. They can enter your residence at any time for probation supervision. And if they have reasonable cause to believe you have items which violate the conditions of your probation, they can search your house, your car, your phone, whatever they need to. You must report any police contact, arrest, loss of employment, or change of residence. Maintain employment of up to 30, you're working, right?
Yeah.
Because your boss is, yeah, okay. There is a crime victims' rights fee in the amount of $130 supervision fee, 60 if you have to put a tether on you, $750 in court costs, $60 DNA fee, $68 state costs. What you need to understand, and you've been on probation before, is a lot of times people look at probation like, if I do something wrong, I better run and hide. And if you do that, you go to jail, right? But if you have a relapse and you go to your team and you say, I relapsed, I need help, you're gonna get help, right?
Yeah.
If you miss a drop, we do 24 hours, but we do it at your convenience. Like, we're working hard for your sobriety. We're not trying to be punitive. So it's different than any other probation. I think you might have seen that a little bit. So just remember, honesty keeps you out of jail. Lying will put you in jail, right? Okay. So you do have the right to appeal the sentence. Mr. Moore, anything else?
No, Your Honor, just, he knows he's gonna come see me Tuesday for orientation.
So you do have a right to appeal the sentence. My bailiff's going to hand down to you your notice of right to appellate review. You're going to initial and date one copy for my records. The other copies are for you. If you wish to appeal the sentence, you would fill out the information on the form and mail it to the address listed on the form within 42 days. And I received back a signed copy of the notice of right to appellate review. So I'll see you in 2 weeks. Bye, thank you.
What do I gotta do?
Hey, this is Judge Anselon. I was actually looking, I don't have, never mind. I thought I had Sam Malaro, but I don't. So I'll call you back later when I get them.
All right.
Thanks, bye. John Glazier, I do have Shannon Foley. Sam must be down in front of Judge Holsaver. All right, Ms. Foley, thank you for your patience this morning. This is in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Shannon Marie Foley, file number 25-22138FH. I have John Glazier appearing on behalf of Ms. Foley. Ms. Foley is joining us from the Huron Valley Detention Center. So, Mr. Glazier, you received a copy of the pre-sentence report.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Foley, have you had an opportunity to read and review the pre-sentence report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, have you had an opportunity to discuss the pre-sentence report with Mr. Glazier?
No, we have not.
Okay, Mr. Glazier, you need a breakout room?
Yeah, it'll just take a couple minutes.
Okay, and Ms. Foley, I had to put you back in the waiting room because we were getting, not from you, but background noise. That was kind of messing with our recording. That's the only reason I popped you in the waiting room, okay?
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Mr. Glazier and Ms. Foley, I will open up a breakout room for the two of you. Okay. Sarah Fonseca?
Yes.
No, you're good. I don't have Mr. Malawi yet, so I was just waiting to see. I knew you were here. What are you here for?
I'm here on the comfort matter, Your Honor. At 9 a.m. something happens.
So we show that it was dismissed. So that's
Court, my staff just confirmed.
If I may. Y'all are first.
Hello, Your Honor.
Y'all are up first. I wasn't gonna interrupt because it sounded like a really great discussion.
We were just fine tuning the details. We have a plea that's, that we're
Mr.
working.
Burge.
Yes, sir. There's gonna be,
Well, let me know when y'all are ready.
yes, sir.
Okay.
And I apologize. I didn't realize you'd called the case.
That's, no, I just was enthralled with the discussion. Thank you.
It was pretty
It was
riveting.
enthralled.
It was,
I don't even know what that word means, but it sounded like it was the right adjective.
Yes, Your Honor.
it's definitely an adjective.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Larry Grace, are you here, Mr. Grace? Larry Grace,
He's in jail.
he's in jail, so I presume he's here. What about Jenna Horn?
Also,
That's you, ma'am? Okay. Have you seen your attorney yet, Mr. Grove? Okay, Mr. Grove is your attorney, correct? Okay. Then it's Marcus Miles is called next. I have a note here. The defendant is in the emergency room.
Called and said that it's in the emergency room. We told him if that was true, that he could do some paperwork and showing that he was actually in the emergency room.
We'll have $1 for every one of those, huh?
That's what we told him.
Looks like Christopher Allen had been reset. I have an add-on. Oh, that was. On Windows.
Sorry, and that's what Mr. Kurtz.
Then I've got Josu Gutierrez. Who's on that one? Then I've got some notes here, a lot of notes on it. Is that?
That's the one for, came up last week.
He was
Daniel said that.
deported. We're dismissing the arson on it. Is that the one that's on board? We're dismissing that one.
There's two
The other
cases.
is resettled.
What?
I don't think we didn't pull him. No, we didn't pull him, Judge.
I don't have the files. I didn't pull them.
Yeah,
But that's just really a note for Daniel. We just wanted,
Okay.
we didn't want it to language.
Oh, yes. Well, I just don't understand what you just said because it says DA to dismiss. You're dismissing both of those cases?
I'm dismissing the arson one. The other one,
Which one is that? I've got two cases here, 39921 and 40406, but I don't have the file, so I don't know.
it is the.
You have it? Y'all look it up. Get straight on.
Yeah, Justin.
Oh,
Oh, that's the first time.
I'm so sorry.
The 39921 is the arson case.
All right, on state, on Gutierrez, are you, there's 40406, apparently y'all are going to dismiss.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can that be, are you gonna do that now?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, all right. Now, okay, so.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. It's actually going to be 39921 is the one that's being dismissed. The 22 is 39921.
And that's the arson?
Have a tablet of it.
That's going to be dismissed. Okay, so 40406. What is that case? Then, what's the other one?
That's injury to a child.
Okay. So you're going to keep that one open?
Yes, Your Honor, we're gonna review it down there. I'll set it to review and see.
Because it's taken by the Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
Yes, sir.
Right? Well, that generally means they're leaving town.
Yeah, I think I just reset it to see in case he ended up coming back over here, we'd have it, but I will set it to review just
Okay,
to,
so-
I'll put it in my notes to review it and to see where we're at. And
You'd be
just,
so kind to get that dismissal on the arson.
Yes, sir.
And then you can take care of that one. And then the other one, you say you want to review it every few months?
if, maybe 6 months and then we could,
Okay.
I could maybe take care of it depending on, if he came back over, take care of it.
All right, so 40406. Josu Gutierrez, we'll review that one in
6 months.
6 months.
That's what we've been later out for money. What one was it?
Yeah, I'm going back. What did we say about Larry Grace? Oh, it's Mr. Larry Grace. Is, did I ask the bailiff to call into the hall for Larry Grace yet?
It's a custody.
Yeah, I think
Okay, sorry. He's in the back right now, right?
Correct.
He's in the back?
Yes.
Okay.
It's right there in the hearing room. Mark Smiles was the one that called and said he was at the ER. I don't know if you want to call and do like a,
He was scheduled to enter a plea and knows he's going to TDC judge, so.
Now, what are the odds of that?
It's convenient that he may not be well today.
I couldn't talk to him last night. I talked to him the last week though, Judge, but I couldn't get him last night. It's fine.
There's Jenna Horn right over there.
Oh, no, not Miss Horn. I'm talking about, Mike.
Oh.
I apologize. No, Miss Horn. I can't still tell them.
I'm sorry, you're talking about Marcus Miles?
Marcus Miles, and said that he was at the ER, but we don't have documentation.
They got Larry Grace is in custody in the back and Jenna Horn is right there.
Yes, sir.
What are we gonna do on those?
Well, if I could talk to Miss Horn first, I think that probably we may be resolving that.
Can we have the name Marcus Miles called, Justin? Bailiff call.
Yeah, a minute, hold on.
Thank you.
Let me clear out my files here.
See if we can.
Yeah. Finding of the fund. What is the one each?
All right, I'm asking the bailiff to call into the hall for Marcus Miles. He is doing that in cause number 24CR1680. Marcus Jared Miles, Marcus Miles. There is no answer in the courtroom.
There's no response, Your Honor.
And no response to that name being called out into the hall. Defendant has failed to appear. A warrant shall be issued for his arrest, and there is no bond since the defendant has
Madam Mayor.
failed to appear. This bond is revoked. And of course, he is indeed in the emergency room for a valid reason. And that dispenses with the orders of the court. And I will reverse those.
Thank you.
So what are y'all gonna do?
Can I speak with her? And
Go ahead.
Or something like
Yeah.
that?
Nothing will be down.
You may.
There's already somebody back in there. You want to go in there with? There's another lawyer and.
As long as it's another lawyer, I'm not worried. I just didn't want to do anything. You're not losing that. I need a favor.
And Your Honor, I signed the dismissal on that.
I'm sorry, I just thought I.
Great.
No, I just.
You're talking about,
Gutierrez.
Gutierrez. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. He's trying to get off the. Okay, that kind of down in the instrument or in the store.
Yeah, there's some.
But there's no documentation that's been sent over to those that I have.
Yeah, this was, I was talking to David about that.
Sorry for it.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hello.
Oh, first off, I know.
All right. It's got to be a lucky day for all of us. It's 7-Eleven today.
Slurpee. No, that's actually, I think it's Slurpees.
I have, it's all about food and drink with you, isn't it? 22-39921 is called Jose Gutierrez. There is a motion to dismiss in that particular case by the state. As defendant has been deported by ICE officials in the interest of justice. The state is asking this case be dismissed, and court is signing the dismissal. And this case is dismissed.
That's what we're at. So, and I mean, if you want, if you show that, he can show it to the party. Whatever. But you can go show it to her out and say anything.
Okay.
We'll go to him if you want. You go grab my laptop. I got him. I think I'm one of them. I know you. Okay, I have actually.
And then on Gutierrez 22-40406 will continue to be on the docket, and that will be reviewed.
Yes, sir.
How long were you? 6 months? Or 4?
4 will be fine.
4 months.
Feel like just to check and make sure he hadn't come back.
It's important. Something I'll keep them. The timestamp is really just finding kind of gets out of the person, but Chris. That was up for last week. There's been timestamps on the one that the shoot saying it's done. That's what Carolyn told me to look. Like they send after it. Yeah, oh, it definitely, yeah, they're in time sequence, they just don't have timestamps, so those timestamps are not. Dire important, saying you're not going to call her off because she's not even. Well, I just asked if you're going to first. To. I'll offer this, or yeah, we'll sit in, I'm Jess. If you're wanting to punish, or you can offer the others. I don't care. But I need to get some more actions. I didn't dedicated and admitted. So yeah, we're not reading this, have another. Yeah. Well, let me agree to this. And they say, well, half us do that. In your friends got to prepare. I don't have any other response with that. No, I mean, that just like you give it where you have. But I'll do that. I hear say, so they're actually being because often I ignore the difference that is hearsay. And they would ask something again, and you have the ration things. Oh, yeah. But well, the only thing on that, those all verses last to you, that's kind of thoughtful to me. Yeah, that's because. You did a little statement actually. One person has all the same things. What is like, you know, I'm part of myself. Yes, very much so. It was. Only outside of the yeah. I mean, I got all of them. Hey, listen. Now you can tell me that. Thanks so much.
Oh, okay, you said that I think it's something big or small? Small.
Your seat don't have you. This is a copy of this. I just see this. You keep right. He sure thinks you. That people think the fun. And the door there, because you can't afford to go to doors small. So they said here, so she. Okay, so it's very. Some different. But I can. I just want to real quick. Well, we might have already all seen this. That's it's on the child. She kept it, that's my. I feel you good. It's already. Like you how to do so there's no bringing you know these stuff. About because I'm amazing. Something like they say. The doctor and we do 5 families. I was because he chose because like me confident in that sound. Yeah, but honestly, that's what we would have with this nice. Okay, if you were letting on that, this thing I like to be sure we work with, you know. That would pretty much believe there have to be those trainings and so you have to do that. Yeah, there'll be an evidence, but I'm sure it has to be like that. She's like possible bill, but great, so that's like first example. Then finish and stuff. I mean, mask it all. Yes. If I have it, because it falls our activity, right? My players is. Right. Said one of my players. But we now you got my ceremony morning. Did you read over this with the context comment?
Yes.
All right, where are we on,
Wait on paperwork, Judge.
in what?
I got 2 lawyers working on Two different sets.
All right. So, that's Trevor Burge.
Burge
Is one.
is one, and my understanding is foreign is the other.
And then,
I have not heard an announcement on Larry Grace.
what are we doing on Christopher Wyndham? Anybody here on that?
The Burge is not here, but boy, it was on the second move on.
To be done. It's,
That's where the.
vulnerable. It's,
The national.
you know, it crosses my mind frequently during a docket. I'd like to leave too. Sometimes.
Understand, but it took some more folks down there. I think there's a process of getting some more folks to continue rescue efforts, or recovery efforts. It's probably better.
Yeah, I got a note from Thad yesterday. Well, it's
terrific.
and closure is so important, and
Yes, sir.
they're still searching for the bodies. And what's amazing is it has gone in a week from a blankness, X amount, less than 30 or 40 were missing, and now it's close to 200. We're actually missing, which is so. And they're already talking. What has to be done is.
That's where the
vulnerable. It's
the national news is talking about what a horrible system.
Well, it's a vulnerability that needs to be fixed, and obviously notice to people who, when it comes out, when an emergency occurs at 3 a.m, people need to. But in tornado. Where it's in the Midwest, you have the tornado sirens out there, and so you don't have to even. I mean, when you hear the siren, you don't need a phone call. You got to get up and move for safety, and it's going to happen here. But I witnessed it myself where we lived near the Fernandez. When I went there, I mean, it was a roar. As I was walking down, I parked the car, couldn't hear anything. But it's about a 200-yard walk that goes down to the river. And as I got closer, then I turned the corner and it was a roar, and I was watching the water was moving at 50, 60 miles an hour. I've never seen that.
Did you head back that way?
No. I'm not sure what damage it caused to that bridge that we go on, but it was extraordinary, and that was just minuscule compared to what my friend in Kerrville said that morning. He gets up early in Kerrville to go meet with the guys for coffee, and they're watching the river, and it goes from 50 yards wide to a quarter of a mile in 20 minutes with a big wave coming by and leading it. And it was, I mean, they just were shocked. And that means there was no alert or anything. And they're watching that happen. And then everybody is moving for cover. Get up high. Yeah. But there will be changes made for session. Yeah, everybody needs to be recovered. That's what's important. Lost people need to be found.
Yeah, 30 shots now next week.
So. Well, we got another docket. We'll try something else.
Judge.
In cause number 22-40978, there's a motion to revoke unadjudicated probation. And in 25 CR 430, the defendant has a new indictment of assault of a family member. And the parties are present. Are we ready to proceed, Ms. Goffin, on behalf of the defendant and the state? And the defendant is present. Does the defendant waive formal readings of the motion to revoke unadjudicated probation in 40978 and the new indictment in 25 CR 430? Can we proceed in summary?
Sure.
All right. In this motion to revoke unadjudicated probation, Mr. Burge, raise your hand. You solemnly swear or affirm any statements you make during this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Lower your hand. In summary, this motion to revoke probation states that on September 14th, 2023, in this court, you were placed on 2 years deferred or unadjudicated probation for assault on a family member, which was a lesser included class A misdemeanor. Is all of that true, sir?
Yes, sir.
Allegation 1 states that you committed the offense of assault of a family member causing bodily injury on or about March 13th, 2025 in Jefferson County, Texas, in violation of condition 1 of your deferred adjudication order. And that condition 1 states you shall not commit an offense while on probation. And this, allegation, by the way, coincides with the new indictment in 25 CR 430. Do you understand what you're charged with here, sir?
Yes, sir.
Is this allegation true or untrue?
Oh, it's true. Yes, sir.
Do you need any additional time?
No, sir.
To consult? Okay. Are you pleading true voluntarily and because it is true as it is alleged?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that a voluntary and knowingly made plea of true to one or more violations of probation, that's all it takes to grant a motion to revoke probation? Your probation can now be revoked and you can be sentenced up to the full range of punishment, which is in this case up to 1 year in the county jail.
Yes.
Knowing that, do you insist on pleading true today?
Yes, sir.
I find you are pleading true voluntarily. You understand and appreciate the consequences of pleading true on this. What's the agreement on this?
Can we to a lesser included class A assault to 1 year county jail? And then there's a big case who's getting deferred.
So let's just take them up one at a time. The agreement that has been reached is that your probation would be revoked here in this 40978. You would be found guilty of this class A misdemeanor of assault, family of violence, and sentenced to 1 year in the county jail. Is that your understanding of the plan?
Yes, Your Honor. In addition, it's going to run concurrent to the time on the indictment.
Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
If I follow this agreement, you have no right of appeal of your case. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you what's marked as State Exhibit 1. I'm going to ask you. Did you sign that document, understand it, discuss it with your attorney, or the contents all true and correct?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 1 is tendered into evidence and without objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
Admitted. Among other things, State's Exhibit 1 states, sir, that you are waiving all rights of appeal if I follow this agreement, which I'm going to do. You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Then, if nothing further, I'm going to follow this agreement, and I'm going to find that there is sufficient evidence supporting this motion to revoke unadjudicated probation in cause number 22-40978 to grant it by preponderance of the evidence or greater. Thus, your deferred or unadjudicated probation in that class A misdemeanor of assault causing bodily injury to a family member is revoked. And I am following this agreement. You are hereby sentenced to confinement in the county jail for a term of 1 year. And that will conclude that case, and you will be given credit for all time you have served in accordance with that sentence. Do you understand what has happened in that matter?
Yes, sir.
Now we go to 25 CR 430. And in summary, this indictment states that on or about March 13th, 2025, in Jefferson County, Texas, you committed a third-degree felony of assault on a family member. Do you understand what you're charged with here, sir?
Yes, sir.
And this is the same victim as in the motion to revoke probation and in that preceding case where you were placed on probation back in 23, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. You're facing a third-degree felony in this case, which means you are looking at a term of not more than 10 years or less than 2 years in prison. In addition, a fine may be assessed not to exceed $10,000. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
An agreement has been reached in your case where you would be pleading guilty, placed on deferred or unadjudicated probation, which can be up to 10 years in length. Fined $1,000. There would be other terms and conditions of probation, which are normal and customary for this type of offense. Is that your understanding of the agreement?
Yes, sir.
If I follow this agreement, you have no right of appeal of your case. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
So how do you plead in this case to this allegation in this indictment? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Are you pleading guilty voluntarily and because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 1 in this case. Did you sign that document voluntarily? Did you understand it, discuss it with your attorney, or the contents all true and correct?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 1 is tendered into evidence in this case without objection.
Yes, sir.
Admitted. Among other things, this states you are mentally competent to enter your guilty plea. It's freely and voluntarily made. You know what you've been charged with. The indictment's been read to you. You've read it. You were guilty of the crime charged in any lesser included offenses. You were giving up your rights to a jury trial and the rights to the appearance, confrontation, cross-examination of witnesses. You're totally satisfied with the representation provided by your attorney. All of this is true, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 1 is made a part of the record for all purposes. Is a pre-sentence report way?
Yes, sir.
John.
All right. Mr. Birds, let me ask you something. Do you have trouble figuring out how you're supposed to act responsibly with other people? For example, the person you pledged your love to, your wife here. I'm asking you a question, sir. This is the second assault before me. Let's see, you choked her the first time that you were placed on probation. Thereafter, then you kick her now while you're on probation. is the love of your life simply reduced to a punching bag? Or do you have any sense of decency and respect to the commitment that you made when you married the lady? I'm talking to you. Don't act like you're in a stupor, because I'm going to decide whether you need to go to trial or not, which I'm thinking about letting a jury decide. And I can tell you what they do in this county. They don't put up with this. You don't, first of all, you don't strike other people, much less a lady that you pledge your love to. Is that too hard to understand? So what is the problem? You're back here again. What? Yeah. I've never done such a thing. I wouldn't even think of it. I wouldn't think a decent person would. But if you're going to fight somebody, why don't you fight a man? Or you think a girl is the kind of a lady you pledge your love to. They're the punching bag.
She's never been no punching bag.
Sir, you choked the lady one time and then you kicked her in the side the second time. You see anything wrong with that? We made a big deal about it by putting you on probation. In fact, you went from really a felony to a misdemeanor. You were charged with a felony here at the beginning. It was a third-degree felony. I'm worried about your attorney is asking to put you on probation. The last time we did that didn't turn out too well for his wife. What's the relationship y'all have now? Are you going back to live with her?
No, sir.
Okay. Or do y'all have a divorce or something?
We do currently have
Yes, sir.
one in motion.
The complainant's divorce attorney was present with her in the courtroom when this was all being signed earlier. The people I know, most of the people, the overwhelming percentage of the people in the world think the way I'm speaking. You don't mistreat another person, much less a lady, a woman. You know, pick on somebody like, who's got a fair fight, not a girl. We used to make jokes about people who would do that. That's just low. That's low. Pick on somebody else like a man if you've got a fight, which is irresponsible behavior in the first place. How long were y'all married?
We've been together almost 10.
How long were you married?
Since 2017.
And children? You have children?
We have children.
Yeah, that's good role modeling. I'm saying that facetiously. That's terrible role modeling. You think your children are going to act any differently than you? You're setting a bad example. Do you agree with me with this, or do you think I'm out of line in speaking this way?
No,
do you disagree with me, or do you agree with me what I'm saying about the principles of life that should be followed?
I agree with what you're saying.
Okay. So what are you going to do about it?
Change everything about the entire situation.
Yes, sir. All right. I'm going to find that there is sufficient evidence supporting your guilty plea to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, because you had pleaded guilty voluntarily, knowingly, intelligently, and because you were guilty. However, I'm going to follow this agreement, place you on deferred or unadjudicated probation for 10 years. You must pay a fine of $1,000. There will be terms and conditions of probation, which are normal and customary for this type of offense. And there will be, we will target what seems to be your problem that causes you to beat up on girls and others in generally. There will be a battery intervention and prevention program, which is normal and customary for this type of offense, and a parenting class you must complete, along with other terms and conditions of probation, which include having no contact with the victim of this offense, which I guess is going to be, you better be careful about this because you're going to be sharing the child, right?
That's the goal.
And there are going to be times when you're going to have to interact
with the victims.
They have a way of a third party intervener.
Yeah, you interact with them, I guess, through a third party. But no, that's, can you go on out? But what I'm worried about is half the population of the planet who happen to be women.
What you know?
Thank you, Ken.
Because this is, I see this from time to time. You're not the first person who's been before the court who has assaulted women. But it's absolutely not acceptable, and it's offensive, and it's illegal. But it also is has many other aspects to it. It's bad role modeling for the child, because children are going to emulate what their parents do, in spite of the fact that parents make foolish mistakes sometimes. And you don't want your child beating up on girls, do you? Okay. Thank you. Very sensitive about this, because you're supposed to, were you formally married? Was it a ceremonious marriage? Ceremony marriage?
In Mexico, yes, sir.
Okay, was it a priest or somebody?
It was, and he didn't speak English.
So you didn't even know what was said?
I did not.
Okay. But it was your choice to enter into a marriage in Mexico, knowing that
yes, sir,
sort of thing could happen. Well, nonetheless, you had to know that you made a pledge, a promise, and that was to treat her like someone you loved, and you didn't. You have to do better. If you fail on probation, here, your probation can be revoked. You can be found guilty and sentenced up to 10 years in prison. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
There was a joint recommendation for to 90 days up front. Jail time is a condition of probation.
How long has he been in jail?
Not sure.
How long?
I'm looking Jarvis.
I need to know that. How long have you been in jail? You know better than anybody.
About 4 weeks, but
okay.
I turned myself in a couple of times on this.
You get credit for all time you've served in accordance with this case.
With this last time, he was in there for 19 days.
I know, but what's the total amount he's credited for?
I had to turn myself in like 3 times. Stayed
21 days.
21 total?
Total.
Including this 19? They're only showing 21 days. Anyway, you've got that, and plus we got on the order, on the probation order. Let me see that.
Have this, Your Honor. They already should have took it.
Where'd you go?
I don't know.
Okay, was there an agreement that there would be a condition of, are y'all agreed on that? That
90 days was a joint recommendation.
Okay. As a condition of probation, sir, you must serve 90 days in the county jail. You understand?
Yes, sir.
And that will have to be done.
We had asked for it to be concurrent with the.
What do y'all say?
There was no objection, Mr. Ham. That was his case.
Okay, then it's done. And I'm not sure how they do the Class A misdemeanor time, but it shall run concurrently as requested. Anything? You understand what has happened today, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the sensitivity that we all have? We all have. I mean, we're all sharing this. You don't assault another person. Because if you assault people like this, who you pledged your love to, what would you do to someone you didn't know? And you didn't have a pledge of love for us. I mean, it's hard to fathom what extreme you could go to if you lose your composure and decide to assault somebody that you didn't pledge your love to. If you act this way to someone who you did say you cared for. I can't even imagine. So this is so beyond, again, contrary to the way I grew up, to what I believe in, and I think which is normal behavior. You don't harm others. Live honestly. Harm no one. Give each person respect. Those are the three principles of all law. We have these big old thick books that fall like this, but all three of those are in this. We could make it real short because all laws have one, two, or all three of those principles behind. But we like to print a lot of paper and be detailed, but they all conclude that, which you broke in this case, those three principles. Fix that. That is all. Please see the probation officer. Thank you.
Need a fingerprint real quick. Judge, are you giving him credit for the 21 days?
Yeah.
Okay. Over here real quick.
Okay, next, David Grove. We have something with this lady?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Come on up.
You got more now?
Jenna Horn.
Okay, we'll go over there. Ms. Horn, over here, please. I'm good. He has everything.
I had Larry Grace too. What was that?
Judge, you still have to address that.
What do you mean?
Right thumb. Yeah. Like what?
Judge, there was a meeting that was held with my permission between the.
What are you asking for today? I just got to get it.
I just need to talk to Mr. Laird about the conversation he had with the.
Okay, what do you want to do with this case though today? Reset it?
Well, Judge, I think we had about 2 minutes.
Sir, I've got a jury outside that's 40 minutes late in
Yes, sir.
the trial.
Then Judge reset it. No, I'll wait until the judge wants me to, or.
Yeah, we can do it at lunchtime or something, but.
Yes, sir, whatever the court
Let's
wants
take care
to do.
of Jenna.
But I need to speak with Mr. Laird and he's
All right.
trial.
All right, and here's that file, Larry Grace. 25 CR, I don't know, maybe, it's a maybe. Okay, 25 CR 289 is called Jenna Horn. That's you with Mr. Grove, your attorney? All right, does the defendant waive a formal reading of the indictment and arraignment? Here can we proceed in summary?
Yes, sir.
In summary, this indictment alleges that on or about January 31st of this year, 2025, in Jefferson County, Texas, you committed the third-degree felony of assault of a public servant. Do you understand what you're charged with? If convicted, you face no less than 2, no more than 10 years confinement in prison, and a fine up to $10,000 can be assessed. Do you understand? Yeah. An agreement's been reached in your case that you would be pleading guilty and whatever sentence, this is a cap.
Yes, sir.
Whatever sentence shall not exceed a cap of 5 years in prison. So you're looking at no less than 2, no more than 5 years in prison. Regular probation up to 10 years could be assessed, as well as deferred adjudication or unadjudicated probation is also a possibility. What we would do is get a pre-sentence report, come back later for sentencing. Do you understand? If I follow this agreement, you have no right of appeal. Do you understand? That's a yes or no, man. You have no right of appeal if I follow this agreement. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
How do you plead to this, guilty or not guilty?
Yeah.
Are you pleading guilty voluntarily and because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
I show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 1 here. Did you sign this document? Did you understand it? Discuss it with your attorney, or the contents all true and correct?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 1 is tendered into evidence.
No objection.
Without objection, it's permitted. Among other things, the state you are mentally competent to enter your guilty plea. It's freely and voluntarily made. You know what you've been charged with. The indictment's been judged here. You read it. You are guilty of the crime charged and any lesser included offenses, and you are giving up your rights to a jury trial and the rights to the appearance, confrontation, cross-examination of witnesses, and you're totally satisfied with the representation provided by your lawyer. All true, so help you God. State's Exhibit 1 made a part of the record for all purposes. Without objection?
No objection.
All right, we're going to recess this, come back in a few weeks. A pre-sentence report will be prepared, and then we will take up the hearing on sentencing. Do you understand what has happened today, man? Yeah, for a few weeks. They're going to talk to you. We're going to do a pre-sentence report, come back, everybody will be heard, and then I will have an educated decision, and that's, everybody will have a chance to be heard, and then I'll make the decision, okay? Thank you. Please see that lady. Bye-bye. All right, battery's running low. All righty, here we go. Let's get ready for trial. Thank you. Here's Jared Miles. Hold that one. See which row one. Okay, let's get ready.
No, Marcus Miles, he was the long one, sure.
We now recall cause number 23 CR 1222, the state of Texas versus Jeremy Dixon. The defendant is present with his attorney and the state's attorneys. We ready to go? Attorneys?
Yes.
Ready? All right.
We have, a few things to take up outside.
All right, let's get going. We're only a day and a half behind.
Yeah. Because I think
Go ahead.
we've resolved everything. I'll be recalling Ms. Charles at some point.
Okay.
We've resolved. Well, we have to have the hearing.
Well, for what?
For the motion to suppress.
For the detective, for the statement of defendant. And we've already, for the record, shown the court outside the presence of the jury that interview. And I think the court has developed a decision and ready to make findings on that.
Yeah, okay. Do you want to put on any additional evidence?
Just basically, I guess.
Tell the jury we're going to need a little more time and thank them for their patience. Please, Dennis, thank you. Go ahead.
I know which way the court's leaning. I'm just reiterating, Your Honor, that when Ms. Wilson questioned Mr. Dixon and asked him if he waived his rights, he said no. And her interview should have stopped then. But she continued to say, we're not here to talk about your warrant. We want to talk about the events tonight. And then he agreed. I understand her tactic. She is doing her job. She's trying to glean information from a witness or a person that was there, but he waived his rights. He did not waive his rights. Let me repeat that. He did not waive his rights. He said no and shook his head on the attorney and Medicaid.
I understand your point. I understand. Let me get.
She went on and
My notes went. Oh, my yes. Probably right back.
What happened?
No. Nothing's impacting you next week, so.
I'm down, Jimmy.
All right. Somebody call that.
Mike's the one who put this on you. He said it at the beginning of the week. You just need to take long enough to make sure that Jimmy's.
Are you not Larry Grace?
Do you hear what I offered you?
Okay, I'll tell you.
But we can have a class A assault, 1 year county jail, Or he can take deferred probation and walk out the door with the probation continues. But the first, he just kind of, you get that. And he's looking at this, this fast. Carolyn was his mom. And then he's still, she's still in the she's the only one. Okay, so quick comment to the next 9 inch pay. And she can be played. Yes. I know, that's okay.
The arms of.
Right, but you credit till 3 days, but he'll still have to do whatever he's got to do.
All those times.
Yeah, he'll do whatever time is in there.
Oh.
So you made.
Oh, he said, thing here, so that's the took the.
Yeah.
Smart, that's what you it's for a child. He what.
But he also needs to know that if he comes back and does anything, that it's gonna be a horrible thing.
All right, anybody else want to add anything?
That's it.
All right, in this case, does everybody agree?
Just there is one thing, I want to give you this so you have. So you know exactly what number exhibits we're referring to. So I'm going to introduce the exhibit to the jury as states 154. However, I have agreed to redact the portion of that video that refers to the warrant for aggravated assault for what the jury will view. So I'm going to tender to the court 154A, which is an unredacted version of that interview that I will ask to make a court accept.
Any objection?
No.
It's made a part of the record for all purposes. And
I'm sorry, Your Honor, no objection, I just stand by my previous.
it's put into the record.
Yeah.
And that doesn't have anything to do with you withdrawing or changing your position. All right. In this matter, the defense contends that the defendant's statement made to the officer in this particular situation was not voluntarily made. And that the defense contends that he's responded negatively when the officer was interrogating or questioning the defendant as to whether he wanted to make a statement or not. And this all boils around one of those situations where when the defendant said no in response to the question of the officer, the defendant's position from his attorney is when he said no, that was it, period, negative, and it should all end. Well, that is not necessarily true. And it, as all situations, is circumstance based. If you want to take the position, once you say no, then you can't change your mind. I guess someone who whose lungs have failed and is asked, do you want oxygen? And they say no, and they go, no, this is oxygen that will help your lungs. Oh yeah, of course. Then once you say no, then that's it, end of ball game. No, anyone can change their mind. Anyone can change their mind. The question, the issue is the defendant making his statements knowingly and intelligently? And it's obvious when he said
no, and then changed his mind immediately. It was after the police officer said, I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about the other thing. And that's when he responded affirmatively, understanding and knowing what she was talking about. It was obvious from the circumstance that he was confused as to which situation she was mentioning. And you can't say it's a gotcha. Once you say no, no means no forever. No means no if it's intelligently made and the understanding of the speaker is correct and is intelligent. And when he said no, it was obvious that he was thinking about another situation when the officer immediately explained, I'm not talking about this situation, I'm talking about the other situation. And then he responded, okay, yes. That's when his educated and intelligent decision was made. So the court is going to allow the statement. Under Article 38.22, statements may be used in situations where someone has been arrested and is being interrogated. It's two parts to this, and that's why each part of that two-word dynamic has to be figured out and determined by a fact finder and the person who's making the findings, this court. And it all boils down to two words: custodial interrogation. Was the defendant in custody, and was he being interrogated? And when such is the circumstance, Article 38.22 states that statements made by accused, especially written statements, cannot be made and allowed unless the defendant is warned thoroughly based upon the warnings provided under Article 15.12 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure. That is, that he has a right to remain silent and not make any statement at all. Any statement he makes may be used against him at his trial. Any statement he makes may be used as evidence against him in court. And he has the right to have an attorney present to advise him prior to and during any questioning. If he's unable to employ an attorney can be appointed to advise him prior to and during any questioning. He has the right to terminate the interview at any time. And the statute goes on to state that prior to and during the making of a statement under those circumstances where the defendant is in custodial interrogation, then he can knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waive the rights that are set out in the warnings. And it is clear in the exhibit called Courts Exhibit 154A that is part of the record for this hearing in this case, that when the officer was speaking to him about events on two separate occasions, and when she was asked if he wanted to talk to her, she said, I'm not talking about event B, I'm talking about event A. I'm just, those aren't the exact words, but the two different events. He understood then what she was talking about, because we were talking about two different events, and anyone in his position would have said, are we talking about words to the effect, what are you asking me about? Both events, one event, or none? And his response was uncertainty and a no. And she goes, I'm not talking about event A, I'm talking about event B. Thus, at that point, he understood what she was talking about, and he readily answered, "I'll talk to you about B, but not A." Words to that effect. It's clear in the record. So the court finds that the defendant, based upon Article 3822 and Article 15.17, voluntarily, knowingly, intelligently waived his rights to answer questions, and voluntarily, without duress, answered questions propounded to him by the officer. Those statements are admissible under law, and your objection is overruled. Okay, let's go. Bring the jury in. Thank you. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. We've had to take up some matters that were necessary to be taken up before we could bring you in. That is completed. We are ready to proceed, and the state may go forward, please. Thank you.
Call Crystal Thomas.
Come forward, please. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Please have a seat. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for being here, I think, 3 days in a row, waiting on us. Tell us your name.
My name is Crystal Thomas.
I'll tell you what.
Just so you don't have to, feel like you're just speaking louder than normal, as close as you get to that, you can talk in normal voice, okay?
Crystal, who is Raymond Whittington to you?
That was my couple of husband.
Okay. Y'all have kids together, right?
Correct.
More than one kid? One kid? Okay. Is it a boy or a girl?
A boy.
How old is he?
He's 9.
Okay. So he's in elementary school right now.
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you and Raymond Whittington kind of been knowing each other?
I guess it started living.
Okay, so y'all on and off, is that fair to say?
Correct.
There was times where y'all were separated, and then times where y'all were in long-term relationship, right?
Correct.
And then I guess around the time that he passed away, were y'all considered common law married?
Did you get me?
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Do you remember that night that Raymond was killed?
Yes.
I'm gonna kind of get to that night, so we don't spend a lot of time today on all the extra stuff, if that's okay. Tell me a little bit about that night before y'all got to the Shell station. Where do you remember where y'all went or where y'all were at?
We went to 409.
Okay, is that I've talked to some other witnesses about a couple of clubs that were in the area. End Zone, right, was one of them. There's also an area called the Shack where a lot of people hang out and drink.
Yes.
And then 409, is that another one that's in this general area that
409 is by Walmart.
I see. So it's a little farther away, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Even people who are other places farther away at night, a lot of the folks that live in this area still kind of end up back in this general area, right, where the S&S grocery store or the Shell station is.
Yes.
It is a pretty common place to congregate, after 2 a.m. on a Saturday night.
Yes.
I guess for the young people or younger people. Do you remember what time? Well, first of all, were you and Raymond together at each location y'all went to that night? Okay, so you were with him the whole night.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember? What time roughly y'all got to the Shell station or the S&S grocery?
I'm not sure the exact time.
Well, let me ask you this: when y'all were at the other place, did you close it down? Meaning it was after 2 a.m. before you left, or 2 a.m. So y'all left before it closed.
Before it closed.
Okay. Did you leave after midnight?
Yes.
Okay, so is it fair to say maybe a rough estimate would have been you left that other place sometime after midnight, but before 2 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay, so how long do you think y'all had been at the Shell station before
Maybe a couple hours.
before you encountered Jeremy Dixon?
Correct.
Okay. Who all else was there with y'all, I guess, in y'all's group that you remember?
It was Isaiah Charles.
Okay.
Bartley's. It was Chucky.
And Chucky's like a cousin or something like that?
Yes.
Is what's Chucky's real name?
I don't know right now.
Okay.
It was about before. It was. It was a lot of people around.
Okay. Y'all had a pretty big group of friends that would usually end up there?
They was already out there.
Okay. Now, have you seen any of the security video from the grocery store from that night?
I seen somebody had a video coming around, but I didn't want to really just see
Was that video kind of the very last part where Raymond gets shot?
Yes.
Have you seen any security video from before all that when y'all were just out in the parking lot? Okay, you mind if I show you some of that right now?
No.
Okay. watching State's Exhibit 1. This is the front side of the grocery store, right? Or the shelving? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, right by the washateria is the kind of the side this camera's looking from, right? Now, up here in this corner, do you see kind of you, or do you see some of the people that you were with that night?
Yes, no mistake, I'm sitting on my foot without saving.
Okay, so it's a little blurry, isn't it, when you zoom in? Maybe zoom out just a little bit, make it clear.
Yes. Like if I take with the white shirt.
That's Octavia right there?
No, I think I'm trying to have to be able to see them.
And if you do need to get closer,
I was sitting on the moon.
okay. You remember sitting on the hood with Octavia?
Yeah.
Okay. And that car right there, is that your car?
Yes.
It was yours and Raymond's?
Yes.
If we back up a little bit. Okay. You still see you and Octavia kind of sitting on that hood there at about the 4 a.m. 10-minute mark?
Yes, we was sitting on the moon.
Is that you right there?
Actually.
Okay. So because Octavia had on all white, didn't you? And you had kind of like darker clothes on?
I don't like short. I just don't really show like sitting out.
Okay. But you do remember sitting next to Octavia?
Yeah, I was really talking about really far.
And were you sitting on that hood with Octavia when Jeremy Dixon walked across the parking lot and came over towards you?
Yes.
Do you know who I'm talking about when I say Jeremy Dixon?
Yes.
Do you see Jeremy Dixon here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you tell me something that he's wearing?
Right.
Is he does he have his a different color pant than his suit top, or is it the same color?
Yes.
And is he right here to my right?
Yes.
Will the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant?
There are two people to your right.
But only one has a different color pant.
Just any objection to the record showing that the witness has identified the defendant in this case?
No.
It's done. It's so show. Go ahead.
Now, Crystal, did you see Jeremy Dixon come across the parking lot towards y'all and towards your group?
Yes.
Did you know Jeremy Dixon before this?
No.
Did you know of him or just generally who he was?
I didn't really just know him.
Okay. When he came across the parking lot, do you recall what Jeremy Dixon, one of the first things he did or said to y'all when he got over there?
Well, he came, right reason. They shook hands. And then he came to Raymond. And he was hitting me with shit, so I asked him, was he okay? Like, was you good? You good? Like, you know, trying to see me, I guess he was drunk or whatever, I don't know.
Okay, so he shook hands with Raymond's brother, Jordan.
Correct.
And then he came up to Jordan and was kind of talking to him and seemed like he might have been just checking on him or something.
I mean, I can't recall. Like, he was just in his case, like, what he's like to Raymond.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Hold on. The record is showing, so that the jury is not confused. Your question was, so he shook hands with Raymond's brother, Jordan. Answer correct. And then he came up to Jordan and was kind of talking to him.
Yeah, she asked me to clarify, basically.
Go ahead.
So I'm going to now. After he shook hands with Jordan, he came up to Raymond, right?
Mm-hmm.
And was he kind of, he didn't necessarily shake hands with Raymond, did he?
No.
Did he kind of come up to Raymond and just was acting like he was checking on him to see if he was good?
I mean, no, he was like he maybe was trying to punk him. So I don't know, like, because he was like,
Did it just seem off to you, the interaction?
correct, because I never seen him before, and I've been with this man 12 years. I never seen him.
Okay, so you've been with Raymond, a long time, and
Yes.
you'd never seen him with Jeremy Dixon before.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess, did that interaction, when Jeremy Dixon came up to Raymond, did it seem like it might be a little contentious?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you remember happening next?
Like, he was like Raymond. He was like, you trying to punk me, or you trying to punk me in front of everybody? And I remember him saying that he was just right there. And who walked away? He walked away, and he kept on trying to talk to him.
Help us understand who he is.
Jeremy
Thank you.
kept on trying to talk to him, and when he kept on coming with Jeremy kept on coming over there, I kept right standing by food in the car. I was like, get away from my car. You don't want to be bothered with, because I know, like, you was going to eventually become a fight, regardless.
You could just tell that this was escalating.
It was too many people around to make somebody feel like they play in front of other people.
Okay.
I missed that.
Can you repeat your answer, please, ma'am? Thank you.
Okay, there's so many people around for somebody to come hit, for anyone to come hit on somebody in front of everybody and them not feel played.
Okay. And so did you at some point were you trying to, I guess, encourage Jeremy Dixon to leave?
Yes, I said, get away from my car. Get away from my car. I don't want to be bothered.
Was Octavia doing that too?
Yes.
Were more than just you and Octavia trying to tell him to go? Did Raymond tell him to go?
Yes, before he expired, so it would be a problem.
And were there times where Jeremy Dixon did kind of walk away a little bit, but then come back or turn around and start talking back towards y'all again?
Jeremy Dixon, he scooted back a little bit, and Jeremy was just saying, like, I ain't worried about him fighting on me. Like, he's Nathan, he fight on me hard, like, he was basically saying they was kin or something, but I had never seen them. He was like, I didn't know them that grew up with somebody, but I'd never seen him around us. Yeah.
So he acted like he was some sort of cousin with Raymond. And did Jeremy Dixon seem to not care if
He Raymond fought.
yeah, if him and Raymond fight?
He didn't.
Okay. And at some point, do you recall this little group right here? Raymond basically hitting Jeremy. And I'll play it forward here in just a second. We're in State's Exhibit 1 again, for the record. See that? Is that Raymond hitting Jeremy? And is that Jordan hitting Jeremy too?
No, so.
Now, right here though, is Raymond watch what Raymond does here. My question is he hitting Jeremy or is he starting to push him away? Right after this. Started like kind of right around in here. Did that happen several times where they kind of stopped fighting and Raymond pushed him away?
Correct. He was telling him to just go on about your business.
Okay. Also, did you kind of go a little bit over to the storefront here at some point when they first started fighting, or are you still close by?
Yes, we have to in the around car.
Right over here somewhere, or right over here?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you try and call the police at any time?
I did call the police.
You called them when they were fighting, right?
When they was fighting, I tried to get them to come and clear out the people, like clear out everybody. Every time I be around a fight, I always call the police. I go by myself to call the police, like to clear it out.
And when you did call the police, they were you kind of right next to everybody that was fighting at the time?
Yes, I went to the streetway.
Okay.
And I called the police.
And when you talked to the police, you called 911 dispatch, right?
Yes.
Were they trying to ask you where you were located at?
I told them I was located at.
You said the Shell station, right?
Correct.
But they asked you they were trying to understand what Shell station. You remember that?
I told them I was on Concord.
Okay.
The police officer, I think the police officer came through the parking lot. They just left. They didn't stop it.
Okay. Would it potentially they have come through the parking lot when Raymond and Jeremy were not physically fighting?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Raymond, he takes his shirt off at some point. He doesn't have a shirt on.
Yeah, his shirt off.
Okay. This happens kind of for a little bit longer, doesn't it? And then eventually, it kind of moves over to the side, to the I guess the right little lot next to the station or the washateria. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you go over there when Raymond and Jeremy went to the lot next to the washateria?
I think I went Pete and was telling them like to get them to stop, and then I left
Okay.
and moved back towards the car.
Okay, so were you more in like that alleyway or kind of in that general area, just closer to Concord when they went over to the side lot?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. When you were over, when you did peek over there to see what was going on, were Raymond and Jeremy fighting?
Yes.
Did you see anybody with a gun over in that side lot when you peeked over there?
No.
Okay. Did Raymond have a gun?
No.
Did Jordan have a gun?
No.
Did you know Jeremy Dixon had a gun?
No. He couldn't have a gun when they at that time. Cause when they was fighting at the car, his shirt was raised up, and they was I was trying to break her out, like, y'all get my car up, y'all get my car up, get away from my car, get away from my car. And I was telling it to both of them.
Okay. And is it fair to say you don't know whether he had a gun in his pockets though, do you?
I mean, it was in his pockets.
Okay.
Cause I always be watching my surroundings and everything, because I already got shot twice, so.
Yes, ma'am.
That's why I call the police every time I see people like.
And just to be fair too, you when you saw Raymond on the ground, you went and took your shirt off and applied pressure to try and stop the bleeding, right?
Correct.
Is that why we see you kind of in a bra on
Correct.
in the police body cam after that?
Correct.
Okay. But is it also fair that you don't know for absolute certainty whether Jeremy Dixon did or didn't have a gun there, did you?
I mean, I feel like it was no way possible. When they was fighting, maybe would have came out.
Okay.
And most people have it in their waist.
Okay. And I don't want you to guess or say something that you don't remember. I want you to tell us the truth. So if that's what you remember, then that's what you remember, okay? Now, at some point, how long were Jeremy and Raymond over in that side parking lot when they went over there and continued fighting?
It wasn't long.
And is it fair to say several people kind of went over there and were looking? Was there anyone else fighting with Raymond over there, fighting Jeremy over there?
I know G pulled up, but I don't remember when G pulled up.
Okay. And when G, we're talking about Gregory Carrington? Okay. Now, after that fight was over, did everybody start to kind of come back into the parking lot of the washateria? Were some of the last two people to come back into that parking lot at the washateria, was that Jeremy Dixon and Raymond?
I don't know if there was I don't know.
Okay. When Jeremy Dixon and Raymond did come back into that parking lot, do you remember anything about Raymond asking where Jeremy's cell phone was?
No.
Okay. Do you remember whether or not they were, Jeremy and Raymond, if they were talking about the fight being over and everybody moving on, going on?
It was supposed to be over.
Was that kind of the vibe in that moment?
Yes, because I was like, it's time to go home.
I think that, do you know who Dorian Price is?
No.
There was another man that came.
Well, I seen him trying to help people, but I don't know.
Okay. he testified earlier that he left and was leaving around that same time. Were you and Raymond also talking about it's time to go?
Yes.
Okay. So did you at some point start to kind of make your way around to the front side of the washateria and not necessarily in that alley where Raymond was shot?
Yes, I was in my car. I was in my car, and I think I walked back and forth, and then I think it was already in the store.
Were you and Octavia usually pretty close in proximity to each other in that parking lot? Like y'all were nearby usually.
Yes.
So did you only hear the shots fired, or did you see the shots fired?
It's like I was on the side. I didn't really just see it, but I did hear it, and I see everybody. I see people running.
Did you know immediately that it was Jeremy and Raymond that were involved in that shooting?
Yes.
As you were walking, kind of leaving, going back towards your car, could you hear them still arguing or talking in any way?
Yes. Who's right in front of the DV? Like these people, I seen them going their way, and I seen them going their way.
You saw him walk towards Jeremy.
Like walk towards the side of the wash theater.
And when he did that, did Pooh or Raymond go out of your sight?
Yes.
Okay. And then was it sometime not very long after that at all that you heard those shots?
Yes.
When you heard the shots, did you first kind of take cover?
I was already by the car.
Okay.
So I see people running, and I see everybody running, but I ain't see people.
Okay. And were you one of the first people to come around that corner and see Raymond on the ground?
Yes.
And what did you do when you saw him?
I took my shirt off and started applying pressure to his wounds.
And were you there with him until the police arrived?
Yes.
Crystal, I just want to ask you one last question, okay? That night, did Raymond have a gun?
Oh.
Did he have a weapon, knife? This man may have some questions for you. Can you promise to answer his questions and be honest with him as well?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions?
Okay. Ms. Thomas, I met you the other day. My name is Joel Vasquez. I represent Mr. Dixon. I have some questions. I'm sorry about all this, and please don't think any of my questions are personal or disrespectful. That's not done in this court ever. Did all this fight start? I'm going to refer to everybody as Raymond and Jeremy and Jordan, if that's all right. Did all this start because Raymond wanted Jeremy to contact a man named Damian Stewart?
No.
Do you know who Damian Stewart is?
Yes.
Do you know if Raymond wanted Jeremy to contact Stewart because he wanted to fight him?
No.
He had nothing against him?
No. It's his kid.
Have you ever had a relationship with Damian Stewart? I'm sorry for the personal question.
No.
And Raymond didn't want to fight Damian
No.
Stewart over you?
No.
Anything else?
No, sir.
You are excused, ma'am. Thank you. Next, please.
Jordan Whittington. John.
I'm going to be using that video.
Yes.
Here on this. Okay. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Yes, sir. Please have a seat. Thank you. And please turn the microphone right towards your voice. Thank you very much. You're with us.
Morning, Jordan. Good morning. Tell us your name and who Raymond Whittington is to you.
Jordan Whittington, Raymond was my brother.
Okay. Now, you and Raymond, y'all grew up in Beaumont, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you living in somewhere else other than Beaumont now?
I'm telling you about.
Okay. And are you, do you work out there? You do anything?
I don't know.
Okay. Octavia Charles, is that, you have a kid with her, right?
I have 4 kids.
Okay, 4 kids with her. Does she live with you still, or is she out there? Okay. She's here with the kids?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, I know you know why you're here and what we're here to talk about. And I want to ask you some questions about what happened on August 6th, 2023. You remember that is the day that your brother was killed?
Yes, sir.
What I'd like to start with is kind of go back and ask what you remember about before you came to the Shell station that night. Where you were at, things like that.
It was up the end zone down the street from the Shell station.
Okay. And was that you and some other friends or who?
That was with my brother, his girlfriend.
Okay. And was there also, did y'all also go to a place called 409 or 409 or something like that?
I would have known because I was just drinking and I wouldn't know those.
Okay. You, is it fair to say you were pretty intoxicated by about 2, 3 a.m. in the morning? And that, at some point in that night, do you remember you, Raymond, and his girlfriend, all of y'all ending up at the Shell station?
Yes, sir.
Now that Shell station, it could be a pretty dangerous place, can't it?
Yes, sometimes.
In fact, 5 years before this, weren't you shot there?
I was shot at the home store next to it.
I see. Okay. Is that the Honey Stop? Is that where Greg Carrington was murdered about a year ago?
Yes, sir.
So this particular night, at some point, Octavia comes to the SNS grocery, right?
Yes.
And that's the same as the Shell station. I kind of use them both as the same thing, right? Is that fair? Okay. Was Octavia coming to get her car or something like that?
Yeah, I had a point.
Okay. And would it be fair to say this is probably 2, 3 in the morning, sometime around there, or even later? Had you seen Jeremy Dixon up until 4 a.m. when or a little after 4 when Raymond was shot? Had you seen Jeremy Dixon that night at the SNS grocery?
He came up to the car. We was.
Okay, so outside of that time where he came up to the car where y'all were at, before then, had you seen him at all?
Sure.
Okay. And do you know who I'm talking about when I say Jeremy Dixon?
Yeah.
Do you see Jeremy Dixon here in the courtroom?
He's sitting right next to me.
Next to his attorney?
Yes.
And is his back facing you?
Yes, sir.
Will the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
Yes, it will. And the defendant needs to be seated over there unless he needs to be looking at the video. But he's the only person in this room who's seated differently, and that's awkward on the record.
Yes.
Thank you.
My fault.
That's okay. Go ahead.
At some point, Jeremy Dixon comes across the parking lot to where you, Raymond, Crystal, Octavia, and other people are sitting around Raymond's car.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what Jeremy Dixon said or did when he first walked up to y'all?
He tried to shake my hand. I shook his hand, and he tried to go shake my brother hand, but my brother was already mad at me for some reason.
Okay. Now, had you known Jeremy Dixon before this?
Yeah, we went to school together and so he was around the neighborhood.
Like back when there was a time when you and your brother were at Central and he was at Central too?
Yes, sir.
Had you really seen him much since I guess y'all got out of school?
Yeah, we seen him around.
Just floating around sometimes at night or at the grocery store or whatever.
Yeah.
Were y'all really in the same like friend circle or anything like that?
Say that. You know a lot of the same people.
I guess, did y'all like hang out all the time? Were y'all good buddies that, were spending time together, you, Raymond, and Jeremy?
You didn't have a good hang out.
Okay. But you'd see him around and he was from the neighborhood and you knew him.
Yes, sir.
So would it be unusual that he might, even come say what's up to you or shake your hand or say hello? Okay. So when he came and shook your hand, was there any animosity there?
Shook his hand.
Okay. Now, when he went to go say hello to Raymond, did you notice some animosity?
That's what my brother go like this. He want to shake his hand.
And did you notice Jeremy kind of, I guess, like either patting him or touching him in kind of some unusual way that kind of looked like it was being aggressive?
That's what I noticed.
Okay. Was when he went to go say hello to Raymond, were you farther away from where like a Crystal and Octavia were sitting on the front of their car?
Okay. Like to the front of your boat.
Yeah. So he walked a little bit of a few feet to where a Crystal, Octavia, and Raymond were.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So did things start to get contentious between Raymond and Jeremy right away, or did What do you remember about that?
Cause he said, shake your hand, you know what you done, like they was already, they like each other or something.
Okay. And so what did Germany say or do in response to that?
They just kept talking to each other. I was over there outside, messing around, like, do it play, so.
Okay. Now, did Raymond seem like he was starting to get agitated and didn't want Jeremy to keep talking to him? Did you ever hear Raymond say, go on or, walk off or anything like that?
He just kept like pushing his hand back and walking away from him.
Raymond would push and walk away from Jeremy?
And cause they, I guess, my family and stuff, like basically, and then it was each other's family.
Now, are y'all, are.
Sorry, I missed that part. That last response,
What are you asking for? You missed it, but what are you asking for?
just what the witness response.
Could you repeat your answer, please, sir? Thank you.
Do you remember your answer?
I was like, they was like, basically trying to say like there was family, but making an argument over he got his family and stuff like that.
Yeah. Now, were y'all really cousins with Jeremy?
I know we kind of came to his brother, but not him.
Okay, so I guess in some weird way, there's like some affiliation, familial affiliation there, but y'all aren't really like, cousins or like, first cousins or something like that. Okay. At some point, did you notice Raymond actually kind of went to the other side of his car and kind of sat down and just chilled for a minute?
Walk away from him.
What was that something that Raymond would do if he was starting to, get angry or?
He can walk away.
Like when you and Raymond were little and y'all would, fight and stuff like that, would he, if he was getting angry and not just like playing around, would he walk away and go sit somewhere?
He'd be mad and then go walk off on the next.
Okay. So had you seen him do something like that before as kind of a way to, not get angry at something?
Trying to calm down.
Okay. And Jordan, are you the older brother or was Raymond the older brother? Okay. Now, Jordan, do you see?
Hold on.
Like Jeremy Dixon right there?
Hold on. For the record, what are you referring to? If somebody had to read this, they wouldn't know what you were referring to. Go ahead, please.
We are still on States Exhibit 1 and we are on the front forward facing camera 4.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Does that look like Jeremy Dixon right there, Jordan?
Yeah, they kind of do. That's what he was wearing.
Okay, is that what he was wearing? And then that kind of looked like Octavia and a Crystal right there.
Yes, sir.
And then is that maybe you over there without the shirt on?
Yeah, I ain't up, so my shirt was on my shoulder.
And your brother, did he have a white shirt and blue jeans on?
Yeah.
And he had some like light colored tan boots?
Timberlands.
Okay, they were Timberlands?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So is that your brother right there with you at that car?
Yes.
Are you noticing your brother's kind of getting more and more agitated?
So,
Is Jeremy still just talking to him, like trying to like talk to him about what they're mad about?
yeah, that's what we were doing the whole time.
And Jeremy, and then Raymond hits it, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's.
Now, when Raymond hits him, you join in, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why did you join in?
That's my brother, that's my little brother, and he plays with him, my brother. So, that's my brother, Raymond is my brother, so I'm not gonna let another bigger dude get up, jump on the men's player.
Jeremy was a lot bigger than Raymond, wasn't he? You didn't even know what they were fighting about.
So,
Is that kind of how? If your brother were ever in some sort of altercation and you thought he needed your help, would you help him no matter what?
I would.
Even if he was in the wrong?
I asked him about it now, but right now, he's he about to have a fight with somebody, so I'm gonna be there. No matter what.
Do you understand that you and your brother basically committed a misdemeanor assault by doing that, right? Now, does that mean that your brother deserved to get shot? We're playing more of State's Exhibit 1 now. And let me ask you this, Jordan. Was Jeremy Dixon fighting back too?
Yeah, that's it.
Did he get some hits on you and Raymond?
Yes, sir. He was swinging back, playing the song. When my brother was swinging at him, he started swinging back.
And when Raymond swung at Jeremy and hit him the first time, did Jeremy Dixon actually push him into that car that you were right next to?
Yeah, they started wrestling.
Okay. Now, right there, did he just push Jeremy away?
Yeah.
At this point, what is Raymond saying to Jeremy?
Not sure they were mad at each other.
But are they trying to continue this fight, the words they're saying, or is Raymond telling him to move on, go on?
I'm not sure.
Is Raymond walking away?
Yeah, you like them.
And he took his shirt off?
Yes, sir.
Did you say anything to Jeremy?
No, not after the. I shook his hand. It was a long time I talked to him.
You didn't really have any hard feelings for him or against him from all this, just from this fight, did you?
Oh, no.
So is that Raymond over at the car next to him?
Yeah.
And is that Greg Carrington that just walked up to him? In the flip flops?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now is Greg Carrington and Jeremy getting into it? I'll back up for you. You see Greg Carrington walking over?
Yes, sir.
And is that Jeremy Dixon right over there?
Yes, sir.
And that's you, right, with Jeremy Dixon?
Yes, sir.
And does him and Jeremy and Greg start getting into it as well?
Thanks, so.
You see him back here? Is that Jeremy Dixon right there?
Yes, sir. Wish I could.
Are people telling him to walk on at this point? Go away.
Yeah, that's what everybody kept telling him. Just leave, just leave.
And was that not just like you and Raymond? Was it Octavia and Crystal and a lot of the girls that were there too?
Yes, sir. It was all everybody else like kept telling him to leave.
Is that Jeremy over here?
Yes, yes.
And is he still kind of talking back in the direction of Raymond, you, and everyone else that was by this car?
Yes, sir.
And does he stop at this tree right here and then start to kind of come back towards y'all?
And I'm still talking.
Were people still telling him to move on, go?
The whole time, because they kept saying the same stuff. I was going over.
When you say they, you mean Jeremy and Raymond, they kept arguing the same thing back and forth to each other?
Yes, sir.
Was that Raymond hitting him again?
Yes, sir.
Or is that Raymond kind of pushing him back too?
Yeah.
Is he telling him when he's doing that to go away?
I don't know what they were saying. I was too far back.
Okay. Where were you physically at in that parking lot when Raymond got shot?
I was like at the edge of the driveway going back to the car.
Headed back to this red car?
Yes, sir.
Was a Crystal kind of walking towards the car with you in that general area?
Like I heard the gunshot and I moved back and my brother was on the ground.
Okay. So could you still see at an angle, could you still see about where your brother was as you were walking, or could you not see your brother at all?
No, my back was turned. I was walking like away from him.
If you turned though and looked back at your brother, could you have seen roughly where he was, or was he around the corner?
No, I could see where he was.
Okay. before he got shot, right off the screen into the next video, that everybody kind of went over, or not everybody, but a lot of people went over to that little side lot, right? Did everybody right after this spot in the video, we see them kind of Raymond and Jeremy walking to the right. And eventually they go over to that little side lot right next to the washateria, don't they?
Yes, sir.
What happens over there?
It's like five.
Did you go over there to that side lot?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Greg Carrington go over to that side lot?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who Dorian Price is?
Yeah, I know him. I seen him yesterday, but I ain't know if it's Jordan Price. I know him as Big Boy.
Big Boy? Okay. Did you see Big Boy go over to that side lot?
Yes, sir. Basically, everybody that was walking there, they came.
Okay. Was it just Raymond and Jeremy that fought over in that side lot, or did you fight Jeremy too? A lot of people fighting Jeremy?
Yeah, it was around.
Was everybody fighting Jeremy?
I think I know. I'm not sure.
Were other people fighting other people?
Nah, I just seen they want to fight right there.
Okay. And I guess what I'm saying is, when you went to that side lot, did Raymond hit Jeremy Dixon and fight with him?
Yeah, it was fight.
Did you hit Jeremy Dixon and fight with him over there?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Did you see anyone else hit Jeremy Dixon or fight with him over there?
Not that I just remember a whole bunch of people just coming at me.
Were most of the people that walked over there just looking?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Was Raymond still, even over in that side parking lot, or that side lot, was he telling Jeremy Dixon to go away?
Yeah, they kept walking away and then they did eventually just started fighting.
Every time Jeremy Dixon would walk away, did it seem like he came back?
He trying to, I guess, explain himself or something. And he just kept coming back to him.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody kept telling him to walk away.
When were they over there for that long in that side parking lot or that side lot?
I think so.
Was it more than just a couple minutes?
Yeah, it was more than a couple minutes.
When they walked back, did Raymond kind of walk towards the corner of the washateria, like on that front side facing Concord?
Well, I don't know. You know, yeah, I'm sorry, and my brother was right something about.
When you got up and you were walking, did you believe that the fight was over?
Yes, sir.
Were you walking back towards the car because you intended to go home?
Sorry.
Tired. It was late and you were out way too late. Did you hear Raymond and Jeremy start to talk or argue again?
Everybody just walked over. So I ruled out the fight was over.
Okay. Did it appear to you that Raymond believed that the fight was done and he was working towards going home too?
Yeah, because we usually follow me, like we just walk out. That's how I thought he was right behind me.
Okay. So you didn't see when Jeremy Dixon pulled the gun and shot him?
I didn't see it.
Okay. Did you see Jeremy Dixon fleeing after the shots were fired?
I didn't see nobody. I was seeing my brother and I didn't see nobody else who was around.
Did you see Greg Carrington get a gun and return fire?
Yes, it was. When I was walking out, that was on the side of it.
Okay, so that's right after that is when you started to kind of walk up to your brother, where your brother was shot?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anyone else shooting back at Jeremy Dixon? So the only person that you saw shoot back at Jeremy Dixon was Greg Carrington after Raymond was already shot. Did you have a gun?
So,
Did Raymond have a gun?
so
Did you know Jeremy Dixon had a gun?
Yeah.
Did you believe at any point that he didn't have a gun?
I believe he didn't have a gun. It was all like right there.
When the police arrived, is it fair to say that you were pretty hysterical? Is it fair to say you probably said some things that you should have been a lot more concerned or cautious about saying? Is that fair? Is it fair to say that you made threats to police officers that under normal circumstances would have gotten anybody arrested? But did they know that you were Raymond's brother when you were acting that way?
Yes, sir, I told him.
Do you believe that's why they didn't arrest you and just had someone take you from the scene?
Sure.
Did Octavia take you?
Yes.
Okay. This man here may have some questions for you, Jordan, okay? But I don't have any more questions.
Hello, Mr. Whittington. I'm Joel. I met you the other day for a minute. I'm sorry about your brother. Do you know why Jeremy couldn't or didn't leave?
If I can tell him to leave, he just, like, I guess he had a car to get across or something.
Do you know he didn't have his car keys? Did you know whether or not he was trying to get his car keys back? Or his phone?
Lost his phone.
Do you know whether he was trying to get his wallet and his phone back?
I never knew he put when he walked up, he just shook my hand.
No, yes, sir, I know, but I'm talking about halfway through the fight when the crowd is going, beat it, take off, leave. Did you know at some point he lost his car keys, his wallet, and his phone?
He told us after, because you'll see, they models, his kids, had came back the phone.
But you didn't know it at the time.
So,
Do you know who went to his pockets and pulled his pants down? When all this is going on, did he ever seem dazed or confused, like who was who?
he was talking to me, but
And he knew who everybody was. Do you know if he had any? Mr. Eckhart's already asked you that. You don't know why your brother was mad at him initially. Do you know if he and Mr. Carrington had a beef, had trouble or conflict? Mr. Jeremy and Gregory.
if they would just know that he closed.
Drank a lot that night?
And of course, all the,
And you never saw anyone with a gun? Thank you, Mr. Whittington.
You never saw anyone with a gun until after your brother was shot?
yes, it was this one that pulled the guns out and showed.
Okay. No, no.
I'm sorry, I missed that last.
So that's when they had the guns out shooting. They had the guns out shooting.
The guns who was shooting? I'm sorry, man, I'm not,
That's when I was the turn back and my brother was on the ground, then I seen Gregory, they were shooting, having basically, I guess shooting at each other.
what did you say about your brother?
I didn't say nothing about my brother. I said I turned around, I seen my brother, and then my brother was on the ground, and I seen him shooting.
Saw Gregory shooting.
Yes, sir.
That's the only gun you saw.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
No further questions.
All right, is this man excused?
Yes, sir, and I believe he is planning on going back to San Antonio today. So if for any reason he doesn't need to be released, then we need to know now.
Judge, I'm just such a habit subject to.
We don't know what's going to happen in the next 5 minutes here, so that's, I don't think Mr. Vasquez can say I may not need him or I won't need him. I think all he can do is say I may not. He needs to stick around, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Next witness. Your excuse, sir. Thank you. Next, please.
Heather Wilson.
Come forward, please. And raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat.
Morning, detective.
Good morning.
Tell us your name and what you do.
My name is Heather Wilson and I work for the Beaumont Police Department. I'm a detective.
And what do you detect at the Beaumont Police Department?
I'm in the persons unit, and so we do all death investigations, robberies, assaults, threats
Okay. How long you been in the persons unit at BPD?
for 6.5 years.
Okay. That job's kind of a grind, so that's actually a long time to be in persons, isn't it?
It is. Very good.
So let me ask you a couple of things here about an investigation that you assisted in back in August 6, 2023,
Yes, sir.
and involving a Jeremy Dixon and a deceased by the name of Raymond Whittington.
Yes, sir.
You familiar with what we're talking about?
Yes, I am.
Were you the lead detective that was assigned to that case?
I was not. I was just there to assist.
Is that kind of how the persons unit typically works at BPD? A lot of detectives in that unit are assisting on cases, but one detective in particular may be the one tasked with, compiling all the, reports, data, writing the big summary that everyone is going to be reading from.
That's correct.
Was one of the things that you assisted with in this particular case or in this particular investigation, interviewing certain witnesses?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you originally go to the scene just to kind of get a feel for what happened?
I did. I did stop by there just for a few minutes.
Okay. And did you also go and review some of the security video footage before you went and started trying to track down or talk to certain witnesses?
Yes, when I got to the scene, they did have some footage already pulled, so I got to see some of that right then.
Okay, so did you have, and I guess at the time that you were initially involved in this investigation, had Jeremy Dixon already been located at the dumpster, a few blocks away?
He had not been located.
Okay, so he was located while you were conducting your investigation.
Several hours later.
Okay. Do you see Jeremy Dixon here in court?
Dude, yes.
Has he lost a little weight since you last saw him?
It does look different, yes, sir.
Okay, but are you positive it's the same Jeremy Dixon that you that you saw back when you investigated this case?
Yes, sir.
Can you identify him by an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Sir, he's wearing a tan jacket.
Okay, will the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
Yes, it will.
So you do go to the scene. I'm assuming you spent some time there, kind of getting an understanding of what happened, everything that you might need to be looking for. And at some point, there's information about some people that are at hospitals nearby.
Correct.
And I believe one of the first ones was at Baptist.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who was that was that you went to go see at Baptist?
That was Mr. Carrington, Gregory Carrington.
Okay. When I believe it was you and another detective, Detective Carmish, that went to Baptist to see Gregory Carrington.
Yes, sir.
When you went to Baptist to speak with Gregory Carrington, was that because he was suspected as being involved in all this, or did someone already had talked to him and you knew he was involved in this?
He had shown up to the hospital with a gunshot wound from this location. So we knew he was at least possibly a witness or involved somehow. So somebody we wanted to talk to him. Didn't know the specifics.
Okay. Now, when you did go and talk to him, did he have a girlfriend that was there with him that had actually brought him to Baptist?
Yes.
I believe, was her name Rakaya McLean?
It is, yes.
Okay. When you and Detective Carmish initially spoke with Gregory Carrington, was he, I guess, evasive in giving you information about what had happened?
He was, yes, sir.
Did he deny ever having a gun or being involved or knowing who shot who?
Correct. He did.
Did his girlfriend encourage him to tell the truth while y'all were still there at the hospital?
She did.
At some point, did he kind of say, well, no, that's okay, here's what really happens?
Yes.
Now, Gregory Carrington, he was killed about a year ago, is that right?
That's correct.
That was not an investigation that you were assisted on, is that right?
I did not.
Okay. But you're familiar with that investigation generally?
Yes.
At some point when you and Detective Carmish were talking to Gregory Carrington, did they essentially promise or agree to bring you the gun that Gregory Carrington had used at this washateria?
They did. Yes.
Okay. And did eventually they bring that gun to Detective Carmouche and Detective Torres?
Hold on for just a second so that the jury can understand. I've lost it here. I'm reading this. And who's they? When we're talking about they here, help the jury understand and the record show who we are talking about, because it's a form of a pronoun. Go ahead.
Did Gregory Carrington and his girlfriend, Miss McLean, did they bring you the weapon that Gregory Carrington had used in that shooting?
Yes, they brought it to Detective Carmouche and Torres later that evening.
Right. And was that gun a 40 caliber Glock?
It was, yes, sir.
And did it have kind of a distinct extended clip?
I believe so.
On the video, the security video, can you kind of see when you see Gregory Carrington shooting back at Jeremy Dixon? Can you see kind of a little bit of a clear extended clip in coming out the bottom of his hand in the pistol that he's holding?
Yes, sir.
I'll show you what's been already admitted as State's Exhibit 153. Just kind of look like the extended clip.
It does.
That would go into this block, this 40 caliber block that you can kind of see Gregory Carrington holding in the video.
Yes, sir, it does.
Now, From that interview, do you and Detective Carmouche start to kind of develop corroborating information as to a suspect for the shooting of Raymond Whittington?
He had advised that he wasn't sure who the shooter was.
Okay.
That's what Carrington said.
I see. So at this point, you still are
So not from him specifically.
not from him specifically. Okay. Did he more or less, what Gregory did tell you, was it consistent with what you saw him do in the video, the security video?
Yes, he did admit that he shot back at the person who had shot Mr. Whittington.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you and Detective Carmouche get information about another gunshot victim that had been located near the crime scene and was being taken to the Christus Level 1 Trauma Center?
Yes, sir, we did.
And ultimately, did that person end up being Jeremy Dixon?
It was, yes.
Was it apparent from where Jeremy Dixon was found that he was connected to this shooting in some way?
Most likely. We had already heard that name come up. And so when he was found with a gunshot wound, yes, it was suspected that he came from this business.
Okay. Were there a lot of people at the scene that were, giving that name, or other witnesses that had given similar descriptions or names that you and the other detectives were looking into?
Yes, by the time I had showed up to the scene, that name had already been brought up and given to detectives, and it was passed on to me.
Okay. Now, when you went to Christus, right? It was at the other hospital. Or, yeah, when you went to St. Elizabeth, did you go and ask to speak with Jeremy Dixon?
I did.
What was his, physical condition when you and Detective Carmouche arrived?
He was in the hospital bed. He did have a gunshot wound to his leg. I believe it was 3 at thigh. He had some more injuries to his leg, like the shin area. He was in a neck brace, and it looked like he had a black eye. It's a swollen, bruised eye.
We'll show you State's Exhibits 155 through 161. Just take a look at those, and we'll show you right back to the video.
That's what I recall.
Are those photos of Jeremy Dixon at the hospital?
They are.
Did you take those photos?
I don't think the one of the bandage off, but the first few I did.
Okay.
For sure.
It's
him bandaged.
States 155 through 161. Are they fair and accurate depictions of Jeremy Dixon and his physical condition that you observed at the hospital?
Yes, sir.
We'll offer 155 through 161.
No objection to states 155 through 161.
They're admitted.
And just to be clear that I make sure I got this from, asked you this. When you went to see Gregory Carrington, he had a gunshot wound to his leg, didn't he? Like his lower leg?
He did.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you remember if it was his left or right, or do you have it noted in your report?
Oh my God. I don't know if it's noted or not. If it is, you have to point it out to me.
Okay. Is there a point in the security video where you see his injury, Gregory Carrington's?
There is a point where you do see blood running down his leg. Yes, sir.
So looking at states 155 to 161, is this a 155? Is that Jeremy Dixon in the hospital when you and Detective Carmish went to interview him?
It is, yes, sir.
Now he's in a neck brace. Is that typical of someone who is transported by EMS for some sort of trauma injury, like a gunshot wound, to be put in a neck brace?
It is, yes, sir.
So does that necessarily mean that he, hurt his neck or that he's got some sort of spinal injury just because he's in a neck brace?
No, sir, not necessarily.
Okay. 156. Is this Jeremy Dixon, and does this little gauze and wrap right here, is that covering where his gunshot wound was?
It is, yes.
Okay. 157. You said that Jeremy Dixon had a little bit of a kind of bruising on his face, like maybe a black eye.
Yes, sir.
Is that what you're describing, or what you were describing right there in 157?
Yes, sir. His right eye, kind of in the corner, you could see some discoloration.
Okay. And 158. Is that another closer of that same, the same discoloration in that eye?
Yes.
And 159. Is that a different angle of the discoloration in that eye?
Yes, sir.
Outside of the gunshot wound, did he appear to have any life-threatening trauma to any other areas of his body?
Not other than the gunshot wound, yes, sir. He was alert and
I guess
he's doing well.
To be fair, the gunshot wound was through and through on his leg, right?
Yes.
That was not, or was that really a life-threatening wound from what you understood it to be at the hospital when you spoke with him?
He seemed to be in good condition at that point. He was stable and alert and speaking. So at that point, we knew he would survive the wound.
And in fact, was he not discharged later that morning?
He was.
Okay.
Yes.
States 160, is that a picture of the gunshot wound itself in his leg?
Yes, sir.
And states 161, is that a picture of the gunshot wound as well as some scrapes to his knee?
Yes, sir.
The gunshot wound being right here?
Yes.
And the scrapes to his knee being right here?
Yes.
Now you don't know whether, just by this picture alone, you don't know whether this is entry or exit wound or anything like that, do you?
Correct. No.
And these scrapes to his knee, did you learn that he might have fell at some point and bruised up his knee on concrete or asphalt?
I don't recall that.
Does that look like a potential injury that could have resulted from falling on concrete or asphalt to the knee?
It was kind of a deep little laceration there. So possibly a scrape, or I'm not sure what he calls that specifically.
And did you ask Jeremy Dixon if he wanted to speak with you and the detectives about what had happened earlier that morning, the shooting?
I did, yes.
And did Jeremy Dixon, did he want to talk to you about what had happened earlier that morning?
He agreed to talk to us, yes, sir.
Did you read him before speaking to him or asking questions about about that shooting earlier that morning? Did you read to him and make sure he understood his Miranda rights?
I did, yes, sir.
So you read the Miranda warnings, and were those Miranda warnings that you read to Jeremy Dixon, were they recorded on the video recording system that you were using to conduct this interview?
Yes, sir, it was.
Let's show you State's Exhibit 154. A copy of the interview of Jeremy Dixon that you and Detective Carmish conducted?
Yes, sir.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the interview recorded and everything you saw and heard and what was said?
Yes, sir.
There's one small part of this interview that is muted by agreement. Did I advise you about that before you come in and testify?
You did, yes, sir.
But aside from that little segment that's muted, is the rest of this interview, is any of it altered or edited in any way?
It's not, no.
We will offer 154.
Judge, the defense renews its earlier objection.
Come on up.
54.
Go ahead.
Is 154 admitted, Judge?
It is admitted.
May we publish?
You may. Ladies and gentlemen, the court is going to give you an instruction, and this instruction will be repeated in the jury instructions at the conclusion of the evidence when I read the instructions and before you go and deliberate. This particular exhibit presents and discloses a question and answer and statement, questions being made by this witness to the defendant and the defendant answering these questions. His statements are going to be at issue in this case, and this is evidence that you can consider and you determine how much weight and credibility to give to this evidence as well as all the other evidence. Because this is a statement being made by the defendant under these circumstances, you are instructed that unless you believe beyond a reasonable doubt that this statement was voluntarily made, then you shall not consider such statement for any purpose nor any evidence obtained as a result of that. However, if you believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the statement was voluntarily made, you can consider this evidence and give it how much weight and credibility you deem it deserves. Does everybody understand the instruction the court has given for you? Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Your partner's kind of a bad cameraman at first, isn't he?
Yes.
Alright. Go ahead, put it down.
Then under honesty. Like the time is 8:36 in the morning. Gonna be hospital interview at St. Elizabeth with myself, Detective Baruch, and Detective Heather Wilson. Yeah,
Hey. How you feeling? Feel okay? Yeah. Okay. No, that's. Fine, you're very much go. Bring one of you strong, I think you're, okay? I'm Detective Wilson, this is Detective Harvey, we work for, Walmart Police Department, okay? Let me get your name for a police, sir. Jeremy Dixon. Well, that's what we're here to talk to you, to see if you can kind of give us a better understanding.
So is that the first thing he asked you is, do y'all understand what happened?
Yes, sir.
And you took that to be him talking about the shooting at the S&S grocery.
Correct. Cool, you're all right, but it's, we can't really do this next. What's your birthday, Jeremy?
January 16th, 1990.
What's your home address?
More than 2362 Street.
Okay, Roma.
Right. 29, 59, 62. 69.
Is this the part we agreed to mute, Detective?
I believe so. So in order for us to talk to you, I have to read you the line, okay? So I'm gonna read it to you real quick, and then if you'll just give me a verbal yes or no after each sentence, just to acknowledge if you understand, okay? Okay, so you have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all. Any statement you make may be used against you at your trial. Do you understand? Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court. Do you understand? You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to and during any questioning. Do you understand? If you're unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning. Do you understand? You have the right to terminate the employment at any time. Understand? You understand each of these rights that each of these rights in mind, you know, make these rights theirs. You know, well, if you want to question me more about the incident from today, not necessarily your actual warrant, so do you agree to talk to us about the incident today? You do? Okay, okay. So this person Miranda, you don't understand, right? Or agree to talk to me at this time, down warrior person, that's okay. 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 But
unison that they agree with it, and I trust this jury. Go ahead.
Judge, the defense still moves for a mistrial. It's
Denied.
impossible for them not to consider what they've heard.
Is there any question in any of the jurors' minds that you cannot follow the instruction I just gave you? No. The jury is shaking their head. They are in unison, have inferred to this court under their oath that they will follow the instructions just given to the court, and I trust this jury. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
So referring to the shooting, the incident that happened right there on the Summerfield, at the whole gas station and the Washington. What I learned.
They got the sack off the street, and a lot of people still just want actually, people, much time. It's just like, I used to be chilling. They died. Well, like that house. And one-on-one fight. Now it's it all. Trying to kill. And then I got jumped. They jumped me. I tried to run through them. I got to the house next door and feel like that to the back. I'm running to my foot. And the shots where I got. When the shots where I got, I jumped in my glove. And I couldn't find my keys back on the house that I had. He was like,
So you've already reviewed the security video footage prior to meeting and interviewing Jeremy Dixon.
Some of it, yes, sir.
Okay. So you did have a basic understanding of kind of the events leading up to the shooting, and then also what Jeremy Dixon's involvement and all that was.
Yes, sir.
So he says that he tried to run away to the lot next door. Is that shown on the video at all?
Do not see that, yes, sir.
Is he actually facing the other way and fighting with Raymond Whittington all the way into that lot next door?
Yes, sir.
I almost, I love me still my grace. Fails. I got up, the air was flying so much. Don't go to the street. So I started something like that, and I started doing it this way. I think it's God to do it. Other side of the road. Watch too.
Okay. So let's.
I just go to the street. I'm gonna finish the street. I'm go to the street.
Okay. So you had showed up, when you showed up to that area, were you by yourself or were you not with other people?
Yeah, I with other people.
Who did you go with?
There was a chance to carry. In the woods.
Tracy Perry and Trey Athletes. Right. Are those both females?
Yeah. Everything. They're playing that. Okay.
Alright.
They bring everybody group onto the back.
Okay.
Yeah.
What night is it?
Oh, no. Oh, okay.
They all get there and he says, 3 guys that are with you? Do you know the 3 guys?
I know one of them.
He's like that.
They go for the name.
Do you know the other 2 at all? Or guys and names? And so is that the one that wanted to fight you or? Yeah. Who did? What's like this? One of my games.
My home was, it's just good. What I would say is, someone else. These my cousin is also. Also, white side, we can and sure.
And what's his name?
I don't know, like, I'm sure it is. I just know he's still this shit. Okay. He was mad at me because I'm a visual fan. It was like my person. And he was mad at me for speaking of like business. So, like, everybody, like, oh, she didn't like, but hey, I started walking away. And part of like, the stuff that, sure, like, there we go. Sure.
Who's the mutual friend that he's talking about?
And that's George.
That Stewart, was he?
They like, how long it's talking.
So it gives us $7 with his seconds. That's like with this every moment. It was never used.
That's how I know, bro.
You know about it? Yeah, right. And then, so what happened from there?
Yeah, something. He started dropping on shortly, so it's you know. I walked up to my knees, I couldn't in place, I couldn't so my six stop, big stop. I got up, I put them away when they stopped. They chased me, this house right next door. They chased me to the house next door. They beat me again. And I feel like I'm involved with my service.
Did Jeremy Dixon ever run away at any point until after he shot Raymond Whittington?
Not that I saw him, sorry.
Stop, please. They got it up. Out from behind the house, and I walk around back to the parking lot. Just trying to go back to my car. The guy ran up on me again, and he started jumping, and they started jumping again outside of the building. So I followed the lights up, stop, please stop.
But how did you get shot? Do you know who shot you? You don't know? Was it who? You don't know? So you never actually saw who with a gun?
No, like when I got up, one of the other guys that was jumping, he left. So it was just two of them when I was inside the building. So as I'm still walking toward my floor, who ran behind me? Well, who ran behind me? That's when I heard more. That's when I heard the gunshots. I thought I was shot. What made you believe they still with firearms? That's the thing I seen, right? So I heard gunshots, I ran straight to my car, jumped in and tried to leave. Okay. And I realized I didn't have keys myself. Do you run the firearm? No.
Did you throw guns to somebody or shoot a gun to somebody?
No. Were you shot at any guns in the past couple of days? I go to, I go not maybe. When was that? Last week. Yeah, last week, somebody shot something. Yeah. What's good? Yeah, when I had the car, I was gonna stay in the car, but I seen how everybody was running towards the tank, so I'm not sure who had the guns. Or were they aiming for me, or were they aiming for pool, or were they aiming for the guy I see was real, or was really going on. Yeah. So when I just heard the troops go out there, just I jumped out the car so I couldn't find my keys. I wasn't stay there. Alright. I jumped out the car, I started running toward the cops. It was when I felt the tension in my leg, I got right to my knees. I didn't think nothing of it. So I got up and I started running again. I know that I had run up in my stuff. By the time I made the grocery street, I fell asleep.
What were you wearing tonight?
Some light blue jeans, shorts with ripples in it. And a navy blue shirt with navy blue shoes. You wearing that with an EMS on here? Yeah. Okay. What are you wearing? Navy blue shirt? Blue jeans, shorts, light blue shirt. Alright, blue jeans. Stay over there. No, it was good. I was just 4 minutes off.
Is it fair to say that he hasn't caught on to the fact that this is all on video at this point?
It's not appear to be. That's not.
Is this kind of I guess in terms of how, a textbook interview would go. Is this kind of fitting right into that where someone is willing to tell you a very big lie, not realizing that they're on video or that there's some sort of concrete evidence showing that they're lying?
Yes, sir. We always allow everybody to explain their version of events as how they interpreted it and give them the right to share their full story. So.
At some point though, are you, or Detective Carmish, are you going to, I guess, confront him or raise the issue that what he is saying is not consistent with what we know to have happened, at least at certain points on the videos?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay.
Where you have good right there?
I'll see them, I'll see them doors.
When, where?
We're not doing all two techniques. Well, I realized I woke up this morning, I was behind the car wash, I don't know how I got it done. But I woke up, I was behind the car wash, and I got up and I saw I was my living shirt. I walked into the store, I found a bottle of water, guys, and wasn't okay. I said, I don't know, I think so.
George, you going?
This cops super match. Okay, calling in children.
Okay. You don't remember what time it was?
About 5 minutes, I don't know what time.
Okay, so just right before that now?
No.
And you said you saw the officers throw your clothes in the dumpster at the firmware's apartment?
When it was cut, I had to cut them off of me.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, shit.
Oh. Did you ever make it home or anywhere?
I woke up, I was cold, I said, I'm just crazy. But I said, oh, this officer's pass.
What was your path from whenever, after the fight happened, the last time you got beat up or something? What path did you take?
Behind the store. Or take that, it was the same shot there. And I was going to the other side of the side. They got the water, it's like an open wooden fence right there. And I ain't behind the wooden fence because it opens up again when you get down to the little camps.
It's pretty thick back there? Pretty thick back there with the brush?
Oh, yeah, but not you running along the gate.
Okay, so you went through the gate and you're right on that side, right? What's the direction of the house?
Yeah.
And then do you ever,
I said, it was all like a shooting at me. No, I wouldn't see it. That's.
Do you know if they were shooting at you or who they were shooting at?
No.
You don't know who the target was?
I don't know if this one, I don't know if they were shooting at the guy that was top of me or the guy that was really on. I don't know who it is. They jumped in. I turned around, I looked, and I just heard pop, pop, pop. Everybody else was doing that, so I started reading. And walked off there, and I got my keys, I tried to jump in the car, give it my keys, and can't find my keys. So I jumped out the car because they're not going to track me in the car and try to shoot me if they hear something. And I got in the car and I started running toward the fence, and that's when I felt the pinch in my leg. I fell down right at the wooden fence. I jumped up and I started running on the wooden fence on the backside.
What does food look like? We missed out here.
Oh, where's that? It's good side.
What kind of hair does he have at first stuff?
Start playing.
Are you sure tonight? Was he was with the two other guys, can you describe the two other guys in the offer?
That was awful. One was like built, and then the other one, I don't know, he just seemed like he was kind of chubby.
I don't know Well, you covered, what have you heard about? Anything, nothing? Yeah, talk to anybody about
I said, I just, well, every time I had to, by the time I left across the street last night, I fell asleep at the car wash. I must have fell asleep at the car wash, I don't remember making it to the place. But I fell asleep. I woke up this morning, my leg was firing, I looked at and I realized I was not at the car wash.
You remember what time all this happened?
No. Yes, you remember that, but it was kind of 2 o'clock, at least 2 o'clock, because the E zone closes at 2. And everybody goes to the shack, which is 1.5, 3 to the shell station there. And that's why I put it up.
Well, I don't know, obviously, the city hadn't had anything on anybody, but I don't think. Well, I think is who you're referring to as who is deceased. Yeah, got shot and killed out there. He matches the description of what you're describing.
That's a mixture. I would like.
Yeah.
Poison the illusion so happening. So.
I would be in front of the seats. But look, here's the thing, there's cameras out there.
You watched the whole video, Larry. I watched the whole video. What do you say about that? The video, when you watch the whole thing.
What you're telling us does not match up with what's on the cameras. Yeah.
Not that jump, and it wasn't coming.
No.
I'm not sure.
I mean, we can see kind of the fact that you're probably referring to, but we also see you shooting.
Yeah.
We see you pull out your gun and shoot them, is what we see.
And I was trying to see you, so like.
So where is your gun at? Where's the gun you want to use them?
Yes, is it someone kid?
Are you just asking him about his weapon, for the investigation and evidentiary purposes, or are there other reasons you would want to know where that weapon is?
For evidence purposes, but also if it was discarded somewhere where somebody else could obtain it or stumble across it, or a child come across it. For safety purposes, we want that gun off the streets or away from the public.
No. We got look at the video, we watched the video, is there anything you would want to change about your story? Because this interview is being recorded, it'll be replayed, and 4 people. And I'm gonna say, I told them I did not see the footage of, not really much of that's up, there's not a whole lot to here. To the street, to the corner, back to the back.
We do see part of the fight. We do see that. And we're just talking to. We also see kind of what happens that side, right on the side of the store. Okay, and look, let's start the interview kind of over. Give us a rundown, truthful this time, of exactly what happened. Because look, we do have a gun, we know you shot it. Okay, so that's out now. I want you to just kind of go through the details, okay?
Trying to find pizza, I got jump. They look like 3 guys, and we shot it, we didn't know all. So, did you shoot because they were being up? Or that you shoot anybody. I heard gunshots. Okay. Did you physically shoot anybody? No.
So why would a gun probably be in the car?
That's probably what I was trying to get to.
Would there be a gun in the car if we saw a shoot car?
I mean, I wouldn't know my doors was like, my doors were there for a while. The jump man that took my keys, that took my phone. So they had full access to my car. Is there any reason why there would be any gun residue on your hands? That house? I just told you I was shooting guns last week. Yeah, I've been on the last 2 days. That's also. I think I should have said that. So. Look, man, we watched the whole thing. Even if they do. He punched you, you turned around and shot him. So what's gonna happen is, you can either come clean and say what happened, or we know happened, or we just say that you weren't cooperative and then you basically lied your whole way through, and then when they sentence you. Did my or oh.
Now's your time to kind of be honest about everything.
Yeah, I got footage. Yeah, I got footage.
You do have it.
So it's junk. About 3 guys. And it's front and watch here. I don't know what I trained him to do. But he was mad at me. That's with his actual cousin. That's his actual cousin. I mean, I just came to them for marriage. I do believe that. I do believe I had an argument over the girl. I believe that. I went away. And I walked away. He attacked me. And then I was over that ran up and attacked me too. I wound up right there between the balls. Got to my knees. When they kicked and punched on me. When they stopped, I got up. I tried to leave. When I went for the down, they chased me to the neighbor's house. They constantly kicked on me again. I got up. When I came back, blew my phone. They tried to kick and punch on me again on the side of the building. One of the guys turned around. He went to his car. Or went wherever he went. Because I believe he's the one that came back shooting. So when he came back, that's when I heard the gunshot start.
And that was the only gunshots that went off? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, no, for sure. If you things go out through the window, something. Whatever, right? Something going 555, something going da. Then that's my head sat down. So I don't know how many shots was going off or who was out shooting. But that's how I was just trying to get with it. I was just trying to get with it.
So just to clarify, I'm saying you did not shoot a gun.
I was in fear for my life, and I was just trying to get with it. If she not shoot a gun, is what you're saying.
And you know that what's gonna give you enough under here is long and
What about shooting a gun?
yes. Yeah, that's a big piece of the story that you're just leaving out.
Yeah, I tell them maybe this footage of me getting shot. That's crazy.
Well,
That's a big piece of the story. That's amazing.
Shot the footage, because we're here with you on that. This is an ongoing investigation. I'm not saying we.
Question for the horse. I didn't beat it. So they died. You might have gone. Okay. So let's look our way down. We start to do
First, it's over. Yeah. And we will watch all the footage. We can say I have time to. But the footage I have watched is of you shooting. And that's what you're not acknowledging right now.
people also have upset bunch of you. I'll issue twice, and then you can pull out a gun in your hand, you shoot your clean chest, then you shoot them 2 more times, and then you start shooting and you just shoot up somebody else. Okay, it comes up to you. Take some punches, and you turn around, This singer's at one point hits you in the back of the head. Then you just you've been taunting him. It's obvious because you've been on the side of there for about 30 seconds at least taunting him. It looks like you were taunting him. You're basically just going up your hands. Okay. There's communication between you two. So that happens, and then all of a sudden when he comes near, he hits you, and then you just start shooting him.
That's why there's like 10 cops in there now, 2 homicide detectives talking to you. You have to.
I'll show you some of them. Yeah, so you're on jail for that's what we did, but yeah, we'll go through all the videos. We have everyone. We have testimony, we have a few witnesses to say. So far, you're the only thing, you're the only one saying something different.
I'm not taking the truth. What happened from the time back. What from we want to call to the well, let's go past the punches to where the guy that shot and dies. You don't have anything to say about that? Not we acknowledging that? Our main concern, like the detective attorney said, we don't want that gun to end up in the wrong hands of somebody. Is it back on the other side of that fence line or somebody that's behind it? Do you have anything else to say about
like we said, actually, I'll get you fixed up, but you're going to reach out to transport to Jefferson Jail. So your warrant for aggravated assault, as well as completing a probable cause on the affidavit and warrant being signed for the JB for the $1 million bond for murder, okay?
He never acknowledged having a gun, did he?
He did not. I'm sorry.
Even when confronted with clear evidence.
Yes, sir.
In fact, was most of what he said on that interview untruthful or mitigating his conduct in some way so that he could essentially claim he's defending himself?
It was, yes.
He said that he was jumped.
He did, yes, sir.
And when we look at that security video, do we see a fight between Jeremy Dixon and other individuals that were in that parking lot?
You do, yes, sir.
And when we, let me ask you this. For someone to use deadly force as self-defense, to be justified use of deadly force, does the threat to that person have to be unlawful deadly force, meaning their life has to be at risk?
They would need to be able to articulate that, yes, sir. It would need to be proportionate to what they're feeling the risk is.
And does that risk, does responding to that risk have to be immediately necessary? I mean, it has to be like an immediate use of justified deadly force in self-defense. Otherwise, it's not self-defense.
Right. If you've already retreated or something, then you're not in that imminent danger. So it would need to be kind of in the act or when you're feeling that immediate threat. Yes, sir.
And how can, in your experience, someone be able to explain that they were acting in self-defense if they won't even acknowledge that they had a gun that was used in, reported self-defense?
Right. He's not claiming self-defense.
Okay.
So
at least not in this exhibit here.
not to the police. Never find that.
Okay. So, and the fight from before they went to that little side lot that night, the fight that was out in the front. 10, 20 minutes later, could Jeremy Dixon have acted in self-defense and shot Raymond Whittington because of that fight earlier, minutes earlier or 20 minutes earlier, 10 minutes earlier?
That would not be an appropriate response.
Did we ever recover any evidence to suggest that Raymond Whittington had a gun?
No, we didn't.
Did anybody ever interview a witness, or did you interview any witnesses that said that other people had threatened Jeremy Dixon with guns?
No. Yes, sir.
Did a lot of the things that Jeremy Dixon told you, Detective Carmouche, in that interview just not match up?
That's correct. Did not match up.
And really, did he articulate anything that would amount to self-defense where you could shoot someone in cold blood in the street in self-defense in that interview?
Not that he told us. I'm sorry.
And set the interview aside. Just from what you know happened in the security video, is there anything that you see in that would justify shooting Raymond Whittington dead in the alleyway in self-defense?
No, sir.
You want me to do this? Judge, by agreement, we are offering State's Exhibit 162. These are medical records for the defendant from Christus on the morning of the shooting.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor. They're not certified and they haven't been on file for 14 days, but Mr. Eckhart has said he will enter them. If he would.
You don't have an objection?
Yes.
They are admitted.
No objection.
It is admitted.
You've never seen these before, State, do you? Have you?
I have not. No, sir.
But let's just look at them and make sure that they, are what they purport to be. This look like the format that you would get from medical records from Christus.
Yes, sir, it is.
You've received medical records from that hospital, from St. Louis a number of times over your career, I'm sure.
I have, yes.
And also, do these records pertain to a Jeremy Akeem Dixon?
It does.
And the information about Mr. Dixon, does that appear to match up to kind of what you know about him? Male, 33, date of birth, 1/16/1990.
Yes, sir.
And then also, does this appear to be records pertaining to the date that you saw him at Christus Hospital?
Yes, August 6th of 23.
Okay, so if we look at States 162, let's look at the page 28 of 162. A lot of times in medical records, you get like nurse notes or doctor's notes where they kind of give you like a global summary of what, what was at issue, what was treated, what was diagnosed, those kinds of things.
Yes, sir.
So for example, on page 28 of 162, is that what kind of what we're looking at right here?
Yes, sir.
Can you just read that global assessment to us, what we're looking at?
The assessment plan patient had a non-displaced nasal fracture, requires no intervention. He also suffered a through and through gunshot wound to the lateral aspect of the right thigh. There is no injury to the bone or vascular structures. No surgical interventions are needed. Patient has a warrant for murder. He is currently under arrest. Can be discharged to the Beaumont Police Department. He has already been given medications, antibiotics, total time 45 minutes, medical decision making moderate. Problems: 1, ETOH abuse.
Does that look like an abbreviation for ethanol?
Most likely, yes, sir. 2, gunshot wound of right thigh.
3 nasal fracture.
And what's the time stamp for this this medical note here? This
August 6, 2023, 10:59.
Okay, and assuming that's 10:59 in the morning, does that kind of fit the timeline of roughly, a few hours after you and Detective Carmouche would have gone there and spoken with him?
It does. Yes, sir.
So there was definitely something noted from imaging or at the hospital that he had maybe either a black eye or maybe even a fracture through his nose.
That's what it says. Yes, sir.
Meaning a broken nose, potentially from fighting or getting hit by one of the people that hit him.
Sure. Yes.
Is that possible?
It's possible. Yes, sir.
Just at page 18 of 162. Someone was taking his patient history initially from EMS. And what did they say about what the Jeremy Dixon told them at the on the EMS ride over?
Under the comments section.
Yes, ma'am. I believe it's right here is where initial comments, the context, and it says the patient reports.
The patient reports that he was at a gas station and all of a sudden he started hearing gunshots. He reports that he was shot in the thigh and he thinks that he may have fallen on the way down. He also reports he was punched while running away. He reports he had been drinking last night. He appears somewhat intoxicated. He denies any chest pain, no belly pain, no nausea, no vomiting or diarrhea. He has a mildly swollen lip. He was placed in a seat collar by EMS. He has a gunshot wound in the interior thigh.
Lastly, I want to look at some of the video with you. Did I ask you before you came down to testify to look at the second time that Gregory Carrington shot towards Jeremy Dixon to see if you notice roughly when those shots could be discerned on the other camera view?
Yes, sir, you did.
Okay. We are looking at State's Exhibit 1, Detective. Back this up just a little bit. So just to essentially, if we're at the 4-minute and 20-second mark, that's right before the shooting, right?
4-minute and 20-second mark.
I'm sorry, 4 a.m., 4:20 a.m. Mark. That's roughly right before this shooting.
Yes, sir.
And is that pretty clear when the shooting happens on this side of the video?
It is.
Is that Gregory Carrington right there?
Yes, sir.
Now, Gregory Carrington is going towards someone over here, isn't he?
He does.
Does it look like he gets a gun from that other person?
It does look like they exchanged something. Yes. Looks like he gets something from them.
Like right there. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Does that kind of look like Gregory Carrington that other person may have handed Gregory Carrington a gun.
Yes,
Because Gregory Carrington, he runs straight back toward that Tahoe after this, doesn't he?
he does.
So would one potential reason why he would run away from the shots first towards this other person, would one potential explanation be that he was going to get a gun?
Correct.
Now, when he goes back, okay. When he goes back, there's something happening on that other camera right now, right?
Correct.
But we see Gregory Carrington come back to this view right here in just a second.
Yes.
All right, and we see, first of all, again, do you see that little blood dripping from his leg right there, that left leg?
Yes, sir.
That looked like the injury that you saw when you and Detective Carmichael went to the hospital with him?
Yes, sir.
Now he comes back, and it looks like he shoots a few shots, doesn't he, right here at this corner?
Yes.
And what's our timestamp on this?
4/21/25 is where it looks like it had started.
Okay. And it goes all the way to 4/21/30.
Yes.
Okay. So if we go. And we look at the other camera view. The camera 16 from the alley. For the record, it's the last file. And the camera 16 folder. First of all, this right here at 4:19, is this Jeremy Dixon running away and trying to get away from these people?
He is not.
Does he appear to be looking for his keys or anything like what he described to you?
No, sir.
Does he appear to be jawing back and forth with Raymond Whittington like he had been for the 10-15 minutes prior to this?
Yes, it looks like they're just communicating.
Is this Jeremy Dixon coming back to that location and still taunting or antagonizing the people, right? Either Raymond Whittington or the people that are right next to him?
Yes, he still appears to be communicating with them.
Now, what's our timestamp that we see Gregory Carrington go back to that corner around 4:21?
4/21/25.
Okay. And just, is that where you can kind of see, right where he just shot there? Is that where you can kind of see the extended clip on the weapon that Gregory Carrington is shooting back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does it kind of match that extended clip that we were just looking at in the gun states 153?
It does. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're getting close to 4:21:25. And Detective, I'll ask you to pay attention to his right leg, or his,
yes,
I missed it.
This one, just mine.
To pay attention to Raymond Whittington's right leg. That looked like a gunshot to you?
It does.
So Gregory Carrington shot him as he was laying down in the leg. Missed.
It appears so, yes, sir.
Was trying to shoot at Jeremy Dixon, and a stray bullet hit Raymond in the leg.
Yes, sir.
Raymond Whittington had already been shot center mass several times, and was barely breathing at this point.
Correct.
At the end of the day, are you confident that Jeremy Dixon murdered Raymond Whittington, and that self-defense did not take place here or was not justified?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Let's break lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Can you return back at 2:00? 2:00? Is that going to be enough? We'll wait for you if you are. Thank you. Everyone else remain seated while the jury exits first.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Hamza Sob on behalf of the plaintiff.
Your name?
Jennifer Ruth Smith.
All right, where are we on this?
Your Honor, we entered into a consent agreement. Currently, the rent to retain is $4,000. Court costs are $175. The total outstanding balance is $4,175. Under paragraph 10 of the proposed order, it states defendant shall pay $835 starting July 21st, 2025, and then every month moving forward on the 1st till the balance is paid. Defendant must also stay current with rent moving forward. And then Ms. Smith has signed the proposed order as well.
All right. And so it's $835 plus rent.
Yes, plus the $925.
All right.
I'm finally back to work.
Pardon?
I'm finally back.
Finally back. Great. All right. And you have any questions regarding this consent judgment, ma'am?
Just if something comes up, what happens to me?
Okay, what do you mean?
I was dealing with cancer.
Yes.
And I had to take time off work for that.
Okay.
So I'm still not 100% in the clear, but I'm doing everything that I can to maintain employment and hold on to my home.
All right. Well, let me.
I apologize for the bad handwriting, Your Honor.
Pardon?
I apologize for the bad handwriting.
Yeah. I don't think.
I do believe.
I don't
the
think
amount
there's
is
enough.
below.
I'm sorry to make this up, but anyway, if you don't pay this, they can seek to get an order of eviction.
Okay.
Okay.
So communication.
Yeah, I would think so. I would say this, that under your circumstances, I would hope they're obviously working with you. But it seems to me if you get through, or as you're working through this, if for whatever reason something happens, I'll put it this way, I would hope that plaintiff would work with you as best that they can.
All right, thank you.
All right, so I'll have that message sent. And if not, then you can always file a motion with the court.
Okay.
Seeking some type of relief because of circumstances you couldn't anticipate. All right?
Thank you.
How's that for an answer?
Thank
Is that
you.
all right?
It alleviates some stress in my head right now.
Okay. And so I will sign this. Did you apprise her of the 3-day rescission?
I have not, Your Honor.
All right. Ma'am, I've signed the judgment. You have 3 business days to think about this judgment. If you think that there's some legal reason, some right you didn't assert, or some other confusion on your part, you have those 3 business days to file a motion with the court to have the court consider setting this aside.
Okay.
Doesn't mean I will, but you have that time period to do that.
All right, thank you.
Okay? Good luck to you.
Thank you. I'm
Thank you,
going
Your
back to
Honor.
work.
Have a great day.
Court does call the case of Mrs. Haverkamp LLC versus Chase Hyatt.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. David Fantier on behalf of the plaintiff.
Name?
Chase Hyatt.
All right.
Your Honor, Mr. Hyatt and I've come to an agreement. The amount of rent that's owed is $775, court costs of $175 for a total of $950. We've agreed that that amount has to be paid by July 21st, or he could be evicted. He says he's made some payments that I'm unable to verify, but he said he'll have the whole thing paid by next Friday. So I think the 21st works. And I'm getting old.
In the form of a consent judgment.
Yes, consent judgment.
All right.
I don't remember whether I advised him of his rights under the court rule.
That's fine. All right. And you have any questions regarding anything on this judgment?
No.
All right. I'm going to sign off on the judgment and enter that by consent. You do have 3 business days to think about this. If you believe that there's some legal reason, some confusion, or some right you didn't assert, you would have to file a motion with the court within those 3 business days to set this aside.
Okay.
Understood?
Yes.
Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court does call the case of Sandy McFiddish versus Jamie Leslie. Hello.
I'm Jamie Leslie.
I gotta have numbers first. Your Honor, David Fantier, on behalf of the plaintiff, I have a signed conditional dismissal in this case, that rent owing in the amount of $2,071.24, court costs of $175 for a total of $2246.24. Miss Leslie and I have agreed to a payment plan where she's going to pay $2,000 a month starting August 15th. Her rent is normally $1,465. So she's going to basically be paying $2,000 by the 15th. $1,465 will go toward the current rent and late fee. An additional $535 will go toward that balance. It'll basically take 4 months to get caught up. I think she's going to make partial payments. I told her I don't really care as long as the whole thing is paid. As long as when I look on the balance on the ledger on the 16th, I show $2,000 since the previous month. And so I think.
Oh, okay. So it's not part of the agreement, but you're thinking you may be able to have some extra money that you can put forward, try to get it done.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
All right. Did you have any questions regarding this conditional order dismissal?
No, thank you.
All right.
She did ask for a copy.
Yes, sorry.
She asked me for a copy. She didn't just say it to you, but she asked in the hallway.
I don't make copies. What do you? No, we'll take care of it.
Okay.
All right. So I will sign off on the conditional order dismissal. You do have 3 business days to think about this. If you believe there's some legal reason, some right you didn't assert, or some confusion on your part, you'd have to file a motion within that time frame.
Okay.
You understand that?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Weidling will get a copy for you just momentarily.
Okay.
Just have a seat. Court does call the case of YPF 16 versus Christina Morgan. And Terry Jones.
David Fantier on behalf of the plaintiff.
Your name? Morgan. All right. And where are we on this?
Your Honor, we had a chance to go over her ledger in the hallway, and we've got her balance is now down to $313, which she agrees is correct. She said she's going to pay that next Friday. So I've got to be here next Friday at 1 o'clock anyway. Can we adjourn this till next Friday? And then if we come to court and she's got it down to 0, I'll just be dismissing.
Okay. That sound good to you?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I just want to make sure logistically, so we're clear. When are you going to pay that? Are you going to pay that on Friday?
Friday morning, just like.
Friday morning.
But she pays it online through her
So you'll be able
card.
to see it.
She'll be able to show me and I'll verify.
Okay. All right. I was just trying to see if there was a way to do it where she didn't have to show, but I get it. That we'll do it that way. All right. So I will adjourn this then to July 18th, 2025 at
1 p.m.
At 1 p.m.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a great weekend. Court does call the case of YPF 16 versus Marla Borders.
We don't have any.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. David Fantier on behalf of the plaintiff.
Your name?
Marla Borders.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I've got a conditional dismissal on this case also. Her current rent is $3,285, court costs of $175 for a total of $3,460. We've agreed that starting August 5th, she's going to pay a total of $1527.50 per month. And the reason we're doing it that way is her lease actually goes through next March. So we spread the $34.60 over that 8-month period.
Got it.
So she's going to pay $1527.50. $1,095 will get applied towards her current rent and late fees. And then the remainder will be applied towards her arrearage. And I think that'll work out just fine.
All right. Is all of that correct, ma'am?
I agree.
All right. Do you have any questions regarding anything on here?
None at this time.
All right. And just also to apprise you, you do have, I've signed the conditional order of dismissal. You have 3 business days to think about it. If you believe that there's some legal reason, some confusion, or some right you didn't assert, you'd have to file a motion with this court within that time frame. You understand that? All right, very good. I signed that. Thank you, ma'am.
Now I'm done with your honors. Have a great weekend.
You do the same, sir. And Mrs. Haverkamp versus Decker, that matter's dismissed on late.
Sorry, I forgot.
No, it's okay.
Mr. Decker is in.
Oh, is he?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Decker?
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, we can hear you. They dismissed the case. You have a problem with that?
Dismissal? Not at all, sir.
I didn't think so. You don't have to smile so much. All right.
Hey, it's a good thing, man. It's a blessing. I don't have too many stress and problems anymore, boss.
All right. All right. You take care. Have a great weekend.
You as well, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Arbor Meadows versus Karen Contreras Hernandez.
Front table for the plate.
I think there she is. All right. Your name?
Karen Contreras Hernandez.
All right. Where are we on this case?
This is termination of tenancy matter based on the failure to maintain the residence.
All right. I don't think you were here at the last hearing.
I was not. I was attorney.
And she's overseas serving our country. You're aware of that?
Attorney Landman did indicate that she had said that. We don't have any proof of that other than her statements, but I'm not.
I can look in her background. I also saw some uniform and military paraphernalia at the last hearing, and I'm going to tell you, she's overseas.
I'll take her word.
All right. I mean, I'm not going to even question that part of it. But given that fact, my understanding is there's something that has to be moved from the unit, from the property.
The unit.
Pardon?
The trailer, just assorted things need to be relocated.
Okay, and my understanding, I think the gentleman that was here the last time, was that Mr. Contreras, ma'am?
Correct.
Okay. He had indicated that they were basically waiting for her to come back stateside. That's my understanding.
Correct.
And when is that anticipated to occur, ma'am?
Okay, so I should be back. I want to say within like a month, maybe a little bit longer. But
All
that's
right.
now.
All right.
I don't have an exact date.
Pardon?
I don't have an exact date.
Gotcha. Yeah, I understand. So, although there's the condition that's there, is anything regarding that condition a significant health hazard or life-threatening in any way?
No.
All right, because I stated this to Mr. Landman, I am not going to, unless forced, issue a judgment against military personnel that's overseas serving. It's just not going to happen. I think I made that clear. If you want to take it to another judge to do it, that's fine, but I'm not doing it. That's bottom line. So what I'm going to suggest, if she's anticipating being back, then you're going to, I'm going to say, put it out a month. Let her get back, or at least a month, and let her get back, and then assess the situation and try to figure out what to do.
That's understandable, Your Honor.
All right. All right. And what branch did you say you were in?
Army?
Oh, that's right. So maybe I'll change my mind. No, I'm kidding. All right. Why don't you give me a date? About 35 plus days out, please.
August 15th at 3 p.m.
All right. I'm going to adjourn this to August 15th, 2025. You said 3 p.m.?
Yes.
At 3 p.m. Okay?
And this will be an in-person, correct?
This will be an in-person hearing. If for whatever reason you're not back, then what you can do is you can sign in, or somebody can let us know that you're not coming back at that particular point in time, and we'll figure something out.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, thank you so much, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, thank you very much for your service. Do appreciate it. It's because of people like you that I get to do what I get to do every day, and I'm grateful, always. All right? Take care and please be safe.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Court does call the case of Beagle Properties versus Carlos Hicks. How you doing? What's your name?
Carlos Hicks.
Gotcha. Thank you. All right. And what are we here on? We are here on a
Defendant's motion to set aside the default judgment, Your Honor.
all right. And what's your basis, sir?
Huh?
What's your basis? So why do you want this judgment set aside?
Because literally just got relocated to a condemned spot.
Say that again.
I got relocated to a condemned.
Okay. So we back up. You were at Arbor One.
Mm-hmm.
Then you went, they relocated you to
the
village
townhouses
across the street.
And that's even worse. I haven't had no hot water since 2 months, 3 months.
Okay. And so did you sign a new lease with them?
I never signed a new lease. I still have the old lease from last apartment I was in before they relocated.
Okay. So the only lease you have is the Arbor One lease.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Hicks, when they moved you to the villas over across, right? To your understanding, what was the arrangement of what your tenancy would be?
When they moved me, I was still active going to a court with y'all before. So I was still active in court with y'all. So then when they relocated me, I was still active going to court with y'all. So I still got another court date with y'all. August.
And that was when they were before me, and I was telling them they needed to relocate people.
Yes.
And so then they moved you over there.
Mm-hmm.
Did you sign anything saying that you were going to pay rent?
No, I never signed nothing. They just said you getting a relocation. They gave me my keys and told me my apartment, and I was moved in, and they moved me in. I don't have no lease or no like that.
So I'll hear from you in a second, Ms. Skin, but
and then they only want $800, and I've been living there for like 3 months, so the math don't add up. They only want $800, and I've been living there for like 3 months, and the math don't even add up.
No, so I hear you kind of on that. They took a judgment for 1909. Counsel, and you may or may not know, was there something signed as to what he was going to pay?
No, but obviously he's still going to be obligated to pay rent if he's moved to another property. If he's not, he can't just live there for free. And the fact that he has moved over to the other side was because of the repairs that needed to be made to the 14A side.
I got you, but so when he didn't appear on June 27th, somebody, hold on a second. Somebody came up with a figure for the judgment of 1909.69. So if he didn't sign anything, or there wasn't some other type of agreement. I'm trying to figure out where that number came from.
It was the rental obligation that he would have been under if he was still in other property. So he's moved over to the new property. He still has to pay rent.
Okay. So they took what his rental amount was when he was over at Arbor One, and that's what he was supposed to pay.
So
That's my understanding.
Yes, go ahead.
So, Brent's, brother counsel, I'm sorry, I forget, Ingram, Mr. Ingram, and I just had a conversation regarding Ms. McGuire's case, and it sounds like Mr. Hicks' case is in the same posture, Your Honor. It was supposed to have been filed in 14B and not 14A if they're residing in the villas, and it's a non-payment of rent case for the villas. Mr. Ingram agreed to transfer. We agreed that they would transfer the case.
That's a good.
But I don't think I mean, I understand this is a motion to set aside the judgment, but I don't think that case should have been filed here.
I would agree.
I don't disagree.
Are you talking about this case now?
Oh, hold on. Don't talk, you're winning. Okay.
And I apologize to Mr. Hicks. He tried to talk to me when I was speaking with Ms. McGuire, and I didn't get a chance to get it. And Judge Washington has several of these cases before her next week regarding the same issue.
So here's what I'm gonna do on this one. I'm gonna grant the motion to set aside the case because venue was improper. This case is to be transferred to 14B. All costs associated with that transfer of the case will be borne by the plaintiff. All right? So just so that you understand, case doesn't disappear. If they file all the paperwork and do everything, it's just gonna be heard at 14B.
All right.
All right?
Okay.
Okay. Good luck to you.
Thanks.
And you did a good job being quiet when you were ahead. Beal Properties versus Rika McGuire.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Was this Ms. McGuire?
Yes. There she is. Come on.
And yeah, I think you're already apprised of.
Yes.
Your Honor.
We'll oppose Trent in this case.
Min Kim on behalf of Ms. McGuire, and Ms. McGuire is here today as well. Do you want to speak? The parties had time to discuss the matter and have agreed to transfer the case to 14B District Court.
Case is transferred to the 14B District Court. All costs associated with that are to be borne by the plaintiff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care, Ms. McGuire. Beal Properties versus Jason Mitchell.
Get started here.
All right, Jared, I'm gonna head into the courtroom real quick, okay? All right.
Tim, you can just stay right in there with him.
Okay.
Either way,
it might be easier to come in here. I see. Good morning, Vivian.
Good morning.
We have our hands full. We have a lot of cases this morning and try to get to yours efficiently. So I'll just mute you and then you can see what we're doing. Forgot something. You're good. Stay right there.
I apologize, I had some health issues.
All right. We're Why don't you just stay in here? He's got somebody there with him.
I think I muted him, Judge. I'll just have it.
All right. Vivian, are you here on Jose Lopez Montoya,
Yes, I'm here on 3 cases. Yes.
Salvador Alcantar,
No, I don't have Salvador Alcantar. I have Garcia Alvarez is the other one, and Hernandez.
Perez?
Hernandez. Perez, okay.
Well, we'll see. John Bush is back there. All right, we are going to go ahead and begin our day. First matter up is People versus Jerry Dale Howard. That's you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Howard has some health problems and he's in a bathrobe, which isn't appropriate attire for the courtroom, but we're going to do it from the conference room and resolve this case. The file number is 25665ST. Mr. Jerry Howard was charged with driving without a valid operator's license ever acquired and no proof of insurance. The offer, Mr. George, appears to be plead to the no license ever acquired and to dismiss the civil infraction.
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's going to save you $150, Mr. Howard, which is better than a poke in the eye. In fact, probably anything's better than a poke in the eye, but what's left is a charge of no valid operator's license ever acquired. It's at 257904A. I looked it up recently in the prosecutor's warrant manual. It's different from driving suspended. Driving suspended is punishable by up to 93 days in jail and a fine of up to $500. This one is punishable, I've been saying 90 days and $500, but it's punishable by up to 90 days in jail and a fine of up to $100. I believe it carries 2 points. But I wasn't completely clear on that, so I'll just say that it does. Mr. Howard, do you understand the charge?
Yes, sir.
Are you going to plead to that charge?
Guilty.
All right, anybody threaten you to get you to plead guilty?
Nope.
You signed the advice of rights, and thank you, Mr. George. That saves me about 2 minutes. Do you understand you're giving up the rights to have a trial and all the rights that were on that sheet?
Yes, sir.
Were you driving a car that day, which was April 10th?
Yeah, I took the neighbor lady. Kept crying and bothering me. I told her I can't drive. And she was sick, and I took her up to the gas station. That's the only reason why I did it. And we were in the process. We already got the insurance on the truck. We were in the process of getting the plate legal.
Well, you got lots of old baggage. You were just here in 24 for the same thing. But as far as I can tell, you've paid the fine on that.
Yeah.
All right. And you didn't have a valid license at that time?
No, sir.
Do you have any source of income?
All I get is Social Security. I'm disabled. Well, I'm retired.
Yeah, you're a little younger than me, about 7 years younger. That's old enough to retire. All right, they didn't take you to jail. You didn't have any insurance. That charge is dismissed. I'm gonna do the standard fine. $75 crime victims' rights fee, $50 state minimum fee. I'm gonna zero out the attorney fee, $200 instead of $350. I'm gonna put you on a payment plan.
I appreciate it.
You paid off the last ticket in 2024. I want you to pay this.
Like half the day.
Very good. Why don't you go out to see the ladies at the counter, make that first payment, and I'll put you on a payment plan for the balance. All right, Mr. Howard, you're good to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I asked Mr. George if he was related to Mo Howard, but he didn't know who Mo Howard was. So again, I'm showing my age. Don't know if they're related or not. All right, I think Mr. George has a lot of cases for us. Vivian, I'll just give you a heads up. Judge Pattison has agreed, if needed, to roll the translator cases over to next door. He has an open morning. He's working on some projects. So when I hear from the attorneys, maybe we can roll some of those next door, but
That would be great. That would be great, because I have a tight morning.
I don't even know if the lawyers are here yet. It was set for 8:30, but there are 3, possibly 4 of them. So I'm going to go ahead and plow ahead with Mr. George here. I've got the conference room only open for attorneys that may need a consultation. Mr. George, are you ready to proceed with your other cases?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, let's talk to Joseph Tanner Richards. Is Jordan here yet? Yes.
I can inquire security, let know.
All right.
One out of two.
Oh, for arraignments. Felicia Slater's not here.
No, sir.
Her speed.
Not here yet.
Shannon Wade,
You want me to call her?
we'll give her a ride.
Okay.
Okay, we'll pick her up. Good morning, sir. Are you Joseph Tanner Richards?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Richards, you got a ticket on January 15th. You're charged with operating while intoxicated. They also charge you with no insurance under the insurance code and open intox. Those are all misdemeanors. They are,
Pardon, just walked in.
well, yes, that's why I asked. Also, would you let them know that Vivian is in the waiting room waiting for her cases? Good morning. I knew you had this deal going on, so.
Yeah, I have had some issues, so I'm gonna go with my guy real quick.
Okay. All right, Mr. Richards, the upshot of all this is it appears the prosecutor is going to dismiss all the charges for a plea to impaired driving. Is that correct?
Do you have, he has two separate files, Your Honor. Both of them are OWIs.
Oh, yes.
And they're
Two
both going to
OWIs?
be impaireds.
In both?
Yes, sir.
Oh, they do. 25951 SD is operating while intoxicated. 25145 SD is operating while intoxicated. Let's take a look at these. The 951 case occurred on May 20th, Washington and Water Street in Constantine, 11:23 in the evening. May 20th was a Tuesday night. Of course, they don't have these next to each other. The other case was January 25th. Riverside Drive and 131. Another truck with a driver asleep at the wheel in the middle of an intersection. Had one of these yesterday. All right, let's talk about these. Everything's going to be dismissed, but 2 counts of impaired driving. Impaired driving is a lesser included offense of operating while intoxicated. If there were just one, it would carry a fine of up to $300, up to 93 days in jail, 4 points on your driving record, and will allow you to keep a restricted driver's license. If you have 2 of these, which you have, I believe the Secretary of State's going to suspend your driving privileges for 2 drunk driving cases within 7 years. This could be potentially a sobriety court case.
That's our intention, Your Honor.
I don't know why this isn't more on my radar, but one thing I guess we'll review to see whether you're eligible for placement in sobriety court. What do you do, sir?
I work in a trailer factory and I do construction.
All right, we got several people in our program that work in trailer factories. Which one are you in?
Dutchman, 815, right there in Middlebury.
And they start about 4:30 in the morning and everybody's out of work by 1, which makes it possible to do our sobriety court in the afternoon. All right, well, let's talk about this. By entering the plea to these 2 charges, you're going to give up your right to have a trial in front of a judge or jury. There will be no trial. You signed this acknowledging that you're giving up those rights by entering this plea. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Let's take the first one first. January 25th, which is a Saturday night, and I ain't got nobody. Where were you going? Riverside Drive on 131.
I was headed to work that morning and,
oh gee whiz, you're going to work?
yeah, I was at my mom lives on Riverside Drive and me and my brothers were there drinking.
You were working on a Saturday?
Yeah, I was going to work on a Saturday, yeah.
At a 0.18 blood alcohol level?
Yeah, I woke up and, I got down the road and wasn't feeling good, so I pulled over and that was it.
Yeah, you were asleep at the wheel. Oh my. All right. If that wasn't enough of a red flag, you got arrested again a few months later. Let's talk about that one. That was Tuesday, May 20th, North Washington and Water Street, about 11:30 at night. Where was that? What were you going that night?
I was going to get my truck from town. I got dropped off in the trailer park. My baby mama was staying. She had my truck. And I was picking it up. It was about 6:30 at night, but
He's ready.
by the time I got to jail, it was about 11.
He's ready. Is anybody else ready? I haven't heard from any of the lawyers. Luke is back there. I advised. So I don't know if they need the breakout room to talk to their clients. I haven't heard from anybody.
Okay.
Of course, it's only 8:40. There are 4 of them. Vivian's on standby and she's got a tight schedule this morning.
Okay.
All right.
Check to see what's going on.
Mr. George, what was the blood alcohol in that case?
That was a 0.09, Your Honor.
That was in May. Mr. Richards, when did you have your last drink?
2 weeks ago.
All right, give or take. All right, you need to get on the bus now. I show a Marcellus address, but you don't really live in Marcellus, do you?
Yeah, I just moved into Constantine.
There's a couple options here. One is to just give you 90 days and then we finish that, give you another 90 days. As a matter of protection of the public. Another option is to start sober, which means what I'm interested in you doing is not waiting till I hit you in the head with a board and tell you got to go to treatment. I want you to start to go to AA or other support group before we talk about this further. Sometimes that is what happens. They don't do anything until I make them do it. But we're going to set these both for screening and sentencing. You live locally, you got some resources, you got a job. You've certainly got alcohol issues, and I think you could be a good candidate for our program. Tim, are you available on Monday, August 25th at 11?
Yes, sir.
Dismiss all other cases. August 25th. And 11, I mean, summer is fleeting. All right, Mr. Richards, I want you to take this out to the counter. I'm going to put sobriety court.
Wow.
That is.
Let's make sure it's okay to turn it off, please.
Thank you, Michelle. Well, I can't find a sobriety court referral in there, but I put that on here. All right, you take that out to the counter. I'm going to see you on August 25th at 11 a.m. We're going to discuss both of these.
Yep, that's right.
Alexander Conley. Luke, good morning. I've got Vivian in the background. Do you need her assistance to consult with your client?
No, Joe. Well, maybe. Mr. Lopez Montoya is in the gallery. He brought a friend who translated. It was a City of Sturgis case.
Okay.
And we're gonna have it set for last pretrial. I don't think that we need Vivian in that.
We can do that. Have him, we'll take him up in a minute. Is that the only one you've got?
No, I have Mr. Garcia Alvarez. He's here. I haven't spoken to him.
All right, would you like to go in the conference room and have me set you up with Vivian so you can speak with him?
Yeah, I can track it down.
All right, why don't you take him down? Good morning, everybody. It's quiet in here. The air handler's not on. And there's lots of people in here and lots of people out there. Mr. Alexander will get to you in just a minute. Mr. Conley. Tim, did you give me a waiver of rights on this one?
This is just gonna be a final pretrial.
Oh, it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I misunderstood. All right, are you Alexander Bryant Conley?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Conley, let's talk about your case. Gosh, Mr. Richards also has $1,683 unpaid fines and costs. All right, this is file 251229SD. You're Alexander Bryant Conley. You're charged with operating with a high blood alcohol level and felon or possession of a firearm while under the influence. Those are both misdemeanor offenses. You wish at this point to continue your plea of not guilty and have the matter set for final pretrial. Is that correct, Mr. George?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Are you still at the Union City address?
Yes, sir.
You posted a bond in compliance with your bond. So I don't have the date right now where that last pretrial will be. But we'll get one. So you need to stay in contact with your lawyer. I can tell you it will be on a Thursday afternoon. We'll coordinate probably several of these for the same date for Mr. George. But you're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, let's open the conference room. It's on mute and the camera's dark. Richard Stahl. Vivian, Luke's trying to round up his client. This is People versus Richard Eugene Stahl. That's you, sir?
Yes.
Mr. Stahl, you're charged here with domestic assault. We get lots of those. Unfortunately, we had a bunch of them this week. Almost every day, somebody got arrested overnight for domestic assault, including last night. In your case, let's find the complaint. The allegation is that you assaulted Constance Stahl, your spouse. That's a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 93 days in jail and a fine of up to $500. The prosecutor has agreed to dismiss that charge for a plea to disturbing the peace. Disturbing the peace is a old-fashioned simple misdemeanor. It's punishable by up to 90 days in jail and a fine of up to $500. Do you understand the charge?
Yes.
Are you going to plead to that?
Yes.
Anybody threaten you to get you to plead to this?
No.
Or promise you anything?
No.
All right. This doesn't sound good. You can always tell there's many a problem. Said, how much have you been drinking? And your answer was a lot. The next to that, and the legal definition is too much. Assault in progress at the trailer park. Richard Stahl said they had an argument. And you got upset. Your wife got upset because you were drinking. And you threw your wallet at her and spilled some chips. So did you and your wife get in an argument at your trailer?
Yes.
And did you throw your wallet at her?
Yes.
Now there's a no contact provision in here. Where are you staying right now?
With my daughter.
I'm about to lift it. Let's see how long you were in jail for. You posted bond here. Overnight. Mr. Stoll, do you have any source of income?
Disability.
In the same boat as you were in the other case. You're about the same age as the other guy, 7 or 8 years behind me. All right, and taking it out of a crime victim's rights purview when they turn it into a disturbing the peace. He's drunk. They have an argument. He throws his wallet at her. I can see why they reduced this. They did hit her, but I don't know that was much consequence. $75 crime victims' rights fee, $75 state minimum fee, and a $75 fine. Again, I'm going to waive the attorney fee. $200 on a payment plan. 1 day jail credit, 1 day. I have a list of people that owe me money, and there's a lot of people on it today, but I don't think you are. Mr. Stahl, I want you to go out to the counter. Good morning, everybody. Today is July 11th. It is going to be our first Friday of the month of pre-trials. First Friday of the month was July 4th, so we have a lot of cases this morning. We have 72, actually. We have some visitors here from Texas by way of Indiana, and they're going to get their money's worth this morning. I'll let this run for a bit. Mr. Tim George has 12 cases. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ready to go right now, including one gentleman with some health problems. We're going to take from the conference room. And so we should be ready to start here in just a moment. Cassandra, I think I understand what your message was about yesterday. I understand that one of the young men from our Three Rivers area was killed in a motorcycle accident. I think that's what that was about. Well, Aaron, I'll pass that along. First I had met her was yesterday, except I met her many years ago when I had her as a student at basic prosecutor training, probably 30 years ago, give or take. Yes, that comes from chasing little grandchildren around in the lake. No, that traffic case was resolved with a plea. All right, I'm going to our dismissal. Yeah, I like her. I don't know her, but she hit the ground running yesterday and seems very capable. I certainly could use the help. Good morning, folks. So I'm just going to get started here.
All right, Jared, I'm gonna head into the courtroom real quick, okay? All right.
Tim, you can just stay right in there with him.
Okay.
Either way, it might be easier to come in here. I see. Good morning, Vivian.
Good morning.
We have our hands full. We have a lot of cases this morning and try to get to yours efficiently. So I'll just mute you and then you can see what we're doing.
You're good. Stay right there. I apologize, I had some health issues. All right.
Why don't you just stay in here? He's got somebody there with him.
I think I muted it, Judge. I'll just have it.
All right. Vivian, are you here on Jose Lopez Montoya,
Yes, I'm here on 3 cases. Yes.
Salvador Alcantar,
No, I don't have Salvador. Garcia Alvarez is the other one, and Hernandez.
Perez?
Hernandez. Perez, okay.
Well, we'll see. John Bush is back there. All right, we are going to go ahead and begin our day. First matter up is People versus Jerry Dale Howard. That's you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Howard has some health problems and he's in a bathrobe, which isn't appropriate attire for the courtroom, but we're going to do it from the conference room and resolve this case. The file number is 25665ST. Mr. Jerry Howard was charged with driving without a valid operator's license ever acquired and no proof of insurance. The offer, Mr. George, appears to be plead to the no license ever acquired and the dismiss the civil infraction.
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's going to save you $150, Mr. Howard, which is better than a poke in the eye. In fact, probably anything's better than a poke in the eye, but what's left is a charge of no valid operator's license ever acquired. It's at 257904A. I looked it up recently in the prosecutor's warrant manual. It's different from driving suspended. Driving suspended is punishable by up to 93 days in jail and a fine of up to $500. This one is punishable, I've been saying 90 days and $500, but it's punishable by up to 90 days. Alcohol level is a misdemeanor. It's punishable by up to 180 days in jail and a fine of up to $750. Carries 6 points on your driving record and requires that your license be suspended. File 251176 alleges that you were driving while intoxicated on June 20th. They're going to also, with a high blood alcohol level, they're going to reduce that to impaired driving. And amazingly, you were on probation for a drunk driving charge that occurred in January. So you're on probation for a drunk driving charge that was convicted a little earlier this year, probably in March. You got arrested on June 4th for drunk driving and again on June 20th. And that's scary stuff. The prosecutors agreed to reduce one of these to impaired, the June 20th one. And the other case, you'll plead to operating with a high blood alcohol. Is that correct, Ms. Harden?
It is, Your Honor.
I don't have an advice of rights here, so let me go through this and for everybody else that's here. If you enter a plea of guilty to a criminal charge, you give up your right to have a trial, and there will be no trial. If you had a trial, you'd have the right to have any of the witnesses for or against you subpoenaed to come to court so they could be questioned under oath. You would have the right to take the witness stand and testify on your own behalf, but you don't have to because you have a right not to testify. And if you did not wish to testify, the judge or jury could not hold your silence against you. You would have the right to be presumed innocent unless the state was able to prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You'd also have a right to have any of the witnesses against you subpoenaed to come to court. So let's take these one at a time. The June 4th incident. So let me find that one.
That is 25-1187.
They filed a formal complaint. Were you driving a car in the city of Three Rivers, West Michigan Avenue on June 4th?
Was it a motor vehicle?
It was a truck. I can't.
He indicates it was a truck, Your Honor, not a car.
All right, where were you going?
Where were you going? He's hard of hearing, Your Honor.
Okay. Where were you going?
Probably back to my apartment. I don't go very far anymore.
And your apartment?
Probably, if this was Three Rivers, I probably went to Little Caesars.
All right. What were you drinking?
Bush beer.
How many do you think you had?
It's gone down. I mean, I used to be able to put down a 12-pack a day. Now we're probably down to 6 or 4 a day.
Well, this was, what was the blood alcohol here?
I guess I'd like to say that the only reason I drink it is not for a drunk, because I don't get drunk off of it. It's the flavor. Otherwise, I just do Mountain Dew or something. And that is the reason why I drink beer.
That is the most absurd thing I've heard. And
the state had passed the witness to the defense for cross-examination. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Detective, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you, sir.
Don't sir me. You've been a police officer how long?
17 years.
How long is it? I'm not trying to age you, but how long is a detective?
6.5 years.
Is everyone always truthful with you?
So there.
Are they even less truthful when there's violence or shootings involved?
That's common.
And you surmise that Mr. Dixon wasn't truthful with you?
That's correct.
And Mr. Carrington wasn't truthful with you?
Correct.
Was he truthful with you once you were able to get across to them that he will not be in trouble for shooting his gun that night?
Mr. Carrington, yes.
And his lady friend helped persuade him to tell the truth?
Yes.
And a day or two later, he brought you the weapon?
Might have been that same day, but yes, he did eventually bring it to us.
Did he mention anything about the incident, about the shooting?
He provided a statement, but not great detail. He advised he didn't know who the shooter was.
The camera footage, we've seen a lot of camera footage from 2 cameras.
Yes.
At the location. There's been testimony that there were 6 outside cameras, 4 inside, 6 outside, 4 inside. Do you know why we only have footage from those 2?
I don't know. I'm sorry, I didn't obtain any of the footage.
Who would I ask in this case about that?
Probably Detective Torres, he was the lead investigator.
I understand that you are good at interpreting. Let me get it right. Communication and event reports. Can I ask you to look at some? I think this represents, yes, I think this represents, I think 4 calls, maybe 5.
All right, for the purposes of the record here, do you have something marked or that she's referring to? Because the record doesn't reflect anything in particular, which it should.
I was just gonna ask the, it's not an exhibit now, I'm just gonna ask the detective.
Well, just mark it as exhibit number. It doesn't have to be admitted. So, but we need to have something to show what we are referring to specifically in the record here.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Mr. Ransom.
People sometimes wonder, am I just looking at the internet or something? I know. This is what we call real-time court reporting. Kim here types 300 words a minute. But great court reporters can learn, they can hit one button and several words come up because they build their own dictionary over time. And it's like their own language that they use. And anyway, she's one of the best at it. And we call this real-time court reporting because in the old days, there used to be a big delay before you could read it. But now I can listen, read it. And sometimes I'm listening, I go, what was just said? I didn't, and then I can note it, and it's very helpful for all judges. But that's what this helpful tool is right there that I'm looking at.
Project you want to play Candy Crush.
Let me show you Defendant's Exhibit 1.
Sir.
And it gives you a few minutes to look at that. I'm basically just going to ask you what you can tell us about that first call that came in.
Yeah, so this is our dispatch notes. So a dispatcher is taking notes on calls that are being received on the 911 line. And then it's kind of our officers' radio traffic as well. Want me to just read it?
No, I will. Sure, take your time with it, but I wanted to ask you what you could tell the jury that you think would be helpful about the first call.
It says there's a call at Crystal's Grocery. Complainant said that they are here fighting. 4th time out for fighting in crowds. Subject advised someone got shot and then this has been misfired.
Is there any way to tell, I didn't mean to interrupt you, the phone number it came from? The first call. Or any of them, really, Travis.
I have one from Rosalinda.
What time is that call?
This is at 7:28 a.m. So this is the one where she's saying there's a black male in a white shirt, blue jean shorts standing near the corner. Looks like he has blood on his shorts, standing by the garbage in the back of the property.
Can you go back to the first call?
One from Octavia Charles.
Well, the very first call, I think it's at 4:13. 4:13 a.m.
Ms. Baker, June Baker.
What time is that one?
This is 4:22 for disturbance.
How is that report generated in order to tell that it's Miss Baker that called?
Say that again.
Well, poorly phrased. How do they know it's Miss Baker that called?
Sometimes they ask, or sometimes it might just be like caller ID. If they didn't ask for the name, but normally they'll ask who's calling.
So just like when a friend calls you, just caller ID like that? Can you tell the number it came from? The phone number? The first call?
So the one at 422 was 409-832-7820.
How about the one at 4:13? I keep saying 4:13. I think that was it.
I know. I don't see one at 4:13, and that's that. Unless I'm missing it.
Matt Folkestone?
Yeah. Maybe I can give all of them.
Most of these are just officers responding.
That's where we get the 15 of them.
Okay.
There's just helpful.
Do you intend to admit this?
No, sir.
Okay.
It doesn't have a name, but 409-225-6692.
I'm sorry, 225?
6692.
That's the very first call? Or the first one you see there?
It's the first one I see here.
How about the second call?
I think that was the 422 one.
Okay. It came from 832-7820?
Yes. And I'm sorry, Miss Baker was the call taker, not the caller.
Ah.
I don't think it has a caller's name on here. It just says Crystal's Grocery.
So it came from the grocery store?
Not necessarily. No. Yeah, that one might have come from the actual store. Both of them might have come from the store. They're both logged as Crystal's Grocery.
The first call as well?
Yes, sir.
How about the third one?
Focus Call Center.
Focus Call Cell?
Center.
Does it have a number?
Does not have a phone number attached.
How about the fourth call? I think 4 is what we have here, or maybe 5.
Concord at Stilton is the location on that one.
Any number there?
Yes, sir. Actually, yes, 409-499-5573. And that's Miss Rosalinda.
Ah. Is that the last one or is there 5?
Say it again.
Is there a 5? Is there a 5th call?
And then Octavia Charles.
And what's that number, please, if you have?
409-271-1769.
Well, since we're doing all the calls, is there 6?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish, tender to publish the first call that the state has possession of. I don't have it under an exhibit.
I'll make an exhibit for him, Judge. We don't have an objection.
Thank you, Mr. Eckworth.
Record, I created an exhibit called Defense 2. That contains the 911 calls. I wouldn't have an objection to offering that in evidence.
Your Honor, may I publish the exhibit 2 that the state just created for us?
You're asking for it to be put into evidence?
Yes.
It's admitted without objection. Go ahead. He's nuts.
August 6, 2023, 4/12/39. Which one, man? Where are you on the board? Where car for me, man? Car for me where? Yeah.
I'll put it more. No, that's good. Okay. She hung up.
That's all I have, Detective. Thank you.
Can this lady be excused?
Yes.
You're excused, ma'am. Thank you. Next, please.
We rest.
State rest. What says defense?
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Texas.
Go ahead.
Oh, Octavia Charles, Your Honor. Last name? Charles, Octavia Charles. What? Oh.
Then raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Lower your hand.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Go ahead. Thank you for being here, Ms. Charles. Thanks for speaking with me about this earlier. You testified, I think, on Tuesday. And you and I looked at your statement earlier today. You testified Tuesday that Mr. Dixon approached Mr. Whittington in an aggressive manner. And then you testified back 2 years ago in the video with the detectives that when he walked up and did the tapping on the chest of Mr. Whittington, you didn't think he meant anything by it. Which one is accurate, or why are they different?
They are different because when he first walked up, when he first acted, when he first touched, I didn't think nothing of it. It's it escalated like afterwards. As soon as he did it, it escalated.
Okay.
Like instantly.
Okay.
So when he first walked up, no, I didn't. But when after all that happened, it escalated like fast. I've seen the video fast.
And there was another point where you told the jury you identified Mr. Dixon in the photo lineups, but you didn't identify anyone 2 years ago in your interview, did you? Which one of those is accurate?
I don't identify. And the reason why I failed identify him because as soon as the police came to the scene, I told them his name is Johnny Dixon and his people stay on Harding Street.
What street?
Harding.
Did you wind up with Mr. Do you recall, did you wind up somehow with Mr. Dixon's phone that night?
They thought it was school time and both had the same days, the same exact days.
You wound up with his.
Yeah, there was someone can't pick it up from you. She said she was his sister.
Thank you, Ms. Charles.
No questions, Judge.
Can this lady be excused?
Please.
You are excused. Thank you. Next, please.
Judge, we call Damian Stewart.
Judge, I think you'll have to do a bailiff call for this one.
Yes, thank you.
Adrian Stewart. Adrian Stewart. Adrian Stewart.
There's no response, Your Honor.
No response to the name called here in the courtroom. No response to the name called into the hall by the bailiff. Next.
Call Jeremy Dixon, Your Honor.
And raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Lower your hand. Your witness, sir.
Thank you, Judge. State your name for the record, please, Mr. Dixon.
Adjournment, Dixon.
Mr. Dixon, where were you born?
On Texas.
And how old are you?
35.
And what kind of work do you do?
I do construction and refining.
Do you work on cars?
Yes, sir.
I think the first thing, it's obvious, but I think the first thing the jury wants to know is why you lied to the detective. I beg your pardon? No, you just talk. I mean, you can look at the jury, you don't have to, you just talk into the microphone.
Yeah. The reason why I lied, because I was under the influence. And when I'm under the influence, I ain't supposed to lie. I mixed it.
Well, you didn't lie about everything, did you?
Well, no.
What part of it was true?
Well, that I got jumped. I admitted to it. I said, yeah, I did say, then jump was the truth. But I didn't admit to anything else.
That night or that morning or that day, what did you do? Do you recall what you did during the day?
Before the incident?
On August 6th, excuse me, I guess August 5th. What did you do? Did you go to work? Did you go? What did you do? Just tool around?
Me and my boys went and got haircuts. Then we went to the tilt in the mall. And then we got pieces from Little Caesars and wings. And we went home by 9 o'clock. We ate, went to sleep. I woke back up later on, about 11, 12, close to it. I was hungry. So I called around and tried to see if I can get some DoorDash or pizza, Domino's closed. I called the B&B Shack to try to order a wing basket over the phone for a pickup order. And when I called them, they denied doing over the phone order because a lot of people calls in and they lose money about people not coming to get that food.
What time did you go out?
Well, I was called to go out at 2 in the morning.
Who called you to go out?
My niece, Jessica Brown. Her and the girls, her and the daughters had broke down at MLK and IT, and they needed my assistance. So I left the house. I told my son I'd be back with food. My son is Kane Dixon. I told him I'd be back with food. I had to go ahead and check on Jessica Brown, my niece. And he was there watching his little brother that I got back.
How old are those boys?
He was 13 at the time.
Okay.
My son was 4, my youngest was 4.
So you went to, what did you do with your niece?
I
diagnosed the truck, figured out what was wrong with it, why it wasn't starting. And I tried to call my brother to see what was going on with his truck. My brother's Judge Brown. This is his daughter's. So that's his truck. I was calling to see maybe you know what was wrong with his truck while I'm sitting here trying to diagnose it.
Julius Brown is your brother?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is Tommy Brown your brother?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead. You got them situated? Your niece?
Yeah.
Got them back on the road?
Well, we figured out what it was. She ran out of gas.
Bless you.
God bless you.
Go ahead. So you got gas for them?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened after that?
But I told her to get in the truck and drive her and the girl straight home. Call me when y'all get there. I'm gonna be out a while because I'm going to B&B Shack to get something to eat. After that, I went up to the Shell station because I know the lights were still on, the doors were still open.
You know, is that your neighborhood?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Let me. Let me show you. What has previously been marked as State's Exhibit. $112. Wrong one. I think there's a pointer behind you. You can stand up and, right there, if you can stand up and use it. Is that helpful where you went?
What part? You go back to the store?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can you point to it and show the jury?
That's the store right there.
Okay. Okay, that's good. You can sit down. Well, don't sit down. I want to ask you another question. You work at a mechanic shop?
Yes, sir.
Is that on the map? About where that would be?
The former mechanic shop building was right here on this corner.
Did you say the former?
Yeah, we're not there anymore.
When did you close up?
February 2023.
Okay, so it'd been closed about 6 months before all this happened.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you still know the neighborhood and you're still in that neighborhood a lot.
Yes, sir.
You can sit down, sir. When did you talk to a former customer of yours?
Former customer?
A former customer who you worked on his car?
That night, he called me over to the car.
That was about what time? 2 or 3 in the morning? Or later?
Later.
Okay. And what did y'all talk about? Just cars?
Yeah.
Where did you get did you just approach Jordan and Ramond and that group? Or did they call you over? Or
The guy in
both?
the car called me over.
Say it again?
The guy in the car that I approached to, he called me over. He called me over through the passenger window. And I didn't want to be rude by walking up to the passenger side and speaking over his lady friend in the car.
Who is that?
Riley Barnes.
Raleigh
Yes,
Barnes?
his name's Riley Barnes.
Was that car over there near the group?
Okay.
Okay, what happened? You spoke to him?
When I spoke to him, or when I walked up to speak to him, Jordan was sitting on the side, on the side of the car. I reached out, shook his hand. I turned around and said, "Pull me." And Pooh told me to get away from me, because I know what I did.
Did you know what he was talking about?
No, sir. That's why my next question was, what you mean? What I did? What you talking about?
Did you ever figure out what Boo was mad about?
After how the incident happened,
What was he mad about?
my best friend sleeping with possibly his baby mama or his wife,
Why was he mad at you about that?
because he figured I might have slept with her too. He said he seen us in the car together back in 2015 at a club called Getaway. And she was in the back seat with me and Damien.
2015.
Yes.
That was 8 years before all this. You never brought it up?
Until then now.
Were you drinking a lot that night?
I had 3 shots of tequila and a little love over.
And you surmised that Ramon and Jordan had been drinking. I think Jordan said he
I knew Jordan. He drank a little bit. He don't get too intoxicated. But Raymond, he gets drunk. He gets sloppy.
So what happened? He said, you know what you did?
Yeah, he kept pushing me about it. You know what you did. So when I went to ignore it, started talking to Riley. He was talking about another vehicle they used. And if he wanted us to do some paint body work to it, paint his bumpers, and you know what I'm saying, do some mechanic work to it too also. And I gave him my brother's number to contact. And as we was locking my brother's number in his phone, that's when Raymond asked me to call Damien. And I said, I'm not gonna call Damien, he at work. I'm not gonna bother him, he's at work. Now I text him. We was texting that night, but I'm not gonna call him. He's at work, he's in the phone.
Why?
Wait till he texts back.
I'm sorry, what did you say? I just spoke over you. What was your last statement?
I had to wait till he texts back. I'm not gonna call him. He's in the phone, he's at work.
Did you text him?
Yeah, I text.
Did he text you back?
No, not right away.
Then what happened?
He kept asking me to call him.
This is, I do this too. We gotta make sure we use names. Let's go ahead and use first names. That way we won't mix up Jordan and Ramon. Is that how you say it, Ramon?
I don't know. I mostly know him by the nickname Pool.
Okay,
Can I use Pool?
sure. Ramon is Pooh. Okay,
Pool kept asking me to call Damien. I told him not to call Damien. I'm not going to call Damien. He kept asking me. I said, man, I'm not going to call Damien for no bullshit. He's my friend. So.
just don't do it again. I think you get one.
I'm trying to keep it as close to the conversation that we had as possible.
Sure, but no bad language.
After that, he said, "You I'm playing with you." I was like, "Man, Jordan, what's about that?" He was like, "Man, I don't know. That's when you see Jordan in the video chuckling."
That's when you see Jordan doing what?
Chuckling like laughing like, I don't know. So I turned to face him because now I feel like he's giving off a threat, a bad vibe.
Was your feeling that Pooh wanted you to lure out Damien? Not Damien. Or yes, Damien.
Yeah. But I never knew for what reason.
That night? He wanted him to come out there that night?
Yeah, he said, "Man, call him, send him pull up."
You told him it was at work?
Yeah, I told him he did work.
Okay.
And he started getting agitated. Like, man, you lying. You know where he is. You're like your best friend. He like a brother to you. You trying to protect him. I was like, for what?
What happened after that?
He walked off. When he walked off, I figured he was gone. So I turned around, I started talking to Octavia. I was messing with Octavia about some things that happened in school a long time ago. She used to tease me about my mama getting on my butt at school.
And you hadn't seen her since those days?
I haven't seen her in a while. Last time I seen her, I had heard about she had got into an accident when somebody ran over the car. That was the last time I seen her.
So you talked to Octavia a little bit, then what happened?
I went back to the car to talk to Riley. I told Riley, "Man, you got it locked in?" He was like, yeah. I still got Judge number saved in my phone. So I was like, well, man, I'm gonna go over here to be in bed shack, get something to eat. By that time, Pooh came back. Who was like, man, you ain't called Dame yet? I mean, I'm not gonna call Dame. So all right, bet it. He put his bottle down,
He said, all right, what?
bet it. Bet it.
Man, you lost me with that one. Am I the only one that?
It's like the E-T, T-H-A-T.
Okay.
It's like a saying like, and I'm done talking, but watch what happens if someone like that, like bet it. And I was like, bet it what? And boom, I get hit. As soon as I get hit, I go to grab my eye, I'll bend down. When I bend down, he come toward me. So yes, I do push him back. I try to pin him down on the car so he can stop swinging. Then I noticed that his brother's swinging him too.
He jumped, that's when he jumped. That's when Jordan jumped in.
Yeah, he started swinging me too. I seen him, noticed he was swinging, and he kept hitting right. Wow, I was boo. I ended up tumbling over. As I tumbled over, Boo started kicking me in the face with his boot on. And I was trying to grab his foot and it received, like after the third time he kicked me in the face.
This is Pooh?
Yeah, Pooh kicked me in my face. And the third time he kicked me in my face, I grabbed his foot to mess his foot up so he stumbled. And when he stumbled on top of me, like when I was getting up, started pulling myself up. He started pinning me against the car, pushing me up against the car. He kept punching me, and the Jordan kept punching me, kept punching me, kept punching me. Now I'm just holding myself on bracing up like that. Because I can't fight both down at once.
Jordan was still in on him?
Jordan was still in. But when we moved to the back part of the car, yes, I did hear Crystal Tomlin come up saying, y'all get off my car with that, y'all put it against him. So when she said that, he told her, B, shut up. And as you see, she ran from him in the camera.
Does this help you remember it when you watched it? When we watched it and you've watched it today?
Yeah.
And then what? When did it kind of subside or ebb?
Well, after I guess they got tired of beating me up, he pushed me away. Okay, he pushed me away.
Let me interrupt you a minute. When did Gregory Carrington get involved? Was he involved yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Who pushed me away? He was like, shit. It was like, fight back. Man, I'm not gonna fight you. I'm not gonna fight you, man. It's between you and your cousin. But he was like, man, you still trying to protect him. I told you call him. Like, nah, man, it's between you and your cousin. That's your cousin. You got his number to call him yourself. I'm not to get involved with that. I'm not worried about y'all beating me up. That's cool. I just want to get my keys and go home.
You said you want to get your keys.
Yeah, at the time my keys were out of my pocket.
Okay.
I was on the ground. I knew they were somewhere in the area. I didn't see them. As looking down on the ground, I couldn't see them. So I figured they might have went under Crystal Thomas' car while I was sitting there. So I just stood back. You can see I stand back next to the car that was 2 parking spots over. I'm standing close to their back door. Who walking around, he's mad. He's walking around, he's throwing temper tantrums, he's throwing fits, and he's still arguing with his wife.
About what?
Not sure. I guess that she was trying to do it.
But you're not getting hit at that point.
I'm not getting hit at that point. I'm just waiting on them to leave so I can find my eggs.
So when did it start again, or what happened next?
I was talking to Jordan. I was calling Jordan Pooh at that time. I was calling Jordan Pooh. And Jordan was like, man, I'm not Pooh, I'm Jordan. Pooh right there. And you better watch out for Pooh to hit you again. So when I turned and looked, it was Carrington. Carrington came up. I seen him, he had a gun in his hand with Dixon. I remember seeing it. But
Had a gun in his hand?
It was in his hand. Like he was coming around the front side of the truck, it was in his hand. But he passed it off to the little guy, Chucky.
Can you see that on the video?
Yeah.
You can?
Yeah.
It's not behind one of those SUVs?
But it's when you come around the side of the SUV, you'll see Chucky in a white shirt walk up to him, and then he'll pass it off because you don't see it in his hand no more. You'll see him start swinging it. So he's not swinging it with guns. Cause he passed out.
What happened after that?
I got jumped by him, and I don't know the other two guys, because Jordan and Poe came back into the fight.
There's three now.
But
Are you back on the ground?
on side behind the SUV, I stumbled down. I'm on one knee. I'm holding myself up, and I'm still blocking and protected. And then you see me get back up, stumble off the backside of the SUV. And like I said, there's another camera over the front door of the establishment that shines in that front parking lot that shows what happened on the backside of the SUV. The Kirkland said. And
We'll talk about cameras in a minute. I'll ask you about the cameras.
okay. And I walked around the gray car that was sitting right there, because the gray car was getting ready to pull off. I walked to the back, to the sidewalk, goes to the street. Mr. Poole come walk back up toward me. I'm still not trying to fight, still not trying to argue no more. I'm telling them there's nothing to do with me. Call your own cousin on your own time. I just want to get my keys and go home.
Everything you're describing, is it still on that first camera we've been watching?
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you what we're gonna watch some of Exhibit 1. Now I'm gonna ask Mr. Eckhart, Mr. Flair to pull it up. Help me think operator.
I'm in there, it's up on that, but.
Okay. Four. Can you have it? Nice. General Zoom y'all been using. People Zoom. People Zoom in. I know better than can't get you. You got it. So you can do it. There's nothing in the Docket. Thank you, sir. Is that you, Jeremy, right there?
Yes, sir. I'm being called over to the car now, so I'm scratching my head because I don't feel like going.
Which car?
The black car.
You can go talk to that guy for a minute?
Yeah, that's why I'm here. So he's calling me over there, and that's what group appreciate. I walk up, I pick up our table. I speak to Poole, but then I go to speak to Jordan. I shake Jordan in. That's when I realized Poole got some kind of animosity toward it.
Are you gonna go talk to the gentleman in the black car?
Yeah, I'm talking to him now. I'm
Okay.
talking to him from the business because I don't like the animosity that Poole is giving out. Why that Poole is giving out? I'm trying to watch him.
Okay, bear with me. I'm gonna try to zoom in a little bit.
All things here. Alt. ALT.
What do you want to do? What do you want? I want to try and get the. What do you want? I want to try and get the crowd. And then. You want to call it? Alice. And thank you. Oh my God, I just was there. Saturday, 6 o'clock. What's going on now, Jeremy?
I'm probably not taking Charles and Rodney at the same time. So I'm watching my surroundings.
Well, let me ask you this, why did you not leave then? Why did you not just go home?
While I was talking to him, that's when I was talking to Riley about the work. And it was all, that's when, like, what's up with the shop? You gotta move the shop to us, man. See, y'all not on the phone no more. But you supposed to move the shop to? I was asking about the new location. It just didn't. Talking more about shop, talking about for who getting mad. See, Jordan trying to tell who like, man, this did go. Who like, nah, man.
Hold on for just a second. Ask, this is a question and answer method. You just don't get to give a narrative speech. You have to answer questions that are asked of you. That gives the other side, whether it's the defense or the state, a chance to object. But this isn't just a narrative. It's question and answer.
I'm sorry, I should have told you that. I was just going to let you talk until the judge told you it's question and answer. We have to keep it back and forth. I know it's a couple of years ago, but why didn't you leave when you had a chance?
What?
Any point, or were you just curious about what? Why didn't you just leave? Do you know?
Well, after the fight, the reason why I didn't leave because I couldn't.
No, right now. Right now.
Right now. Because I wasn't talking to him. I wasn't talking to Bush. I got called over there by Riley Barnes and my conversation was with Riley Barnes and I was just having to talk about Cedric Charles while she was standing on the side.
Okay.
So you can see I'm talking back and forth. I hear going back and forth in the fall. So I tell you, I'm
Okay, let me ask you questions.
Sorry.
That's all right. Now, who are you talking to now?
Just.
Who?
Check. The guy that's in the corner of the park, he had asked me a question.
With the blue jeans and white shirt?
Yes.
Where's Boo? Is he talking to the guy in the car a little bit?
Yeah. My back door, the video, but it's stuff with me in the front door.
So what's going on now? Or do you know?
Oh, see.
Whoa, what happened?
Yeah,
Did you sense that coming?
no, my back is kind of turned.
You saw him hike his pants up and then bam? Or did you didn't even notice that?
I saw him when he grabbed for the pain, that made me turn. But normally when somebody does that,
You think you're about to get it?
you know you're about to get hit or something like that.
Now, this is obscured by the car. That's Boo's white shirt, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is Jordan in on it yet?
Yes, sir.
Jordan has no shirt and Boo's got the white shirt.
Yes, sir.
And you're on the ground.
I'm on the ground.
Well, I was about to say it looked like he stopped, but then he started again. Is that right?
Yeah. He stopped, he got his Jordan challenge.
I know you're trying, but have you landed a punch in?
Landed one? No, sir.
That's Boo and Jordan, and now you're behind the other car.
Still behind, Chris Thomas, still on the side of Chris Thomas car.
That's
It's
right.
It's other people walking up.
But it's a maroon car now.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you get shoved away, correct?
Yes. See the guy in the white shirt that's in front of me? While I was walking toward,
Where's that?
that check,
Okay.
that's when he pulled my keys out of my pocket. He was fighting behind Chris Thomas car.
Did you know then that Chucky got your keys?
I know he went in my pocket, I know he registered his name in my pocket. And I heard my keys hit the ground. That's why when I stood behind the car, I hit my side when you know my keys.
Can you pull your pants down?
No, not at this time.
And you think you still have your phone and your wallet or your money?
No, you don't have my phone at this time.
Okay, just your keys.
Just my keys. Yeah, I hit my pockets. Gave my keys. Who also too.
What's he saying?
He was saying, ah, dang. Oh, we gonna fight again. Oh, I ain't got nothing to do with that.
And that's Boo taking his shirt off,
Who takes
correct?
his shirt off, so. He still wants to fight. I hear Chris telling him, let's go. So I'm just trying to find my keys. I know I heard his ground, So I'm just waiting on them to move the ball.
All right,
That's why I didn't leave.
hold on. You still? You don't know where they are?
Oh,
Who went in the Crystal's car for a minute, right?
yeah.
What was going on now?
As we came to walk up to me, he,
Just out of the blue?
yes, sir. Harrington gave me the joy to come back in.
I don't get it. What's all this? Stop and start. What's all this stop and start? It's like it won't end. You think it's over, it starts again. What's being conveyed? Is anybody, you remember Carrington or Pooh or Jordan saying anything like? If you don't, you don't.
Well, what was starting to back up was the fact that he thought I was still lying about missing his same mom.
He's still on that?
Yeah, he was still on there.
Okay. What's going on now?
Getting kicked. I was on the ground getting kicked in the face.
We can't see it, can we?
Not inside.
What are you doing now?
Standing on the sidewalk in the back, off to the road.
What are you thinking? Are you stunned?
Yes, sir.
You don't have your keys.
I don't have my keys at this moment.
Do you recall what you're thinking about doing?
No, sir. Trying to figure out why I'm at.
I've lost track of this flow of traffic as many times as I've seen this. Where are you now?
I was on 2 cars down, walked the other way.
You're to the right over here.
To the left. I walked toward the left first. And the crowd started following me that way, so I went to the right. Yeah, it's gonna move, but going to the right. You see me going to the right.
Okay, I found you then.
Right and bottom.
You're all screen now.
Yes, sir.
It's blue all screen.
No, sir.
Thank you. Who's there with you?
That was, I don't know who it was, but they was asking me, are you all right? There's a lady right there, she kept asking me, are you all right? And she just walked out.
What are you saying here? You're saying something?
Yeah, they saying they about to go, and I'm like, all right, man, I just wanna find my keys, man, I'm gonna leave, man, I ain't worried about it, you leave. It's not my fight. See?
What are you saying here? Your call?
No, I'm not talking to you, Paul. He talking to me, I'm just listening. That's what he was telling me about the event in 2015, when he saw his baby mama and supposed to be banging.
Okay, he's approaching you now though, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, you guys, he's back there.
He keep telling me, come on and fight, I'm telling my whole fight.
Okay, roll screen again.
So,
Switch to camera. Would you please? Camera 16. I'll find it myself. It's just a zoom in and Halloween. That's a whole deal. Where do you want? The beginning or where they're coming? What's it, Steve? Sorry, the student don't thought like. You follow me, do you? No, you don't have to, but it's just easier. Get this. See, you're back. Is that y'all there?
Yes, sir.
Well, we're about to lose you.
Yeah, some of the lost him. If you ask it.
Is that the man's yard y'all in?
But we not in the yard yet. We still in the driveway on the sidewalk.
Well, but if we can't see her, are you about to go in the guy's yard?
Yeah.
Is that the guy that? The man? A gentleman comes out or an older man comes out and throws on his lights?
Comes out the back door.
And what's he say?
Says the help on property that he is. I should child with trespass.
How many of you are in the yard by then?
Including me. Boy,
Do you know who, you and who else?
I was beat up, bull. I'm not sure if it was Jordan, but it was a big guy back there.
Say that again?
I'm not sure if it was Jordan, but it was a big guy back there. Give me that experience. It was actually dark back there.
He threw on his porch light and told,
No lights on how. Man, it was like that.
well, there's light from somewhere, huh?
Camera phone. He might have trying to record the fight.
But the man didn't throw on any lights.
No,
Okay. When was a gun put to your head?
I was on my knees after I put my pins down.
Okay, let me back up a little bit. When you go off camera here and you're, let's assume, I know you're not quite there because we froze it, but you're in that man's yard. Is that where it was happening?
No, I was being pushed to the back
Okay.
of the house.
And when did you get your pants pulled down?
Started jumping me again. When Bull, Jordan, Carrington, and Chucky came along.
Who's checking?
The little guy
Okay. All right, sorry.
started jumping me again.
Who's Two Booty? Is that a male or a female?
That's Crystal Thomas. That's the name that.
Okay. And who's Bama?
That's one of who friends.
Was Bama out there?
Yeah.
When was a gun put to your head, though? Was that after you lost your shorts?
Yes, sir.
And who put the gun to your head?
Carrington.
So Carrington had a weapon. Did you have a weapon on you?
Yes, sir.
You lost your pants, though, right?
Yes, sir.
Was the weapon still in your pants, in your pocket? So you lost your phone?
Yeah, it was in my back pocket. That's when he took my phone and my back pocket, my wallet.
Lost your wallet. You lost your keys earlier.
Yes, sir.
But the phone stayed in your which pocket?
Back pocket. Back of the pocket.
All right. Oh. Who is Jay Fox?
That's the guy who Carrington was passing his gun off to me. Like, every time he got ready to come get me, they passed it off. They come get me. He got asked for it back.
Let me ask you this, I may have it wrong, so don't look at me strangely. Is it your contention that that bullet that struck whose leg after you fired was not Carrington the way Mr. Eckhart surmised, but you think it was Jay Fox? Or do you know?
I don't know anything about that. From my understanding, I thought maybe he shot himself. I wouldn't know when, I wouldn't know how, but I knew he had a gun also. If he kept passing off Chucky.
Chucky and Carrington? I'm sorry, Chucky and
Chucky Pope and Jordan, Jay Fox.
who and Jay Fox?
Jay Fox.
I keep interrupting you. I'm sorry. Tell the jury again who kept passing guns off.
Who kept passing his off Chucky? And he kept passing his off Jay Fox.
Okay. How were you able to get out of the yard and up and get your clothes back on when you come back in view?
I came out the back door and told us, I'll get out of my yard. I said, like to get out of my yard, get out of my elephant yard. I had no choice but to sign up, so we have all rights to shoot us. That was my belief.
Were you ever told fight or shoot it out? Who told you that?
Cool. We came around to the backside by the store. He said, his quote was, get it back in blood.
Get it back in blood?
Get it back in blood.
What does that mean?
It's a slang saying like, yeah, we took that from you.
Oh,
Now you're gonna provide a shoot for it.
your possessions.
So
How about the term or just either we're going to fight, you won't fight, we're going to either fight or we're going to shoot it out. Anybody say that or something like that?
that's what get it back in blood.
Okay.
Okay, please. Just click back on the picture there.
He is falling on the wall. Who are these folks? Do you know?
No.
Who re-emerged there? Do you know?
No. Saying this time I'm already behind the house in the jump. Not sure.
And is this just a regular crowd or a few of the crowd that were by the watch jury? All these,
They follow the fight, trying to steal show.
who's that? Do you know?
No.
Could that be Dorian Price, that big guy?
Not big, I was already back up by the time.
You know who these are?
This Octavia comes back, she's gonna get back into the store.
That's her all in white, huh?
Yeah.
Did you identify anybody else in that crowd?
No, but we still in the back because if you look to your far right, you can see the light from the camera phone in the bushes.
Whose camera phone?
I'm not sure. I was on my knees getting beat up.
But somebody's photographed.
Somebody was recording. And when I pulled the gun out and put it to my head, and I put the camera phone up. They were telling everybody, y'all get back, y'all get back.
Who was saying that?
Not sure who, I was sitting here for getting beat up. It was me.
Okay.
Y'all get back, G got a gun.
Looks like everybody's reemerging.
Yeah, they come back to
Well, we got a real glare there. It's hard to see who's it. Who said they ran up?
no, I don't know them people right now.
Okay. And that's Miss Charles, right?
Yeah, it's right there, just stepped on the sidewalk. As you can see, this knee just came around the gate, walking on the side of their car.
Who's behind you?
Who?
What's he saying?
I told him, man, y'all just went in my pocket, bro. Like, y'all wrong for it. Y'all just robbed me.
Say that again?
I was telling him y'all wrong. Y'all just robbed me. I just took my phone and stuff, bro. I just want to go home now. My keys, man. Y'all can keep all the rest of this stuff. I just want my keys. And he said, where you going? Where you going? Come back and fight.
Now, what happened there? Were y'all parting ways?
He said I was scared. Frank, who said I was scared?
Said you were scared?
Scary. That I was scared and I've been the weed.
You said you were being
Scary and being a weed.
okay. Now, this is where the detectives say you're taunting.
No, I didn't, son.
What are you talking about?
He asked me where I was going. I said, what do you think? I'm gonna go home, man. When you go to my car and just wait.
Your plan was just to go sit in your car and wait to get your keys later, or what?
Gonna wait. But when you made a statement about me, if I go to my car, I'm gonna air it out, still return to my vehicle.
Who said that?
Who?
Did Carrington ever say anything like that?
No.
He said, if you go to your car, y'all are gonna
If
air
you go to your car, we're gonna air it out.
So he must have thought you had a gun in your car.
Yeah. He said the pool said that Carrington watched that N-word.
What are you saying here? Do you know? I mean, I know it's impossible to remember exactly what you said.
Man, I was telling him, like, man, y'all didn't have to tell me. I ain't to go through my pockets. Y'all keep letting, I keep letting you pull a gun on me, man.
Okay, you're off camera now.
Yes, sir. Big one.
What's that?
They were told that the corner was Carrington right there in the middle, who to the right. Chucky just walked off.
What were you doing on camera? You're on camera for about 25 seconds.
Standing on the side of the Tahoe, well, behind, what looks like behind the Tahoe. It's like behind the Tahoe.
What are y'all saying now?
He was saying that get it back in blue when I kept asking about my phone and keys.
What are you saying here?
Man, I just took my keys, Jordan and Cool, but y'all just jumped me. And Carrington put a gun to my head. He was like, man, ain't nobody put no gun in your head. You see it. And I said, so you gonna tell me I was lying? He argued a little bit.
I'm gonna stop there because I don't want to watch. I don't want to watch the shooting again.
Anything else?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I know I've asked you this 10 times, but why didn't you leave? I mean, why didn't you walk off?
Oh,
I mean, I know you've asked yourself that, but why?
well, sitting in the way the parking lot and then I feel like I was in trouble. They kept saying they were gonna leave. Kept standing back to give them time to go, so I was just lifting my things together and not leaving myself. But he put back to their table.
Okay, hold on a minute. Let me show you what's been marked as exhibit.
While you're figuring that out, let's take a break, ladies and gentlemen, okay? 5-10 minutes. Everybody remain seated on the exits, folks. Thank you.
Is this one of the cameras you were talking about? Is that a camera up there?
Camera that shines camera 4.
Sir?
That's the camera that shines, that shows camera 4.
That is the one that shows forward. How do you know that?
Cause I was there when Dan was, had me install the cameras.
When who installed the cameras?
Dan was provided, I was there when we had, A to Z services install the cameras.
Why were you there?
Me and Daniel's garage was friends.
And you just happened to be at the store with them?
Yeah. He asked me if I knew anybody that can install cameras, and I put them on A to Z services.
Let me show you states 12. Is that a different camera?
Yeah, it's just the camera over the front door.
Is that the one you think would have had a better view of the fight?
Yes, behind the SUV.
But we saw no footage from that camera. How do you know that? But I mean, the camera 4 that was in evidence showed you getting beat up. Let me show you. Exhibit 29, State's Exhibit 29. That's your automobile.
Yes, sir.
Okay, after the shooting, you took off. And what happened? Where'd you go?
For the Holden Gate.
Did you try and get in your car one more time? Did you somehow make contact with your?
Yes, sir.
Well, what happened there?
Got shot in the leg and stumbled and fell.
By your car?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you Exhibit 30. Did you get hung up on your?
Yeah, my friend.
What
The door panel on the back door, I got hung up on it right there. As you can see, the engine clamp is missing.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 112 again. So you made it to the fence.
Okay.
Can you show us with a pointer where you went after that?
For the bushes.
And you can stand up and point and show us where you ran.
It's there.
Where did the shooting take place?
Shooting took place over here.
And you ran which way?
Back this way.
Where's Primrose about? You wound up way over there?
Yeah.
How far is that, if you were guessing?
Two blocks to me.
That's right, it just looks a lot further to the map. Do you live near there?
But my mother does.
Were you going to her house?
Yeah.
And you stopped and got water somewhere?
Yeah, store.
Which store?
Home store right here. Called Supermax.
And what happened at Supermax?
So I walked in, I talked to the clerk. And I told the clerk my name during Dixon. I was involved in the incident that happened at the crystal store. He called police to tell them I'd be on the side of the building.
And did you went and sit down by the dumpster?
Yeah.
And they found you, what, like 2 hours later?
No, they pretty much came, like right away. When I see the first officer come, he turned the corner right in front of me, he was in an all black SUV, and I waved my hands.
About what time of day was that? I mean, what time of the morning? But it was about 2 hours after the incident.
But
You can see it. What did you do for those 2 hours?
I was asleep
Where did you fall asleep?
in the back of the store.
Point again, which store?
Sleep.
And woke up and started running again?
No, I just woke up because it was hot. And I realized that it happened. And I walked to the store. That was dehydrated.
And you've been shot and beat up.
You have a question?
Yes, Your Honor. Why did you kill that man?
Felt fear for my life.
Just him or the crowd?
Proud. I never knew where everyone's intentions was.
And you still were fearful of Gregory Carrington?
Yes, sir.
And you're still fearful of Jordan?
So
You have one moment, Your Honor. Did you make the initial 911 call? But it wasn't in the records.
because they said it was a hang up. It was a call and hang up. Nobody said nothing.
But it should have recorded. I mean, I don't know. I shouldn't say it. I think sometimes they do. I don't know.
Because I don't know how all the way went through. But when you make some use of emergency contact on the front of your phone, the E911 pops up. When I press the green button, I ended up hitting the side button because he was trying to snatch it out of my hand. So I don't know if it hung up the call or if it actually went through. That's when I put my phone in my pocket. That's when we was fighting inside of the house. And they jumped me.
What kind of gun did you have?
Lord, please and see.
It's a 9mm. What became of it? What became of it? Where's it now, or what became of it that evening or that morning?
I dropped it when I got hit in the leg and caught on to the fender of the car.
So they should have found it somewhere around there?
I said,
Who's Isley, or somebody that sounds like Isley? No? Did somebody, will you tell me the expression again? Fight or shoot it out?
get it back in blood.
But nobody used those words, fight or shoot it out.
No.
Pass the witness, Sean.
Mr. Dixon, my name is Sonny Eckhart. I don't think I've had a chance to speak to you yet, or to myself too. You said that you helped them install or helped with the camera system at that SNS grocery?
I passed it to somebody that came.
Okay, so did you know that they had cameras that were working and installed there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now that camera that you were asked about. Well, that camera that you were asked about on the other side, do you actually know what direction it faces?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how do you know what direction it faces?
The monitor was set up behind the counter. Back before.
Are there more?
Thanks, wow.
So you just seen what direction it kind of looks on the monitor? Awesome. States 12?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you recall when the clerk testified for the store? On the first day? Do you recall when he said that camera faces the pumps?
No.
You recall when he explained that there's a camera on each end of the building, right?
Yes.
And the one that is on the washateria side faces out towards Concord?
Yes.
And the one on the pump side, on the one on the entryway to the store side faces towards the pumps?
No, you noticed I did.
Okay, you don't remember that? Okay. On states 112. You said your mother lives on Primrose?
No, she stays on Pierce.
Pierce? Okay, so how far, like just roughly, how far are we talking here? It's from where the grocery store is?
Nowhere in the camera. There's nowhere on this photo.
Is it still walking distance?
Yeah, you said.
Okay. Now, help me understand a little bit better about the timeline that night. When you said you woke up and there was someone that had called you to ask for your help.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what time this was?
It was about 21.
Okay. And who was it that was needing your help?
My niece, Jessica Brown.
Okay. And she was broke down somewhere? Okay. Did you go to where she was?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long were you there?
Stay about 30 minutes. Trying to diagnose the truck, figure out what was wrong with it. And then had help of push it to the gas station.
Okay. Were they close to the grocery store or the Shell station? What gas station did you take it, help them push it to?
I'm not sure the name of it, but it's by MLK and I-10. Next to the.
There's like a Valero there or something?
Yeah.
Okay. So how long did it take you to help them push it to the gas station?
But it didn't take it long. This guy came along with a truck. He offered to push it if I took the ball off today.
I see. So all in all, this was about 30 minutes of your time.
Yeah.
And you got the call sometime around 2 a.m. Where did you go after that?
Up to B&B Shack.
Okay. And where is that directly across from S&S Grocery? Okay. Is that where you went drinking?
No.
Okay. So what did you do at B&B Shack? Get food?
I was pulling up to get food, but they got a small parking lot, so there's nowhere to park. I ended up going across the street. When I seen the Shell station had the lights on, I figured they might still have some leftover chicken in there.
Okay. There's also probably a few hundred people out in the parking lot of the Shell station, right?
Not when I pulled up.
When you pulled up, there wasn't? No one, not a single person.
So I wasn't, no one was there yet.
Okay. And that would have, how long were you at the B&B shack? Just for enough to, where you couldn't find parking?
I never made it to the B&B shack.
So you,
Going up there, parking lot was full, so I pulled across the street when I seen the Shell station was open. I figured I was gonna go into the Shell station and give me some leftover chicken.
so we're talking, around 2, you go out to help your niece or nephew or cousin.
Yeah.
And end up around 2:30 finishing helping push their car to a gas station. And then around 2:30 you go and you're going to the B&B shack, which is what, 10-15 minutes away? Okay. So about 2:45 you're at the B&B shack and there's not any place to go there, and they didn't have what you were looking for, so you went across the street.
Park.
Did you park at the B&B shack and walk across the street?
No.
So you parked in the grocery store parking lot?
Parked at the Shell station, pulled up to the front door. I noticed the doors were still open, the lights were still on. I walked in, I talked to Johnny Rose about getting a leftover chicken.
Okay.
He gave it away to his employees.
Okay. All right, so we've gotten that far. Is it closer to 3 at this point?
Yes, sir.
And there's no one at the Shell station?
They started to pull it in, I'll leave back out the store.
So if we look at
No, it's the wrong.
Yeah.
Let's look at one of the earlier files for camera 4. This is a timestamp at 3 a.m. See that? 3:02 and 23 seconds.
Yeah.
Would you say it's pretty crowded?
Yeah. They pulled in pretty fast in the end zone, about a block up the street.
So 100 plus people pulled in the matter of just 15 minutes. Okay. But before that, there was no one, hardly any people.
I didn't think it was just the work's fault.
All right. Now, as we get closer to 4, that's when you are seen on the camera walking towards the group where Raymond and Jordan and all them were, right?
Yeah.
In between those 2 times, is that when you became impaired?
Mm-hmm.
You said that you had alcohol.
No, I left.
So you left after you got food?
No, I went there to get food. He didn't have any food. He gave it away to his employees. When I walked out the store, there's a kid in the neighborhood that drives his mother's car, get a street out wherever with his bottle. He pulls into the parking lot and tells me he's looking for his brother. So I get in his car to bring him home.
And that's around 3-ish.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I got back, it was like this. Started filling in real fast.
So when did you get drunk?
I got back.
Okay.
So how long did it take you to take this kid back to where he was supposed to go?
About 20 minutes.
Okay, so maybe 20 minutes total or 20 minutes there and then 20 minutes back?
20 minutes total, there and back.
Okay. So you came back and now we're closer to 3:20 or maybe 3:30, somewhere around there. Okay. So in that time, up to the point that you were seen walking across the camera here on camera 4, that's when you got drunk. Okay.
And who were you drinking with? Who were you getting drunk with?
Is a girl named Princess, another girl named Tracy, another girl named Trina.
Now, would you agree that after y'all started fighting, that you didn't drink anymore after that?
Yeah.
Yeah, there were no more, like, I mean, it got pretty serious pretty quick, didn't it? So you didn't drink any more after that? So from 4 AM forward, you weren't drinking anything? Okay. And you see them all out of that car, that we've been talking about in camera 4?
Yeah.
They don't seem to be very hostile right now, do they? Or just in. I can say that. I'll pull up the one that gets closer. We'll go to the last file on camera 4. You see them?
Yeah.
It seems like they're just standing around, joking around, got music going, that kind of stuff, right? Okay. Now, when we get to the point that you walk over, I can see Tom's down. So it's the timestamp on this is 3:45, right? You would have just been back about 15 minutes. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And this car that pulls up, you're saying that's Riley's car?
The black car.
That one right there?
Yeah.
Is that Octavia in the open up passenger door of Riley's car?
No.
Is that you over there?
Yeah.
Are you trying to talk to that girl right there?
No.
Okay. So you go on out here and you're supposed to be talking to Riley, right?
Yeah.
Riley's in his car though, isn't he?
Yeah.
And the only reason you go out here is to talk to Riley.
Yeah.
So why don't you go to where Riley is?
Without speaking to everybody that I knew.
No, sir, that's not what you said. You said you went out there to talk to Riley.
Oh, yeah.
But you don't go to where Riley is, do you?
Yeah.
Riley's in his car.
Yeah, Riley was probably people like that.
In fact, Jordan Riley's in his car. That's what you just said.
Um,
Jordan goes and actually goes to the window of that car and is talking to Riley, who's sitting in the car.
Mhm.
Riley's just chilling in the driver's seat of his car. You say you're going out there to talk to Riley.
Yeah.
But you don't go talk to Riley, do you?
the-
You're talking to Riley right there.
I was speaking to Octavia like that.
So did you go out there to talk to Octavia or did you go out there to talk to Riley?
Talk about it.
Okay, so then why do you first go to where Octavia is?
She was the one I had to pass up to get to the car.
You have to pass up a person. You're coming from right here, right? You're coming from right here. You have to pass up a person who's sitting farther away on the hood
She wasn't.
of that car to get to the driver's seat of this car?
She wasn't sitting back there when I first walked up.
Octavia is right there,
I tell you, sitting in front of the car
front of the car.
where the grill was.
You are saying you have to pass her up in order to get to the driver's side of that car to talk to Riley inside that car.
Squeezed in between the cars. You back it up. Then I had to walk in between the cars.
There's plenty of space there, isn't there?
Yeah,
Space for probably 2 or 3 of you.
yeah.
Okay. So you're not squeezing, are you?
No,
Okay. And you got plenty of room to go to where Riley is, don't you?
Yeah.
But you don't?
No.
Okay. But we do agree on that then, right?
okay.
Okay. So is it maybe fair to say that you went there for more than just to talk to Riley?
I went to talk about it.
Okay. But in going there, you talked to other people and talked to everyone else before you talked to Riley, didn't you?
Went over there. It's common courtesy to greet everybody in the area that you know before just walking past you and talk to one guy. But then they may feel that you like got something against them.
So you were trying to be courteous? Okay, and that's that how you were trying to approach this situation, is to be courteous with them? Okay. Now, so if your last drink was at 4 or sometime before 4, are you saying you had multiple shots in a span of 20 minutes?
Yeah, just 2.
Well, you said 3 shots and a Michelob earlier. Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, so not just 2.
It's between 3:30 and 4 o'clock. It was just 2.
Okay, well then help me understand where you said that you had 3 shots and a Michelob.
I first got back. I had 1 shot between 3:30 and 4. I had 2.
When you first got back, meaning when?
First got back, got out of the car. Took swig of tequila.
So you were going there to see if there was leftover food because you were hungry. And on your way to do that, you thought to yourself that you would just grab a shot of tequila while you were outside. Okay. Is that normal? Okay. Now, do you also agree that right here, we're 30 minutes away from the point in which you shoot Raymond Whittington? 4:30? Or 4:28?
No, I'm 4:30.
Okay. Do you also agree that Octavia and others either told you or encouraged you to leave or walk away?
No.
So were they lying when they said that, or did they just not remember correctly? Octavia left. Do you know where she went?
No.
Well, you also understand that she's seen at virtually on every camera all the way up to the point that Raymond dies. Okay, so she's not on the camera right around the corner when Raymond dies?
Yeah.
Okay. You said that you didn't sense that who was gonna hit you.
No.
First of all, you walk farther into the crowd. Are you walking towards where Riley is or away from where Riley is?
Right.
We go forward. I'm looking for the exact spot that the fight starts. You see that where Pooh walked away and sat at the back of the car?
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Had anybody told you to walk away or leave or let it be before then?
No.
So when they all testified that they had told you that, they were all lying.
Yes.
And just to be clear, are you saying that Dorian was lying?
Yes.
Are you saying that Octavia was lying?
Yes.
Are you saying that Crystal was lying?
Yes.
And are you saying that Jordan was lying?
Jordan never said it, telling him to walk away.
Jordan never said that they encouraged you to go away, go on?
That was after I got jumped. Jordan said he encouraged me to walk away.
You mean before?
No, Jordan said after I got jumped, he encouraged me to walk away.
When you walk back up to him?
Then I couldn't leave without my keys.
And let me get my question out, okay? When you walked back over in that second time when G came over, is that when Jordan told you to walk away or to go away?
Yeah.
Okay. This is about where he hits you, isn't it? No. Right there. What do?
Grab my eye.
You don't see yourself pushing him?
I grab my eye.
And what do you do right here? You push him and hit him, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay. That happened pretty quickly, didn't it? But you're saying you didn't really think that he was gonna, or that you didn't anticipate that, or know that he was getting confrontational with you.
Getting confrontation.
You said that you didn't anticipate or realize that he was gonna do that to you, that he was gonna hit you.
No, you don't get.
But you react fairly quickly, don't you?
You see, he hit me 3 times before I reacted back. That's 1, 2.
And right there,
No,
don't you see you pushing back and hitting him?
no. I was still holding my eye at the moment.
And right there, what do you see there? You take a big lunge towards him, don't you?
Yes.
You said Pooh had a gun. So was Dorian lying when he said that Pooh didn't have a gun?
of what Big Boy, Dorian might have been. Yeah. He wouldn't know, because he walked up going fight.
The fight right here.
Yeah.
Did Pooh have a gun over in the side yard?
Yes.
Okay, Dorian was there. He said Pooh didn't have a gun over there. He said nobody had a gun over there. Was he lying?
Yes.
Okay. What about Octavia? She said Pooh didn't have a gun. Was she lying?
Yes.
What about Crystal? She said Pooh didn't have a gun. She was lying too. Okay. Now you told detectives you didn't have a gun.
Yeah.
Were you lying?
Yes.
Okay. You said that the reason you lied was because you were impaired. You were intoxicated, and you lie when you're intoxicated.
Yes, I'm supposed to file now. Thank you.
Okay. The make sure I get this correctly here.
Do you intend to keep the video going?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So it would be around about 9 a.m. that you talk with those detectives? Okay. Well, you were shown on the camera at the dumpster by the officer that we called to show that part of the investigation at about 7:50 or 8 in the morning. Took them about 30 minutes to not only apply the tourniquet, but get you ready for EMS transport. Does that sound about right? So at that point, we're getting closer to about 9 o'clock in the morning by the time you get to the hospital, get checked in, everything like that. Were you there very long before the detectives came to talk to you?
I was in the night.
Okay. You hadn't had anything to drink since 4 that morning.
What?
Okay, so you'd had water. Is it your contention that you were still drunk?
A little bit.
So the slightest amount of alcohol in your system makes you a compulsive liar? Okay. But now that we got you sober, you're here to tell us the truth.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you know that those cameras exist at that store.
Yes, sir.
You know that you are going to be on those cameras, and it's going to show you putting multiple shots center mass of Raymond Whittington. Yes? The detectives confront you with that fact, don't they? And you still deny not having a gun, or deny having a gun. Right?
Yes.
Okay. But as it turns out, you did have a gun, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You had a gun the whole time. Now, when they come and you are coming back from that side yard, looking on State's Exhibit 1 at camera 16, you see how your hand's in that pocket right there?
Not in my pocket.
That hand is not in your pocket right there,
It's not, but it's over my pocket. Yes.
over your pocket. That's the gun, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Why are you holding your hand like that?
I feel the weight of it. I'm trying to hold my belt up, my hands up.
Were you trying to do that to appear threatening?
No.
Okay, so you weren't trying to do that to send somebody a message that, this was about to escalate.
No.
Now, they took all your stuff, didn't they? Over there, that's what you told us in the side lot. You said they took your pants down, didn't they?
Yeah.
Okay. So they took, what things did they take from you?
The bike. I felt them reaching my back pocket. He grabbed my phone and my wallet. He was trying to snatch my phone out of my hand, but I put it in my back pocket. So he went to reach for it, and that's when my pants fell to my knees. When my pants fell to my knees, at the same time I'm getting jumped, I fell on top of my knees. The gun was under my shin, and I didn't take my weight off of it.
So that's how they didn't find your gun.
Yeah, they never dug in my right pocket.
And so they pulled your pants down, but didn't take your pants off.
Yeah.
So everything else in all your other pockets, they emptied them.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when they come back, when we get closer here, Dorian says that it appeared to him as though the fight was over. He said that it appeared to him as though Raymond, Jordan, and others were leaving.
No.
Or preparing to leave.
No.
That's not true?
He said that Raymond turned around to ask people if they seen my phone.
Yes, he also said that it appeared to him as though they were preparing to leave. You remember that?
On my phone.
Okay. After it appeared to Dorian that people were going to be leaving, first of all, was that the truth or was that a lie?
That was about.
So he was lying when he said it appeared to him that people were going to be leaving.
I don't know but he may have been thinking, but like he said, it appeared to him that people were leaving, so he left his vehicle with the girlfriend and he left.
All right. So if we keep playing forward, right here.
He turned around and started they're talking to me.
Okay. I didn't ask you a question yet. Okay. Right here, you see you? Is this what you look like when you're in fear for your life?
Walking away, yes.
Okay. What about that? Is that what you look like when you're in fear for your life?
No. Not when I turn around.
No.
He said he's gonna give my phone back.
That's you being argumentative, isn't it?
He said he's gonna give my phone back.
Are you or aren't you being argumentative here?
Yes.
You can tell from your body language, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you're not in fear right here, are you?
It's not from him at that moment.
And all these threats that you mentioned, it was according to you, it was Greg Carrington that put the gun to your head, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. But you agree that when you shot Pooh, Greg Carrington didn't have a gun.
I'm looking at the video.
We saw it, right? He went and got one.
No.
On the video, remember? He went and got one after you shot?
Well, no, he left.
Yeah, we saw that today.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't have a gun, did he?
Well, no, he didn't.
Who? He didn't have a gun right here, did he?
I wouldn't know.
Well, we have video of him all the way up to the point that police officers find his body. We see every person that comes in and goes away. You agree?
Yes, sir.
Did we ever see anybody walk away from that body with a firearm?
No.
Did police find a firearm on Pooh's body when they arrived?
No.
See right there where you put your hand up? What are you doing there?
So I was gone.
Well, isn't that what Dorian said though? That everyone thought this was over? And that everyone had agreed that we're going our separate ways, this is done. So when Dorian said that Pooh may not have apologized, but he said basically, it's done, I'm moving past it. Is that true or not true?
Not true.
Not true. Okay. So Pooh didn't say that, he was still threatening you. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Then why did you say I'm going?
Because he kept trying to get me to come back and fight. And I said, when I'm gone.
Right there. What are you doing there?
He said, if you go to your car, you're gonna air that beat out.
Because he thought you were going to get your gun. He just didn't know that you had it on him. Okay. So when Pooh was talking about fighting or taking blood, he was talking about fighting, not shooting at each other. What?
It's the terminology that they use for both. If we already fought, then there's only another way.
Well, you don't know that's what he meant. That's maybe what you meant. But you don't know that he was saying that because he never was the one who made that threat, was he?
Yeah.
Right here?
Yeah.
Okay. Before that, it was Gregory Carrington that made that threat?
Yeah.
But neither one of them, as they sat right here, had a gun, did they?
I didn't know.
Well, I mean, we just went through this. Gregory had to go get one.
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know. We know now they did it.
At this moment, I wouldn't have known.
At that moment,
But the only one I'm thinking that still has one is Carrington.
at that moment, the one that you think has a gun is Carrington.
That still has his gun is Carrington.
I see. And is that because
I
of
wasn't
what?
sure about who, because they kept switching their guns out.
And the reason that you believe Carrington might have had a gun right then, is that because of what had happened next door or in the lot next to the to y'all? Okay. So right here, you're walking back to him like this, right? Knowing or believing that Carrington might have had a gun. We see Carrington right here, don't we?
Yeah.
That's him. Right there.
Yes.
You're saying you believed he might have had a gun. So why would you be going back?
So I would be seen on camera.
Oh, you wanted to be seen on camera when you murdered a person in cold blood.
He's murdering. I wanted to be seen on camera in case they did try to shoot at me after they just made their threat, they would.
You cannot possibly expect us to believe that.
So that's what I believe.
So you wanted to go back so you could be seen on camera right here and walk towards him and confront him one more time.
He said he was gonna get my phone.
Okay. And isn't it true that you weren't walking towards them, fearing that they had a gun, but knowing that you had a gun. Do you understand the difference?
I knew I wasn't a threat to them, but I didn't go to my car, like you said.
But you knew that you were a threat.
I wasn't a threat.
You had a gun. You shot and killed him.
I wasn't a threat.
That's a threat.
I'm not a threat.
Okay. So you, in your mind, were defending yourself.
Yes, sir.
Show me what you look like here show me the point where you feel fear for your life. Fear for your life. Do you look scared there? Was that scary?
No.
What about that?
Right there.
Right there.
Yeah.
That's where you feel scared.
Yeah, because he had grabbed the thing from Chucky.
Look at,
See, look at the top left corner before he comes toward me. Go back. You see there's Chucky standing right down the corner. Like I said, he kept switching his guns out with Chucky. So he leave from Chucky and he come toward me.
he didn't have a gun.
Well, his back was turned toward me, but like I said, when he switched out with Chucky, I believe he was coming back with a gun.
Well, if that's the case, then you can defend yourself against virtually anyone in that parking lot, can't you? Because they all have guns.
I was just the one that was attacking me.
So right there is when you feel fear.
Yes, because it's coming from Chucky.
And what were you doing right before that?
Said to him that it had nothing to do with me. I'm not the one that put my thing in your baby mama and it ain't got nothing to do with me.
So, because you're walking towards him, right? Yes?
Yes.
You're acting aggressively, yes?
You
You don't think that you're acting aggressively right here?
I'm argumentative, but I'm not aggressive.
When you're in a situation like this, is there really a difference?
Yes.
Okay. You are walking towards him and you are arguing with him. A person who has already, according to you, beat you and threatened you.
Yeah.
And what is it exactly that you were expecting to happen here?
He said he's gonna give me my phone back.
And all you asked him for was, I just need my phone and my keys or whatever.
And I leave. Had nothing to do with your girl getting smashed on by my best friend. That's between you and your family.
And you went back to that original argument.
That's what we've been arguing and fighting about the whole time.
And you see those hits?
Yeah.
Those are not the hits of someone who is acting with a lot of strength, are they? They look pretty weak.
Stumbling, got a little strength on.
He stumbles. He hit you, and he was so unstable that he stumbled.
Judge, object to counselor testifying.
Isn't that true?
I'm sorry, hold on. He's asking a question. He can lead on cross-examination. This is your witness. He's allowed to lead. You're not allowed to lead, although that's what happened during direct, but there has to be an objection. But no, he's allowed to, that's a leading question, and cross-examination it has been historical for hundreds of years. It is allowed on cross-examination. Overruled. Go ahead.
You see where he stumbles right there?
No.
And let's look at this.
You back up. Maybe.
I'm just gonna leave it at that. The jury can assess the video for what it shows. You answered the question. Let's look at this. I want to look at what other people do when you shoot. There's the man right there. That's Carrington, right?
Yes.
That's the man that's been threatening you, and you're in fear of that he's going to murder you.
Yeah.
What does he do when you shoot?
He runs.
He runs. What do all these people do?
Run.
They haul tail out of here, don't they?
Yes.
Who shot first?
Me.
Who shot second?
Me.
Who shot third?
Me.
Who shot fourth?
Me.
Right here. He's shooting at you. You're still shooting back, aren't you?
No.
There's casings right by your car.
I found my shooting back there.
So you're not shooting back right there. You did shoot back from your car or in the vicinity of your car, didn't you?
No.
There's casings right next to your car.
I was next to the car that was next to mine.
You were next to the car that was next to yours.
Yes.
Well, we'll call that the vicinity of your car. Is that fair? Then you were shooting you were standing in the vicinity of your car, shooting back towards somebody that was shooting at you. That would be self-defense. You understand the difference?
Can you rephrase that question?
Do you understand the difference between shooting Raymond Whittington 4 times center mass and shooting back at Greg Carrington? Which one of those is self-defense?
A threat comes from any aggravated assault. If the aggravation believe that we didn't immediate damage. So like I thought, he had a gun on him because I seen him have about check. The one who kept passing his gun out too.
You've had 2 years to kind of think this over and think about what happened, right? You haven't? You haven't thought about this in 2 years?
I thought about it, I prayed over it. And I thought to forgive me for having taken my life. I thank God for taking me to the home.
Because you were the one that needed protection.
Good.
So are you here to tell us that you did nothing to provoke any of these people? And the behaviors that we see on the video, that's not you provoking anyone.
The argumentative, that's like me arguing with my brother about husband. I argue with him, we argue, it's just in our nature, it's a man. We argue, but with the fighting and the putting guns out on each other, we're not with it. I don't like that type of violence.
Imagine if you had just called police after they beat you up out in the parking lot. It's on camera. They would have been arrested for misdemeanor assault. Everyone would be alive. Right?
Yes.
And how many times do you think that you walked back to Raymond Whittington during this overall fight or argument?
Walking directly toward him, I probably would say twice.
Okay, what about in the other side of the parking lot too? How many times do you think you did
that
there?
side of the parking lot, he was kind of just moving around, like, so I didn't know whether he was not even stationed there. I was trying to focus with one eye, and that's why Jordan told me, you better watch out for who hit you again. And when I turned around, it wasn't Pooh, it was Carrington who hit me.
And
So I didn't know who to look for.
you were in fear of Carrington.
Yes,
You shot who?
yes.
If you expand that sphere a little bit and just say, how many times did you walk back towards who or the people that he was with?
I just walked for Pooh twice.
And
I didn't walk for Carrington.
and you walked towards Pooh more than a couple times over on the other side of the parking lot too, didn't you?
I walked for him once.
Okay. So according to you, 3 different times you walked back towards Pooh for one reason or another.
Twice.
Well, you said 2 over here, and are you saying 2 total?
Oh,
Okay. According to you, 2 times you walked back towards Pooh during this whole exchange. And each one of those times you did so believing that what you were doing was going to end up causing more aggression from them. You didn't think that? Then how could you possibly be in fear?
fear at this moment after seeing guns pointed at my head. We Carrington pointed his firearm in my head. I was in fear at that moment from him.
The moment that you said you began to fear for your life, you are walking back towards Pooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's when it first initiated. Carrington put a gun in my head. That's when I prayed out to God. And just so happened the back door to the house opened up and the man told me to get out the door. That's when I seen Carrington put his gun away. And they all took out running from back up. But when they got from back there, I left behind. And Foley following behind me. So he made a threat about me going to my vehicle. I didn't go out to my vehicle.
You see right there? You're walking back to him again.
Yeah, that's it.
And you're pointing over off to the right, aren't you?
Yeah.
You really want us to believe that those actions reflect someone who is in fear that they are going to be killed. Is that what you're asking of us?
Yes.
Can you see why someone wouldn't believe that based on what we're seeing right here? And you want us to believe that all these times that you were walking back to Pooh, that you were trying to leave.
Yes, I was trying to get him alone so I can go.
And if would you agree with me that if you are really fearing for your life, you feel like this situation is life or death, does it matter how you leave? Whether it's in your car, on foot, with a friend, running, does it matter?
This moment? Right. I told you, when I felt in fear of my life, was when first put the gun to my head, and I prayed by it. It just so happened my light flashed and the door swung open. They get spooked, they leave the area. If they leave the area, I'm thinking they're gone. You see me sneak around the bush, thinking that they're gone, and Pooh right behind me, following me. So when me and Pooh started talking, me and Carrington walked back up. I'm in fear of Carrington because he's coming back. He's the guy I just seen with a gun. He's coming back, but in this area right here, I'm blocked. I have nowhere to go.
You easily escaped after the shooting started, didn't you? There's holes in every aspect of that fence.
Yes.
Okay, so there, and then that area back there, look at all the woods on States 12 or States 112. There's lots of places to go that could elude or hide right in the backyard of that grocery store, aren't there? So again, if you really fear for your life, believe you are going to be killed, it doesn't really matter how you get out or escape the situation, does it? If you really believe that, you're going to get out. You're going to protect your life. You said that you told the clerk to call the police.
Yes, at the Supermax.
At the Supermax. And then where did you fall asleep at?
I fell asleep behind the store, behind Christmas.
Okay. And did you wake up and then go into the store, or had you already gone into the store and then fell asleep? Which happened first?
Right after the shooting, I hid behind the gate. And that's why I fell asleep next to the tree.
I thought you just told me you fell asleep. Oh, I'm sorry. When you said you fell asleep behind the store, are you saying you fell asleep behind the grocery store? Okay. Did you fall asleep at the clerk, the convenience store or whatever? Okay. So when you woke up, you were behind the gate in the bush behind the grocery store, behind S&S. And you started walking north, didn't you? And you ended up at the convenience store, Supermax. You told that clerk to call the police. Why'd you tell that clerk to call the police?
Because I didn't have my phone on me to call the police, and when I walked in, I wanted to notify the police that where I was and what had happened.
So you wanted to tell the police what had happened? Okay. But I thought you were drunk and would compulsively lie.
Yeah.
So why would you want to talk to the police and tell them the truth, and then 2 hours later, bold-faced lie about every single thing that happened?
I needed medical assistance.
So you wanted to go get taken with an ambulance to the hospital is what you wanted. So you did or didn't want to tell the police the truth about what happened?
Didn't want to talk to them. I just needed medical assistance.
How could you ever explain that you were defending yourself if you didn't talk to the detective?
Because in my belief, but then where I'm from, as a kid growing up, you would talk where you picked up in the neighborhood where it's not trusted police. You trusted detectives to keep your story the same.
You haven't kept your story the same throughout this entire thing.
Yes, but I would also talk to never open your mouth. And like I said, I was drunk, so I was going compulsive lying.
Your last drink was 4 a.m.
Yeah.
You only had 3 shots.
Mm-hmm.
You had all those shots in rapid succession back around between 3:30 and 4.
All right, but
In that time period, 30 minutes, that's pretty short time period to have that many drinks, right?
I didn't know sure.
And
yeah, but a random, a regular person, 30 minutes for 3 drinks and a beer is probably too fast for them.
And your testimony is that 5 hours later, you are still going to be so drunk that you are going to compulsively lie about every aspect of this shooting to 2 police detectives, 2 homicide detectives. Okay. So you lied then, right? And you didn't just lie about one thing, did you?
About one thing.
What did you lie about?
You shoot and about the approach of the jumping, but I didn't lie about being jumped.
Well, you also told detectives that those other people didn't have a gun. You remember that? So you are now saying you were lying about whether or not they even had guns.
Yeah.
Because that was a lie. They had guns and they were threatening you.
Yeah.
And it just so happens that that changing that lie to what you said here today is the only thing that will set you free. Isn't that true? Because otherwise, you did this cold blood. Them having guns, your statement here today, that is the only thing that you could possibly say that could help your case for self-defense. Isn't that true?
That I lied on Henry.
Yes.
I wouldn't say it helped, but I might as well just come clean and tell the whole truth about the thing.
You're
like everybody else lied on their first part of their interview. But when I requested to talk to the detectives again to give my true statement, they never recorded it or they never came talk to me. Never came back.
requesting them to come talk to you once a case is filed. It's not how that works. You have okay.
Mr. Sonny.
And I don't know anything about that.
I was in the hospital.
But let me ask you this. If the story was the same as what you said it was when you interviewed back in August 6th, 2023, and they didn't have guns, like you said, like you told the detectives, does that help your case for self-defense or hurt your case for self-defense?
It would hurt it.
It would, wouldn't it?
It was honestly hurt because I should have just told the truth back then instead of lying.
But they jumped you and you believe you were justified in shooting him cold right there on the out.
Yeah, because I believe that Carrington was coming up behind him with the gun. I believe that he may have passed his or grabbed his from checking.
I want to ask you about that real quick. See that right there?
No.
You don't hesitate to pull that out of your waist. Pull that gun out of your pocket, do you?
Just I lose to.
You think that's hesitating?
He punched me 4 times before I decided to grab it.
So anybody that punches you or gets in a fight with you, you can shoot.
No. Seen Carrington coming over his shoulder. I figured Carrington was coming with his gun.
If Carrington really held a gun to you over on that sidewalk, why didn't you just shoot him then?
I just shouldn't do.
And why didn't you shoot the person that actually held the gun to you?
That would be, that would be murder because I would have been shooting running away from you.
Carrington held a gun to you and said that, and threatened you with that gun. And you said you were on your knees, right? Why didn't you take your gun out and shoot him right there?
They were running off.
They were running off from the side street?
They were running off from the side, but the old man that lived there opened the back door and spooked everybody. They didn't think nobody lived at their house, like so that they still don't think nobody lived.
When they said they're going to get it back, to come get your stuff back in blood, you don't know whether they meant to come get shot or whether they were talking about fighting more, do you?
We already fought over and over and over. And every time I seemed to try to defend myself by fighting back, someone else jumped in. Then when I tried to fight hard, someone else jumped in. So I gave up on fighting back. The last time I tried to fight back, Carrington put a gun to my head and told me to let the man go. Because I was holding Chucky by his arm. That's when my hands fell to my knees. So when I noticed the gun, I put my hands up. I said, oh, girl. When I opened my eyes up, the back door to the house opened. Like, it was a collar from God, like the door opened. And I hear a raspy voice that tells, now get the F out of my yard with that BS before I shoot y'all for trespass. Davey is who? I see Carrington took his gun, take off running. Everybody else runs. Like, man, I didn't know there was somebody living there.
Okay, you've explained that part. And when we get back over here,
Yes.
all that had dissipated and
It comes back.
and who brings it back?
Carrington.
You're the one that walks back towards them.
False full of food. Carrington is the real threat.
Okay.
But food will initiate the fight. And fight, I'm the one that I Carrington jumped into the door. I would be okay with a simple assault, which is fighting. Carrington around. Carrington known for pulling guns. He's shooting people.
One could say you were as well.
No.
You did on this one, didn't you? I'll have.
The red rec?
Briefly, Your Honor.
I know you've answered a lot of questions. The story you told Detective Wilson, Detective Carmouche, when you were in the emergency room. That story you told, could it be you didn't want to be connected to a shooting? Could that be just the human nature part of it?
I didn't want to talk about the shooting because I figured they didn't have any evidence on me, so I didn't want to bring it up. Or, you know what I'm saying? I didn't know at the time that Boom maybe was dead. I thought maybe they was just questioning about the shootings. I was trying to deny the shooting, but until I found out he was dead, I realized that I made a mistake. And that I should have just like just sit up during the interview on me, like just stop talking to him during the interview. I just told the truth during the interview.
But when you shot Ramon or Pooh, you were in fear from your life for Pooh and Carrington and Jordan and other people there? Pass the witness, Sean.
Anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for the week. As you know, one of the jurors, it has to be out of town next week. And all of you return back Monday week. A week from this Monday? Yes?
Okay.
Is that good for everybody?
Monday,
Sir?
it's coming up Monday.
A week from this Monday.
A week from the month.
Can we check calendars?
Yeah. You're still gone out of town for the whole week?
From Monday to, I'll come back on that following Monday.
Oh, you're coming back on that Monday?
14th to the 21st.
Yes, sir. Okay, sorry. It would be then that Tuesday.
Yes.
You'll be available. So can everybody check with your calendars real quickly, but can you all return back a week from this coming Tuesday? We'll pick up where we left off. Do you have any other evidence from the defense?
Yeah, Sean, but
brief.
Not today. We wanted to talk to the court about it. Mr. Eckhart already talked about it.
Okay, is there much left here? Tilden. All right. Everybody else remain seated while the jury exits. Thank you. Is that good for everybody? Sir?
It's coming up Monday.
A week from this Monday.
A week from the Monday. Can we check calendars?
Yeah. You're still gone out of town for the whole week?
I'm gone from Monday to, I'll come back on that following Monday,
Oh, you're coming back on that Monday?
14th to the 21st.
Yes, sir. Okay, sorry. It would be then that Tuesday.
Yes.
You'll be available. So can everybody check with your calendars real quickly but can you all return back a week from this coming Tuesday? We'll pick up where we left off. Do you have any other evidence from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, but
brief.
Not today. We wanted to talk to the court about it. Mr. Eckhart already talked about it.
Okay, is there much left here in evidence?
I have one more witness I wanted to talk to the court about.
Okay, and then the state may or may not have any rebuttal, but we're at the end. It looks like the latter stages of the presentation of evidence. The court already has the jury charge ready. Will we complete that? I'll read the jury charge, then each party gets to make final arguments and you go back and deliberate in this case. That's our plan. We'll hopefully be able to complete that on Tuesday. Takes as long as it takes for deliberations, but is everybody good with that plan? Yes. Sorry to break this up, but sometimes this has to happen.
I'm sorry, Judge, it's Tuesday, the 22nd, right?
A week.
I just want to make sure they all.
A week from this coming Tuesday, which would be what, 10 days?
Tuesday, the 22nd.
Is that right? I don't have a calendar with me right now. Today is the 11th. So 11 days.
And 9 a.m. or 9:30?
9:30.
Okay.
9:30 Tuesday, week after this coming Tuesday. Okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you back then. Be safe until then. All right. Everybody else remain seated while the jury exits. Thank you.
Don't get to contact for it.
I've been worried about it, just. We're not gonna get to all of this.
We're getting, all right, the jury has.
It's Tuesday, the 22nd.
I've been worried about it, just. We're not gonna get to all of this.
All right, the jury has exited and the court has some matters to take up. You can have a seat, sir. Thank you. Some matters to take up quickly with the parties.
Give those glasses to the bailiff.
All right.
And those.
Oh,